Chapter 465. Bang! Xiao Chen's fist wind exploded, and a surging shockwave swept through the surroundings, kicking up fallen leaves. Shi Yong felt his arm tremble, and his saber nearly flew out of his hand. He had not expected Xiao Chen's vital qi to be so strong. Startled, Shi Yong quickly retreated. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he activated the blood flame shoes. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Shi Yong. Xiao Chun formed a claw with his fingers and gathered all the scattered vital qi. Then he swung his claw heavily, and a bloody mark appeared on Shi Yong's chest. Damn it! I fell for his trick. So, this fellow specializes in claw techniques. Shi Yong retreated again. At the same time, he swung his saber at lightning speed, trying to stop Xiao Chun from continuing to attack. Xiao Chun instantly clenched his fist tightly and turned the claw into a fist. An intense fist wind surged forward. This time, Xiao Chun used the blue dragon's qi. The might of this punch blasted away the saber in Shi Yong's hand. It did not stop there. When it struck Shi Yong's chest, it exploded. Boom! Shi Yong's clothes were blasted into tatters, and he was flung more than 100 meters into the air. The might of this punch completely surpassed everyone's expectations. When they saw this, they were all horrified. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun did not even draw his saber. He used only 3 moves to defeat Shi Yong, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Only the people who came from the same wrestling ring as Xiao Chun were not too surprised. Xia Xian smiled gently and said, "This fellow finally found a superior grade earth-ranked fist and palm technique. His strength has indeed soared." After Xiao Chun punched, Shi Yong's body landed heavily on the ground after a long time. He gave off a dull thud before he fainted. Shi Yong's friends looked at Xiao Chun with hostile gazes. They quickly came over and carried Shi Yong away. This was especially so for that swordsman. A hidden killing intent flashed in his eyes. When Hua Yunfei and the others saw Xiao Chun finish off Shi Yong in 3 moves, their hearts involuntarily sank, as if something had shattered within them. Back in the plaza, when the other party first saw him, he had declared that he would personally defeat Xiao Chun. Who knew that he couldn't even deal with a small fry, and the person he had said he would defeat easily defeated him in 3 to 5 moves. He felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. Unexpectedly, after being left behind by Xiao Chun, in less than half a year, the gap between them had widened so much. In his lifetime, he might not even have the chance to surpass him. Perhaps he might not even have the chance to close the gap between them. Pa. Zuoremo, who was seated in the middle, looked at the white-robed Xiao Chun and clapped gently. He smiled and said, "White-robed bladesman Xiao Chun, you are truly worthy of being the only one to achieve 100 consecutive victories. Incredible! Is he the contestant with 100 wins?" Many people immediately cast curious gazes at Xiao Chun, clicking their tongues. Although most of them had heard of someone obtaining 100 consecutive victories, they had never seen that person before. They did not know who that person was. At this moment, they sized up Xiao Chun again. They were even more astonished than before. When Ji Chongkong, Hua Yunfei, and the others heard this, they could not help but exchange glances. They were speechless and could only smile bitterly. Duamuking said calmly, "Back then, we were all defeated at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. We already lost most of our luck. We should have expected such a situation." The few of them sighed, feeling bitter in their hearts. They did not want to speak anymore. This was probably the so-called stepping stone. Now, they did not even have the qualifications to be stepping stones. It was easy to imagine how upset they were. Xiao Chun looked at Zuoremo, Pei Xiaoshuan's mysterious senior brother. He said softly, "It is just luck. It is not exaggerated." Zuoremo smiled gently and said, "Didn't anyone tell you that luck is also a kind of strength? I have long wanted to experience your great moves. I wonder if I will have the chance?" Xiao Chun nodded and said, "It would be my honor." "Very good. I will not stand on ceremony." Then, Zuomo's gaze turned cold. He pushed off the ground and leaped forward, sending a palm strike at Xiao Chun. "Kasie!" Xiao Chun stabbed his saber into the ground along with its scabbard. Then he charged forward without hesitation. Xiao Chun executed the dragon claw fist and punched the other party's palm. A huge force spread out and ripples spread out like a screen of water. Who? The two of them retreated upon contact. Their bodies started spinning at the same time. As they spun, they slowly dissipated the force from their opponent. After the two landed, they looked at each other in shock. The essence that came from Xiao Chen's palm made Xiao Chen's fingers ache. This person's essence was much purer than his. Xiao Chun did not know how many natural treasures this person consumed. His cultivation technique might even be a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Zuomo's shock was no less than Xiao Chen's. Pure vital qi surged out from Xiao Chen's fist wind. However, Xiao Chen's essence was no weaker than Zuomo's. Zuomo did not expect Xiao Chun to be able to match Xiao Chun with just vital qi. Xiao. After pondering for a while, the two of them quickly started fighting again. Relying on their fists and legs, they began to fight from top to bottom in the courtyard. The two of them moved very quickly. The weaker ones could only see two blurry figures moving up and down. They could not catch their moves. Interesting, these two fellows. One of them is good at summoning spirit beasts and the other is good at using the saber. They are actually fighting with their fists and legs. The myriad fiend palaces Chumu smiled gently and said, Zimo, Shinya, who do you think will win with their fists and legs? Xiao Chen. The two of them said at the same time without hesitation. The strength of Xiao Chen's fists and legs, as well as his physical body, had left a deep impression on the two of them in the wrestling ring. At this moment, it was clear that Xiao Chun had obtained an even higher-ranked fist technique. He had made up for his only weakness. It was hard to imagine that he would be at a disadvantage. Chumu smiled and said, I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you. Zuomo's superior grade earth-ranked martial technique, flowing cloud palm, reached great perfection the day before yesterday. Furthermore, he has incredibly pure essence. There is no reason for him to lose. Figures flashed in the wrestling ring and the wind howled. As the strong wind rose and fell, the fallen leaves in the courtyard started falling. Dang! Dang! When the fallen leaves struck the tables and chairs, they were like blades embedded in them. A few cultivators who were caught off guard were even injured by the falling leaves. The clothes on their bodies became tattered. They quickly used all sorts of methods to shatter the fallen leaves. What a strong wind! Unexpectedly, even the aftershocks are so strong. This is still not their true strength. They are just supporting moves. If they were to fight for real, how strong would they be? The crowd thought to themselves. As they looked at the two people in the plaza, a look of astonishment flashed in their eyes. To these people, the 20 spots to enter the ancient desolate tower were already in the bag. In the air, Xiao Chen's fists danced. Sometimes he would use his left hand as a claw and his right hand as a fist, alternating between the two. Sometimes he would directly use the wind generated by his fists to face his enemies. Zuomo's strange style was unpredictable. Zuomo's expression remained calm as he did his best to block Xiao Chen's attacks. It was very difficult for him to find an opportunity to attack Xiao Chun. With two different styles, he did not dare to act rashly. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions rang out in the air again. Vital qi and essence collided, creating ripples. The strong wind in the courtyard intensified once more. Both of them took 5 steps back and stood in the air. Their clothes and hair fluttered in the strong wind. This is the first time I have seen a martial technique that alternates between the fist and the claw. However, if this is all you have, then it ends here. Zuomo shouted and launched another sneak attack. His palm wind danced, and the clouds in the air linked together, making it seem like he was in a sea of clouds. Explode! When Zuomo sent out a palm strike, the clouds gathered. When they got close to Xiao Chun, they exploded in the air. A horrifying shock wave surged out. Xiao Chun crossed his arms, forming the stance of a crouching tiger hidden dragon. Then he retreated 100 meters. Flowing cloud burst. The unending stream of flowing cloud palms was like a cannonball, causing the clouds to explode violently at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun took a step forward in the air, no longer retreating. His body roared like a tiger and a dragon as he clashed head-on with the unending stream of flowing cloud burst. Bang! 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 The surging, flowing clouds exploded in the air. The energy formed by pure yuan qi exploded with a loud bang, forming beautiful clouds that radiated light in all directions. The boundless clouds covered Xiao Chen's figure, preventing others from seeing the exact situation. When Chu Mu felt the energy of the clouds, he smiled faintly. I was right, right? After the flowing cloud palm reached great perfection, its might more than doubled. The mysterious phenomenon it creates is even more shocking. After the light scatters, it should be the time of Xiao Chen's defeat. Even if he still has a saber technique that he has not used and Zuo has not summoned his spirit beast, in the end, Zuo is stronger. His 100 consecutive victories can only be attributed to luck. Jiang Zimo looked at the bright clouds in the sky and shook his head. That might not be the case. Are you still going to persist? Let's see the result. Chu Mu could not understand why Jiang Zimo persisted. Xiao. When the light completely scattered, Xiao Chun slowly revealed himself. His white clear wind robes fluttered in the air. As his hair fluttered in the wind, he did not seem to be in a sorry state. Zuomo's expression changed slightly. He felt incredulous. He thought to himself, how strong is this fellow's physical body? Even a half-step martial monarch would not dare to receive my flowing cloud burst. Xiao Chun slowly lowered his crossed arms and suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. He said softly, flowing cloud burst, not bad. In that case, receive a punch from me as well. Berserk Dragon Fist. Xiao Chun shouted and his figure flickered. He circulated his vital qi in his abdomen and the berserk vital qi quickly flowed to his arm. The muscles on Xiao Chen's right arm immediately swelled up. The blue dragon tattoo also started to move quickly. Xiao Chun felt like he was filled with boundless energy. Roar! The image of an azure dragon head appeared on Xiao Chen's arm. It carried the might of a blue dragon as it rushed at Zuo. Flowing cloud burst. This move was very ferocious. Zuo did not dare to be careless. The surrounding white clouds immediately infused into his right palm. A white jade-like light appeared on his palm. Everyone present held their breath and watched carefully. The myriad fiend palace's Chu Mu also had a surprised expression on his face. He had not expected Xiao Chun to be able to send out such a strong punch. Bang! The jade-like smooth palm collided with the dragon head and immediately gave off a deafening explosion. A semicircle of energy formed in front of the two as they clashed intensely. Chapter 466. Zuomo's face turned slightly red. His surging essence poured into his smooth, jade-like palm like a flowing river. The glazed white light became even brighter. Interesting, this is the first time I met an opponent with such surging essence. Xiao Chun could not help but feel excited. The qi whirlpool in his body spun and his essence merged with his vital qi. Boom! This time, Zuomo's strength increased explosively. After the dragon head roared, Zuo was immediately knocked back. Xiao Chun shouted again and took 5 steps in the air. Then, he changed his fist into a claw and executed the berserk dragon. Hu Qi! The dragon head twisted and quickly turned into an azure dragon claw. Xiao Chun retracted his arm and swung it forward. Qi! Qi! The azure dragon claw instantly left 5 bloody wounds on Zuomo's chest. It looked very horrifying. Defeat! Xiao Chen's gaze turned stern and stern. He extended the dragon claw and pressed it heavily on Zuomo's chest. Zuo vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a sandbag. Xiao Chun stood proudly in the air and scattered the blue dragon's energy. The berserk energy immediately dissipated into the strong wind. Unexpectedly, even Zuo is not a match for him. Could this Xiao Chun already be the strongest person in the 4 nations? It is hard to say. Zuomo's greatest strength is summoning spirit beasts to fight. I heard that he already has a rank 8 spirit beast in his spirit blood jade. That might not be the case. Xiao Chun is a bladesman. He did not even draw his saber. No matter what, Xiao Chun only has the upper hand in terms of punches and kicks. As for who is stronger between the two of them, They will have to fight for real before it can be determined. When the crowd saw Zhuemo fall to the ground, they were all extremely shocked. Zhuemo had already become famous 2 years ago. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, he had managed to get into the top 20. He had fought his way up without any exaggeration. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun, who had just risen up, had beaten him into such a sorry state with his fists and feet. Jiang Zimo smiled gently and said, "Chu Mu, I was right, right? It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Chen's physical defense is the strongest under martial monarch. Now that he's obtained a top earth-rank fist technique, he's like a tiger that's grown wings. I'm afraid that in terms of fist techniques, ordinary fist masters aren't a match for him." Chu Mu muttered in a low voice, "It looks like we really underestimated him. 100 consecutive victories is not as simple as luck. 2 years from now, this person will be our main competitor." Zhuemo climbed up in a slightly disheveled manner. Looking at Xiao Chun in the air, he grimaced and said, "It seems that I was rash to use my fists and legs to fight against you. I am going to use my true power. Please use your blade." Xiao. When Xiao Chun landed on the ground, he waved his left hand and grabbed the lunar shadow saber stuck in the ground. The beast taming abode focused on taming and summoning spirit beasts. Zhuemo being able to use his fists and legs to fight against him for so long had already surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. If Zhuemo continued to use his fists and legs, it would be hard to avoid being careless. Xiao Chun said softly, "You are too polite. Please make your move." Zhuemo, "Oh Zhuemo, it has only been a year since we last met, and you can't even deal with an inferior grade martial king? You've really disappointed us." Just at this moment, a disharmonious voice resounded in the air. Everyone looked up and saw 4 handsome and elegant youths in embroidered robes. 4 handsome and elegant young men dressed in embroidered robes floated in the air with gloomy eyes. Their auras surged to the heavens. Zhuemo's expression changed greatly. Suddenly, a boundless hatred appeared in his eyes. He said through clenched teeth, "Xie Ziwen." Some of the more knowledgeable people below also had ugly expressions on their faces. Xie Ziwen was the second disciple of the Evil Moon Pavilion's pavilion master, one of the 10 great sects of the Great Jin Nation. Furthermore, he was the person who eliminated Zhuemo in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Why is he here in the ancient desolate land? Everyone wondered suspiciously. Haha, there are quite a few familiar faces here. Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, Chu Mu, and Pei Shaoxian are here as well. Xie Ziwen led the 3 and slowly descended 100 meters above the ground. Then he called out names in a frivolous tone. Aside from the few people he called out, the others did not even bother to look at them. They were extremely arrogant. Although most of the people present were unconvinced, they did not show much dissatisfaction on their faces. In the previous 5-nation youth competition, Xie Ziwen had stopped at rank 12. He was just short of entering the top 10, standing at the peak of the entire continent. Xie Ziwen had the capital to be arrogant. He could indeed look down on them. "Senior brother, it looks like there are no experts worth paying attention to here. Even if they enter the ancient desolate tower, it would be pointless." The 3 people behind Xie Ziwen also had the symbol of the Evil Moon Pavilion embroidered on their collars. Clearly, they were from the Evil Moon Pavilion as well. The people from the 4 great nations are still as trash as they were in the past. Xie Ziwen smiled faintly and said, "That is not a problem. This is good as well. Our chances of entering the ancient desolate tower have increased." When the people below heard this, their expressions immediately changed. Since when could the people of the Great Jin Nation participate in the selection for the ancient desolate tower? When Xie Ziwen saw the expressions of the people below, he smiled and said, "Ha ha! Don't be so shocked. The current Heavenly Extermination Union's alliance chief owes my master a big favor. Now is the time for him to return the favor. You must be very sad. We lost another 4 spots in an instant. Ha ha." Xie Ziwen revealed a playful smile as he hovered in the air. He did not care about the crowd at all. It was as if he could defeat them all and had already secured 4 spots. "Let's go. It looks like there are no worthy opponents." The great Zuo could not even defeat an inferior-grade martial king. This is pointless. Show. Veins bulged on Zuo's face as he quickly formed hand seals with his right hand. He immediately summoned out a peak rank 7 red-tailed eagle. This red-tailed eagle had lived for an unknown period of time. Its body was incredibly huge. When it spread its wings, it was more than 20 meters wide. Zuo stood on it, blocking the path of Xieziwen and the others. I don't think I invited you to this gathering. Do you think this is your home? You can come and go as you please. Have you asked me, the host? Zuo said coldly as the red-tailed eagle flapped its wings. He looked expressionlessly at the person who had caused him to lose miserably in the previous 5-nation youth competition. Xieziwen stood in the air and looked at Zuo. He said indifferently, "Do you want to fight? Have you thought it through? If I really injure you, you won't be able to participate in the arena battles 5 days from now. Don't blame me for being too ruthless." Zuo said coldly, "Go ahead and make your move. I have been waiting for the day to take revenge for the past 2 years. Since you have delivered yourself to me, I do not have to wait for another 2 years. Senior brother, do you want us to make a move? He looks like he is only a superior-grade martial king. He is still far from his limits. There is no need for you to make a move." Xieziwen smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. Let him know the difference between us. The times are different from 2 years ago. That way, he will not be dreaming of entering the top 20 again." When the others heard this, they did not say anything more and quickly moved aside, leaving space for the two of them in the air. Zuo's expression turned grave. He did not dare to be careless. He leaped up and left the red-tailed eagle below him, charging at Xieziwen. Boom! Boom! As Xiao Chun retreated, his hands quickly formed hand seals. There were a few cracking sounds, and another 3 rank 7 flying spirit beasts appeared in the air. Go! Zuo waved his hand, and the 3 flying spirit beasts flew at Xieziwen. Together with the red-tailed eagle, they surrounded Xieziwen. A rank 7 spirit beast was equivalent to a human superior-grade martial king. Furthermore, these spirit beasts had undergone special training. Their combat prowess was stronger than demonic beasts of the same rank. The beast-taming abode would make every spirit beast they tamed undergo all sorts of fights and competitions. The ferocity of these spirit beasts was much more terrifying than regular cultivators. However, this was not the most important thing. The most dangerous thing was that the beast-taming abode disciples could use special techniques to control these spirit beasts like they were their own arms. Hence, even though Xiao Chun had suppressed Zuo earlier, many people did not think that Zuo would lose. Controlling spirit beasts was the true combat prowess of a beast-taming abode disciple. Bang! 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 Xieziwen sent out strong winds with his palms, blocking the attacks of the 4 flying spirit beasts. As the strong winds blew, the feathers of the birds fell continuously. Although Xieziwen could not break out of the spirit beast's encirclement, he did not feel suppressed. Xiao Chun had a relaxed expression. With one palm strike, he managed to suppress the 4 spirit beasts. When Zuo saw the situation slowly tilting in his opponent's favor, his expression changed. While he did his best to control the 4 spirit beasts, he summoned out another 2 flying spirit beasts. This time, 6 flying spirit beasts appeared. Controlling so many spirit beasts at the same time put Zuo in a very difficult situation. Sweat dripped down his forehead. However, the effort paid off. Under the pincer attack of the 6 spirit beasts, Xieziwen's expression finally turned cautious. He was no longer as relaxed as before. How strong! I did not expect Zuo to be able to control 6 spirit beasts at the same time. He has probably cultivated the beast-subduing art to the 7th layer. Perhaps this time, he might be able to wash away his previous humiliation. No matter how strong the geniuses of the great Jin nation are, there is a limit. When the crowd saw the advantage tilting in Zuo's favor, they all felt excited. No matter what, they were all people of the 4 great nations. Being looked down on by the people of the great Jin nation would make anyone feel uncomfortable. However, they all knew their limits. They knew they were not a match for Xieziwen. If Zuoremo could help them vent their frustrations, they would naturally feel better. Shio! Just at this moment, Zuoremo clenched his teeth and quickly formed hand seals. 2 more rank 7 flying spirit beasts appeared. 8. There is hope now. The crowd could not help but exclaim excitedly. Xiao Chun held his lunar shadow saber and glanced at Xie Ziwen's 3 juniors. He discovered that they were extremely calm, not showing any fluctuations in their expressions. He thought to himself, it looks like things are not that simple. No matter how many rank 7 spirit beasts there are, they might not be able to suppress Xie Ziwen. There is no end to this. Break for me. Seeing Zuoremo summon another 2 spirit beasts, Xie Ziwen's expression turned cold. He snorted coldly and a resplendent fiery light appeared on his palms. Ring of wind flaming palm. Xie Ziwen pressed his palms together, and a fiery ring of fire immediately spread out from his body. Bang! The first ring of fire knocked back the 6 spirit beasts. The second ring of fire ignited all the feathers on the 6 flying spirit beasts. Chapter 467. The third wave of flames exploded. All the spirit beasts that came into contact with the flames cried out in pain. Rings of flames appeared one after another. From a distance, Xie Ziwen's body looked like he was bathed in a fiery light. The might of the rings of flames grew stronger with each wave. By the 6th ring, all the spirit beasts were severely injured and on their last breaths. Zuomo's expression changed greatly. He quickly recalled the severely injured spirit beasts. He had raised these spirit beasts since they were young. Every one of them was worth cities. As long as they did not die, there was still hope of saving them when they returned to the spirit blood space. You think you can escape? You are just a bunch of beasts. Yet you want to injure me? Xie Ziwen, who had his palms pressed together, looked coldly at Zuomo's actions. Then he waved his fiery palms 6 times. Bang! 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 6 huge palms made of flames appeared from nowhere and blasted Zuomo's spirit beasts into pieces. They died without a complete corpse. Zuoremo revealed a pained expression. He had not expected Xie Ziwen to be so ruthless, actually killing all his spirit beasts. A resolute look flashed in Zuomo's eyes. His hands started to form complicated hand seals. A piece of spirit blood jade on his chest slowly released a bright light. A horrifying aura spread out from Xie Ziwen's body, causing others to feel a faint pressure. Rank 8 spirit beasts, huh? Unfortunately, you do not have the chance to summon them out. Xie Ziwen's figure flashed, and a blazing flame appeared behind him. Wherever he went, the air seemed to burn. The 2 rank 7 spirit beasts quickly pounced at Xie Ziwen. Trying to buy time for Zuoremo, Xie Ziwen laughed maniacally and disappeared. Unexpectedly, he broke through the obstruction of the 2 spirit beasts. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zuoremo, 9-winged demonic ape. Come out! Zuoremo finally completed the last hand seal. His face was very pale. A ring of light appeared in front of his chest. A horrifying aura came from it, and a beast roared. The sound waves were very horrifying. Xie Ziwen bore the brunt of it and was nearly blown away. He calmed himself and looked at the 9-winged demonic ape, who had already peeked its head out. Xie Ziwen roared angrily, "Go back!" The dazzling flame appeared on his right palm once again. The flame was dazzling and extremely hot, making it seem like he was holding a small sun in his palm. Bang! The palm print landed on the 9-winged devil ape's head. The 9-winged devil ape let out a painful cry as it was forced back. The circle of light also began to slowly close. Pucci, summoning an 8th-grade Ling beast already took up large amounts of mental energy. Now that the summoning had failed, Zuomo's face was completely bloodless and he spat out an arrow of blood. His entire body swayed in the air, as if he would fall at any moment. Xie Ziwen smiled coldly and said, "You are seeking your own humiliation. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Scram! The flames in his palm gathered again and pressed heavily towards Zuoremo. If this pressed down, Zuoremo would have to rest for at least half a year. In the arena battle 5 days later, he would have no chance at all. His entire future might be ruined. Hu Qi. Just at this moment, A dazzling purple saber chi flickered with electric light as it quickly flew towards the center of the two. The timing of the person who attacked was very accurate. It happened to be the instant Xieziwen's palm pressed down. It was neither too late nor too early. This forced Xieziwen to give up on attacking and turn around to defend against the saber chi. Bang! Xieziwen turned around and sent out a palm strike at the dazzling saber chi. The saber chi instantly shattered and turned into motes of starlight. The saber chi was not very strong. However, the state it contained was very strong. Xieziwen was not prepared and was forced back a few meters. Zuemo quickly took advantage of this opportunity to land on the ground. His fellow sect members immediately took out medicinal pills and infused essence into him to treat his injuries. Xieziwen stabilized himself and looked down with a lightning-like gaze. When he saw Xiao Chun maintaining his saber stance, his expression turned cold and he landed on the ground with a so sound. "You are just an inferior grade martial king and you dare to attack me? Are you tired of living?" When faced with Xieziwen's angry shout, Xiao Chun said calmly, "It is just an exchange of pointers. There is no need to be so ruthless." Xieziwen and Zuemo had only met by chance. There was no need for him to help Zuemo. However, when Xieziwen saw that Zuemo did not care about the people of the four nations, he felt dissatisfied. Since Xiao Chun could help, it did not matter. He would just treat it as sowing good karma. When Xieziwen heard this, he could not help but smile. He said, "Interesting. Since when did an inferior grade martial king dare to lecture me like this? It looks like you have been watching the sky from the bottom of a well for too long. Did your elders not teach you any principles? Today, I will kick your elders and teach you how to respect the seniors from the great Jin nation." Pa! After Xieziwen spoke, he sent out a palm strike. A huge palm made of flames smashed down at Xiao Chun with a high temperature. Puchi! Xiao Chun leaped up and a purple saber light flickered on it. He raised his saber and instantly chopped the huge flame palm in half. The flame palm quickly scattered into the surroundings, turning into motes of starlight and disappearing into the air. Xieziwen's expression changed slightly. When he saw the flickering electric light on his saber, he focused his gaze. This fellow's cultivation is not very high. However, his state of thunder is extraordinarily strong. It is comparable to Xieziwen's great perfection state of fire. It looks like I have to use 70% of my strength to defeat him. Dance of 1,000 flames! Xieziwen shouted, and resplendent flame ribbons appeared on his fingertips. Then he quickly soared into the sky. After a while, Xiao Chun soared more than 500 meters high. The 10-finger-sized flame ribbons instantly extended to 600 or 700 meters long. Xieziwen's 10 fingers moved gently, and the ribbons of flames danced like ribbons under the refraction of the sunlight. They looked very beautiful. The 700 or 800 meters long flame ribbons crisscrossed in the air, looking like ribbons dancing in the wind. Under Xieziwen's control, the flame ribbons quickly wrapped around Xiao Chun. The flame was not as tempting as it looked. When Xiao Chun felt that horrifying temperature, he gave up on using his physical body to test it. Dang! 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 When Xiao Chen's saber, which contained the power of thunder, struck the flame ribbons, it was like he struck a weapon. It gave off clanging sounds and countless sparks flew. Xieziwen laughed maniacally and increased the speed of his fingers. His figure followed Xiao Chen's advance, constantly changing positions in the air. This resulted in Xiao Chen trying to escape a few times. However, he was blocked by the flame ribbons. Chi! Xiao Chen took in a deep breath. The flame ribbons brushed against his right hand, which was holding his weapon. It immediately burned him painfully, nearly causing him to lose his grip on his weapon. Hu Chi! Xieziwen took advantage of this opportunity to spin his index finger. The flame ribbons immediately formed a knot and flew towards Xiao Chen's right cheek. Not only did Xieziwen want to defeat Xiao Chun, but he also wanted to teach him an unforgettable lesson. He wanted Xiao Chun to know that, given his status, he was not qualified to interfere in certain matters. Dang! Xiao Chun felt a chill in his heart. This fellow is really ruthless. Holding the lunar shadow saber, he sent the flame ribbons flying with a flicker of electric light. Looking at the burn on the back of his hand, Xiao Chun entered deep thought. It looks like I have a way to deal with this. I should observe for a while longer. The flame ribbons filled the air. Xiao Chen's figure moved along with the dancing ribbons. His body flipped sideways, up and down, left and right. Occasionally, Xiao Chun brandished the lunar shadow saber and dodged some of the flame ribbons that he could not avoid. The people below all stood up unknowingly. When they saw the long flame ribbons dancing in the air, they were so astonished that they could not close their mouths. What martial technique is this? Why is it so strange? It completely traps him in there, preventing him from escaping. Such proficient flame control techniques. The Xieziwen state of fire has truly reached an unimaginable level. I wonder how Xiao Chun will deal with this. Feels like there is no way to deal with it. Unless he scatters this dance of 1,000 flames before it is activated, he will lose. In my opinion, once he is trapped in it, he will basically fail. This might be a martial technique from the ancient era. In the entire Tianwu continent, only that place has a complete inheritance of an ancient era martial technique. Otherwise, it would not be so strange. The crowd discussed among themselves as they marveled at this strange martial skill. Many of them tried to imagine what they would do if they were in Xiao Chen's shoes. They wondered if they could do better than Xiao Chen. However, the results were disappointing. Unless they could interrupt Xiao Chun immediately or surpass him in terms of essence, they could break the flame ribbons. Otherwise, if they were trapped in it, defeat would only be a matter of time. Let's see how long you can last. Seeing that he could not truly injure Xiao Chen, Xieziwen could not help but feel frustrated. After all, in his opinion, Xiao Chun was barely strong enough for him to make a move. If he could not deal with Xiao Chun after a long time, even if he won in the end, it would be unbefitting of his status. Suddenly, Xieziwen's index finger started to move rhythmically. The 5 flame ribbons on the outermost layer suddenly formed a pillar, trapping Xiao Chun firmly. However, the innermost 5 of them condensed together and shot out. Their speed was twice as fast as before, leaving almost no time for anyone to dodge. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. However, he rejoiced in his heart. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He sheathed the lunar shadow saber with his right hand. An azure vital qi quickly poured into Xiao Chen's palm. Just as the condensed flame ribbons were about to approach him, Xiao Chun tilted his body slightly and grabbed them with his right hand. He tilted his body slightly and grabbed with his right hand. A cyan dragon claw suddenly appeared and grabbed the flame belt. Pu Qi. The dragon's claws gripped the scorching flame belt, producing intense friction. Clusters of sparks sputtered in all directions. Xiao Chun had tested the temperature of the flames earlier. He knew that the flames were not as scary as he had imagined. With the quality of his body and his full vital qi, he would not be able to withstand the heat of the flames. As long as he endured the heat, he would be able to grab the flame ribbons without getting injured. Xiao Chun had been waiting for the other party to condense the flame ribbons for a long time already. Blood Flame Shoe's secret technique, activate. Xiao Chun shouted, and the patterns on his shoes instantly lit up. His speed instantly reached Mach 4. Xiao Chen's figure flickered as he grabbed the 5 flame ribbons and leaped out of the barrier. He immediately felt relaxed. Chapter 468. Xieziwen stared at the 5 flame ribbons in shock. He could not understand how Xiao Chun was able to withstand the temperature of the flame ribbons. After being stunned for a while, Xieziwen reacted. He moved his fingers and controlled the other 5 flame ribbons to lengthen again. He wanted to envelop Xiao Chun again. This time, as long as he could envelop Xiao Chun, he would rather spend more time than take any more risks. Xiao Chun looked at the lengthening flame ribbons and smiled gently. How could he make the same mistake twice? Get down! Xiao Chun shouted and merged his vital qi and essence. His strength reached a horrifying 400,000 kilograms of force. He held the 5 flame ribbons in his right hand and flung them at the ground. Hence, the crowd saw a shocking scene. The owner of the flame ribbons was actually flung up by Xiao Chun and smashed into the ground. Bang! Outside the courtyard, Xieziwen's body landed heavily on a river a kilometer away. He kicked up huge waves and rippled the water. Qi! Qi! When the flame ribbons landed on the water, they burned continuously. Water and fire were incompatible. The temperature of the flame ribbons caused the water to boil. Steam rose from the surface of the river. Soon steam filled the air and steam filled the air. When Xiao Chun felt the flame ribbons in his hand weaken, he did not hesitate to pull them up again. The huge force immediately pulled Xie Ziwen out of the river. It looks like this dance of 1,000 flames cannot be dispersed so quickly, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Otherwise, Xie Ziwen would have dispersed the flame ribbons the moment he grabbed them. This is good. Xiao Chun grabbed the flame ribbons and infused all his vital qi and essence into the dragon claw on his arm. Then he flung them at the ground. It was like Xie Ziwen was tied up by a rope and tossed around on the ground in all directions. A kilometer away, with Xiao Chun as the center, Xie Ziwen's body bounced up and down in the air. When he landed, he immediately created a huge crater. Bang! 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 Immediately, huge pits appeared in the surroundings of the courtyard. Such a commotion attracted the attention of some of the cultivators passing by. When Xiao Chun saw Xiao Chun tossing a peak superior grade martial king in the air like he was tossing a toy, he gaped in disbelief. F***CK. This guy is a little too exaggerated. In the courtyard, an outstanding talent from the Great Chu Nation could not help but exclaim. An expert from the Great Jin Nation's Evil Moon Pavilion was actually toyed with by Xiao Chun. Half a quarter of an hour ago, Xiao Chun was still in a perilous situation. Half a quarter of an hour later, everything was reversed. The speed was so fast that it was hard for anyone to react. When Xiao Chun relaxed his grip, he discovered that the flames had completely disappeared. He looked at Xie Ziwen, who was on the ground, without hesitation. His figure flickered as he charged forward. While he was flying, he executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, creating 9 identical clones. Xie Ziwen was in a sorry state in the deep pit. His hair was disheveled, and his complexion was pale. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips, and his clothes were in tatters. When Xie Ziwen saw Xiao Chun descending, rage flashed in his eyes. He pressed his palms together, and rings of flames spread out from his body. This was Xie Ziwen's unique consummate technique, the ring of wind flaming palm. Bang! 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 The fiery flames carried a ferocious energy. They blasted Xiao Chen's clones into energy fragments, causing them to vanish into nothingness. Xie Ziwen glanced at the last remaining clone, and his gaze turned cold. He said coldly, "Die!" Xie Ziwen withdrew the rings of flames around him, and all the fire-attributed energy gathered in his right palm. A scorching, resplendent, sun-like flame immediately ignited on his palm. The surrounding air began to boil from the heat of his palm. Countless sparks appeared in the air, looking like stars in the sky. Boom! The palm wind struck Xiao Chen's body. The last Xiao Chun was instantly blasted into smithereens, dying without a complete corpse. Oh no! I killed Xiao Chun in one move. However, Xie Ziwen's expression changed drastically. Xie Ziwen quickly turned around and sent out a palm strike. An intense flaming palm wind instantly exploded. Ka-ca! Xiao Chen's true body flashed, and he placed his right hand on his saber hilt. He instantly executed drawing the saber, his fastest move. A purple bolt of lightning tore through the surging flames and hacked down at Xie Ziwen. Pu-ci! As the electric light flickered, Xiao Chen's sudden attack immediately broke through Xie Ziwen's defense and left a long wound on his shoulder. Bang! The surging force of the saber sent Xie Ziwen flying back 100 meters. When Xie Ziwen saw the flickering electric light on the wound on his shoulder, he was horrified. What kind of martial technique is this? Unexpectedly, it can completely hide its killing intent. This fellow is too terrifying. Cannot leave him alive. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble in the future. Even though he is only an inferior grade martial king, he is already so strong. If I give him another 2 years, he might even have the strength to suppress me in the 5-nation youth competition. After Xie Ziwen made up his mind, he swallowed a medicinal pill and looked coldly at Xiao Chun. He said, "Very good. You actually managed to injure me." Cripple yourself now, and I will spare you. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. The lunar shadow saber sent out a saber light from his wrist. Xiaochen smiled gently and said, "You are really arrogant. Open your eyes and look at the world properly. Stop being immersed in the legends of the great Jin nation. The times have changed long ago. Do you really think that the geniuses of the great Jin nation can do whatever they want now? Now that the era of geniuses had just sprouted, geniuses appeared everywhere. No matter who it was, being arrogant would only lead to being abandoned by the times." Even though Xie Ziwen was one of the top 12 contestants in the previous 5-nation youth competition, he was no exception. This was the general trend. Only by being at ease and keeping one's feet on the ground could one truly walk down this path. "I will not shed tears until I see the coffin. Whether I am arrogant or not, you will know soon enough." Xie Ziwen snorted coldly and brought out his state of fire to its limits. The temperature within 500 meters immediately soared. An ethereal and formless fire spread everywhere. "Thousand flame palm." Xie Ziwen sent out another palm strike. The palm of fire looked very solid. Even the lines on the palm became clear. Boom! 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 Xie Ziwen took a deep breath and released his killing chi. His palm images danced around, and a palm of fire filled the air, pressing towards Xiao Chun. The peak state of fire is indeed powerful. Xiao Chun thought to himself as he looked at the palm images filling the air. Xiao Chun tore off the strip of cloth covering his forehead. The red mark on Xiao Chen's forehead started to flicker quickly. The purple saber immediately flickered with a scarlet light. Wukuei breaks the heavens. Xiao Chun grasped his saber with both hands and merged the state of thunder and state of massacre. The purple and red lights on the saber formed a strange pillar of light. When the Wukuei tree above Xiao Chen's head completely formed, the pillar of light quickly elongated. With the support of the state of massacre, the pillar of electric light swept out. All the palm images were like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. When the pillar of light touched them, they immediately disappeared, turning into countless sparks. After breaking his opponent's 1,000 flame palm in one move, Xiao Chun did not stop. He executed the Wukuei saber technique's 8th move, which he had never used before. Under the blazing sun, the sky suddenly turned dark. Boundless thunderclouds spread out and thunder roared, raising Xiao Chen's aura to its limits. Xie Ziwen's expression changed greatly. His figure flashed as he quickly retreated. Earlier, Xiao Chun had tossed him around like a toy. He had already sustained significant internal injuries. After that, he made a mistake in judgment and got struck in the shoulder by Xiao Chen's saber. Originally, Xie Ziwen thought that when he executed the 1,000 flame palm with his state of fire, he would be able to take down his opponent in one move. Who would have imagined that Xiao Chun would use one trump card after another? Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun grasped two different states. When the state of massacre and state of thunder merged together, it completely suppressed Xie Ziwen's state. Now that Xie Ziwen saw such a horrifying saber technique, fear rose in his heart. He only wanted to dodge quickly. "Wukuei moves heaven," Xiao Chun shouted, and the thunderclouds in the sky quickly gathered under the guidance of the saber. A kilometer high in the sky, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. The thunderclouds formed the trunk of a scarlet Wukuei tree. The tree trunk grew rapidly, and soon, leaves covered the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It was unknown whether it was a misperception or an illusion, but the instant the Wukuei tree completely formed, the people below felt like the sky shook. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to have changed. Xie Ziwen moved back continuously. However, he discovered that he could not move at all. He was still moving around in his original spot. Damn it! The laws of heaven and earth have changed slightly. There is no way to dodge this move, Xie Ziwen thought in horror. The Wukuei saber technique was an ancient martial technique modified by the Thunder King, Sang Mu. The final 3 moves were all killing moves. Each move was stronger than the one before it. It could be said to be the limit of a peak earth-ranked martial technique. Ever since Xiao Chun learned the Wukuei moves the heaven, he had not used it yet. This was because this move was so mighty that even he did not dare to be confident of it. This was especially so after he merged the state of massacre. Xiao Chun did not dare to estimate how strong this move would be. Once he used it, no one under half-step martial monarch would be able to receive it. Even a half-step martial monarch would have to pay a heavy price if they dared to receive it head-on. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he made a move, there would be no turning back. Xie Ziwen was strong and talented. Since Xiao Chun had already offended him, there was no need to hold back. Xiao Chun wanted to severely injure Xie Ziwen and disqualify him from competing for the ancient desolate tower. Otherwise, he would have created an opponent for nothing. Boom! Under Xiao Chen's guidance, the 100-meter-tall Wuxia tree descended from the sky. Everywhere it passed, thunder roared and scarlet lightning flashed in the air. The sky changed color. It was like the end of the world. Xie Ziwen was frightened into an unsightly expression. He closed his eyes and pressed his palms together. A gentle flame slowly enveloped him. Since Xie Ziwen could not dodge or escape, he could only face this move head-on. Just as the Wuxia tree was about to descend, Xie Ziwen suddenly opened his eyes. The gentle flame gathered in his palm. Chapter 469. Xie Ziwen shouted and smashed his palm against the base of the tree. Bang! The two huge forces clashed in the air. A purple energy ripple spread out rapidly in the air. It seemed like space had been sliced in half. The huge force pressed down, and Xie Ziwen vomited a mouthful of blood. Blood leaked out of all the pores on his body. Shio! This palm strike knocked the divine tree into the air again. However, it did not show any signs of damage. Even the direction in which it was falling did not change. The rebound from the divine Wuxia tree made Xiao Chun feel uncomfortable. He thought to himself, this person is indeed strong. Unexpectedly, he can still counterattack like this after receiving the heavy blow from Wuxia moves the heavens. Again. Bang! Bang! Under Xiao Chen's guidance, the divine Wuxia tree with a vast and boundless aura smashed into Xie Ziwen repeatedly. Xie Ziwen was indeed very strong. Although his injuries were more severe each time, he managed to endure it after repeating the process 4 or 5 times. When the many cultivators in the air saw this, they were all astonished. The ground under Xie Ziwen's feet had already caved in when the divine tree smashed into it. Blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. It was a frightening sight. Just as Xie Ziwen could no longer hold on, an extremely strong aura flew over from the horizon. A black-robed old man smashed his palm against the divine Wuxia tree. Ka-xie, ka-xie. This palm strike contained an unknown amount of force. The entire divine Wuxia tree instantly cracked. After a while, it turned into a scarlet shockwave flying through the air. When Xie Ziwen saw the black-robed old man, his expression relaxed. He said somewhat weakly, "Second martial uncle, why are you here?" The black-robed old man supported the divine Wuxia tree with one hand. He glanced at Xie Ziwen and said, "You still have the cheek to say that? If I had not heard the commotion and rushed over, you might have been beaten to death. I told you long ago that times have changed. If you maintain the same attitude as before, even if you enter the ancient desolate tower, you will still be crushed to death by the waves." Xie Ziwen did not take the old man's words to heart. He pointed at Xiao Chun and said, "Second martial uncle, kill him. You cannot let him off. My internal organs are all injured. I am afraid I will not be able to participate in the arena battles in the ancient desolate tower." When the black-robed old man heard this, he checked Xie Ziwen's injuries. His expression immediately changed as he looked coldly at Xiao Chun. Immediately, Xiao Chun felt a frightening force staring at him. His heartbeat slowed under the old man's gaze. Xiao Chun could not help but be astonished. This black-robed old man was actually a martial monarch. The black-robed old man withdrew his gaze and said coldly, "You are really bold. You even dare to offend the evil moon pavilion. I pray that you never leave the ancient desolate land." After Xiao Chun spoke, he ignored Xie Ziwen's words and quickly left with Xie Ziwen. He left as quickly as he had come. Just as Xiao Chun was wondering why the other party would stop, an extremely powerful aura came from behind him. This was the old man who announced the date of the arena battles at the Tianwu Plaza. As he looked in the direction that Xieziwen's second martial uncle left, he smiled coldly and said, "At least he is tactful. What kind of place is this? It is not a place for the Evil Moon Pavilion to be arrogant." Xiao Chen felt relieved. He now knew why the old man did not dare to do anything to him. He said to the old man in the air, "This junior is Xiao Chen. Many thanks for senior's help. May I ask for senior's name?" The old man smiled gently and floated down from the sky. He carefully sized up Xiao Chen and said, "Not bad. 100 consecutive victories is indeed not a fluke. This old man is called Shi Hailong. You can just call me Senior Shi." Xiao Chen nodded and thanked him again. When the other outstanding talents in the courtyard saw the old man, they all flew over and respectfully greeted him. Shi Hailong looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Today, you have helped the Heavenly Extermination Union greatly. As long as you are in the ancient desolate land, I can guarantee that no one from the Evil Moon Pavilion will dare to touch you. I have something here to thank you personally." Shi Hailong tossed a medicinal pill bottle over. When Xiao Chen opened it and smelled it, he smelled a heavy medicinal fragrance that intoxicated him. After the consecutive battles, Xiao Chen had suffered some internal injuries. When he smelled this fragrance, he immediately felt better. It was actually a medicinal pill for treating internal injuries. Just the fragrance alone was so effective. It was easy to imagine the rank of this medicinal pill. Xiao Chen quickly thanked Shi Hailong. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen understood what this meant by doing the Heavenly Extermination Union a huge favor. The Heavenly Extermination Union probably did not wish for Xieziwen to participate in the fight for the ancient desolate tower. However, Xieziwen had used a favor to pressure Xiao Chen, so he had no choice but to do so. Now that Xiao Chen had severely injured Xieziwen would not be able to participate in the fight for the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Chen had already repaid the Heavenly Extermination Union's favor and achieved his goal. It would be hard for him not to be happy. Those 20 spots should not be a problem for you. The ancient desolate tower is looking forward to seeing how many floors you can climb. After the old man spoke, he did not linger. With a few flashes, he was already a kilometer away. The strength of a martial monarch was truly unfathomable. Just his speed was enough to astonish the outstanding talents. "Xiao Chen, many thanks for your help earlier." Zuoremo of the Beast Taming Abode thanked Xiao Chen as he stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Xiao Chen said softly, "There is no need to thank me. It was just a small matter." However, Zuoremo smiled bitterly to himself. Indeed, it was just a small matter. However, at that time, Xieziwen was extremely arrogant. Furthermore, he had the Evil Moon Pavilion behind him. Anyone who dared to help would have to consider the consequences. Not just anyone would dare to make such a move, and not just anyone would be able to do it so accurately. Zuoremo raised his head and looked sincerely at Xiao Chen. He said, "There are no words to express my gratitude. We will meet again in the ancient desolate tower. I hope that we can reach heights that no one before us can reach. At that time, we will go to the 5-nation youth competition and make those arrogant geniuses of the great Jin nation lower their heads." Xiao Chen smiled gently and did not say anything more. The gathering came to an end. Originally, it was just a gathering for the members to test each other out. Unexpectedly, it turned out like this. When everyone looked at Xiao Chen, their earlier shock had turned into awe and veneration. Although the battle between Xiao Chen and Zuoremo had not officially started, it was already clear who was stronger. Now, Xiao Chen had completely suppressed Zuoremo, becoming the strongest of the younger generation of the 4 nations. Among the young geniuses who were ranked above him, only the top geniuses of Dajin were left. The gap between him and the others had completely widened. After the crowd left, Xiaxian looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, now that you have offended the Evil Moon Pavilion, although the Heavenly Extermination Union is protecting you, it is hard to avoid them playing tricks. How about you stay at the 1,000 Sword Pavilion's branch before the arena battles begin?" Xia Xian invited him again. Xiao Chen was too embarrassed to reject her again. Furthermore, Xia Xian's words made sense. it would be easy for the other party to play tricks. Although Xiao Chun was not afraid of such things, it would still be troublesome. So he agreed to Xia Xian's invitation. As the two of them headed for the Thousand-Sword Pavilion's branch, a middle-aged man with a black scar on his face stood at the top of a tree outside the courtyard. A middle-aged man with a black scar on his face stood on the top of a tree and stared at Xiao Chun expressionlessly. If Xiao Chun noticed this person, he would discover that this person was the dark church remnant that stole the martial sage's corpse. It is indeed the blue dragon chi. I used it a few times in the wrestling ring and a few more times today. I can go and verify it with the vice churchmaster. It is indeed the blue dragon chi. I used it a few times in the wrestling ring and a few more times today. I can go and verify it with the vice churchmaster. On a nameless island outside Desolate City, a black stone coffin lay in the center of a secret room. A robust corpse lay in the coffin. The coffin was filled with a viscous red liquid that bubbled continuously. Strands of red energy slowly poured into the corpse. The corpse looked like it was alive. Its skin glistened as it soaked in the liquid. It did not look like a corpse at all. When Xiao Chun saw the corpse's appearance, he discovered that it was the martial sage's corpse that the scarred man had stolen from Chenren Island. A few cultivators wearing black robes embroidered with red clouds stood around the coffin. They watched the corpse in the coffin anxiously, occasionally adding some materials into the coffin. Even closer to the wall was a black-robed old man with a gloomy aura. He looked excitedly at the corpse in the coffin, his expression filled with anticipation. As he stood there, he looked like a dark shadow hiding in the room. The originally dim secret room seemed to turn even darker because of him. How is it? How long will it take before this corpse can be completely refined into a demonic corpse? The black-robed old man's hoarse voice resounded in the secret room. A cultivator stopped what he was doing and said respectfully to the old man, "Reporting to Vice Churchmaster Ding, it will take another half a year before it can be completely refined. We are incompetent. It has taken too long. Otherwise, we could have taken it out in the battle with the Blood Wolf Gang." No one knew if the Dark Church's churchmaster was dead or alive. Normally, only the 3 vice churchmasters appeared before the members of the Dark Church. Aside from this old man, the other 2 vice churchmasters spent most of their time wandering around and did not care about the Dark Church's affairs. Hence, this old man could be considered the true churchmaster of the Dark Church. Old Man Ding smiled and said, "It is not long at all. It is only half a year. This is a rare physical body martial sage that appears once in 1,000 years. As for the Blood Wolf Gang, there is no need for you to care about them. They are just some small fries." Dong, dong, dong. There was knocking on the door of the secret room. Then the stone door opened. A member of the Dark Church surrounded by black chi arrived before Churchmaster Ding and whispered a few words to him. After Old Man Ding heard this, his face lit up in joy again. He waved his hand, dismissing this person. Then, he said to the 4 people refining the martial sage's corpse, "Stay in this secret room for half a year and do not leave. When the matter is done, I will reward you." The 4 nodded quickly. Then, the old man left the secret room and arrived at a large hall. The scarred man had been waiting in the hall for a long time already. When he saw the old man, he quickly bowed and said, "Wu Yong greets Churchmaster." A smile appeared on Churchmaster Ding's wrinkled face. He said, "There is no need to be so polite. What good news do you have for me?" Wu Yong nodded and said, "The brat who snatched away the martial sage's burial items on Chenren Island is indeed the inheritor of the Blue Dragon martial spirit." When Churchmaster Ding heard this, his expression changed slightly. He entered deep thought. Before the Churchmaster went into closed-door cultivation, he said that the inheritor of the Blue Dragon martial spirit would definitely appear. It looked like this was true. Chapter 470. The sect leader had said that he would give this person a little test. If he couldn't pass the test, he would be a piece of trash and could be killed directly. Sect leader Ding sized up Wu Yong for a while and came up with an idea. He said, "Wu Yong, the minor fiend essence pill that I gave you not long ago is pretty effective, right? You advanced to half-step martial monarch in just half a month. The Fiend Essence Pill was a high-ranked medicinal pill unique to the Dark Church. It was extremely effective for cultivators with demonic beast martial spirits. It could help them break through bottlenecks in a short time. In the eyes of the Nether Church's cultivators, they were extremely attractive. Under normal circumstances, the Nether Church's cultivators would not be able to defeat the Nether Church. Apart from the 9 Great Elders, the others had to make great contributions in order to receive such a reward. After Wu Yong brought back the corpse of a martial sage, Churchmaster Ding bestowed him with 3 minor Fiend Essence Pills, which immediately increased his strength and allowed him to break through to half-step Martial Monarch. Wu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He knew that something good was coming. Suppressing his joy, he said, "Many thanks to Sect Leader for nurturing me. The effect of the small Fiend Essence Pill is indeed very good." Sect Leader Ding gently smiled and said, "Then I'll leave this matter to you. Find an opportunity to kill this person. After you're done, I'll give you a Major Demon Essence Core. Greater Demon Essence Core." The scar on Wu Yang's face couldn't help but twitch. The Grand Demon Essence Pill was something that even the 9 Great Elders could only obtain once a year. If he could obtain it, he would have a 70% chance of becoming a martial emperor. "Thank you, Sect Leader. I, Wu Yang, will not disappoint you." As Churchmaster Ding watched Wu Yang leave, he muttered to himself, "This fellow just advanced to half-step Martial Monarch not long ago. He is the most suitable candidate to test him. If he could pass the test, he would be of some value. If he couldn't, the Sect Master wouldn't feel the pinch even if he died." If Wu Yang knew that he was just a chess piece, who knew if he would still be so excited? In a quiet guest room at the Thousand Sword Pavilion's branch, Xiao Chun worked on breaking through to peak consummation of the Firmament Body Tempering Art's 4th layer. 4 days had passed since the gathering, and they hadn't encountered any trouble in the Thousand Sword Pavilion. This allowed Xiao Chun to focus all his attention on cultivation. He now had a new understanding of his own strength. Under half-step martial monarchs, Xiao Chun was probably truly unrivaled. Unless a half-step martial monarch appeared, it would be difficult for anyone to deal any substantial damage to him. As long as the geniuses of the Great Jin Nation were not half-step martial monarchs, Xiao Chun was confident of fighting them. After his fight with Xie Ziwen, Xiao Chun was filled with anticipation for the top geniuses of the Great Jin Nation. Xie Ziwen was only ranked 12th. He was already so strong. Despite being injured both internally and externally, he could still resist Wuxia moves heaven several times. If Xiao Chun was at his peak, he might have been able to catch the Wuxia moves the heavens. The possibility was very high. If one thought about it carefully, Xie Ziwen's defeat had more to do with his mentality. From the very beginning, he had not taken Xiao Chun seriously and had only used 70% of his strength. After that, his dance of 1,000 flames was broken by Xiao Chun in an overbearing manner. If they were to fight again, it might not be so easy for Xiao Chun to win. Boom! 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 Just at this moment, the remaining 4 acupoints on Xiao Chen's left arm exploded. The dragon chi in the 12 acupoints quickly flowed out. The dragon chi merged and formed a lifelike blue dragon with overwhelming spiritual energy. Finally, the blue dragon imprinted itself on Xiao Chen's arm and turned into a blue dragon tattoo. The strength in his left arm suddenly increased explosively. Xiao Chun clenched his fist tightly and the blood in his veins started to throb intensely. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and smiled gently. "Peak great perfection of the 4th layer. I wonder what layer Bai Lishi is at now. Do I have a chance of catching up to him?" That fellow's physical body cultivation was monstrous. In a short 2 months, he had already broken through the 4th layer. Now, another 2 months had passed. Xiao Chun would not find it strange that Bai Lishi had broken through to the 5th layer. The cultivation of the physical body had a higher requirement for talent than the cultivation of essence. Xiao Chun got up and pushed open the door. He went to the courtyard and started practicing the Dragon Claw Fist. He had already completed the Berserk Dragon Fist. There was still 1 more day. Xiao Chun decided to focus on stabilizing the Berserk Dragon Fist. He could only practice burning the heavens, breaking the armor, and seizing the heart after he entered the ancient desolate tower. "Fist!" Xiao Chun shouted and circulated his vital qi. He activated the blue dragon tattoo on his right arm and executed the berserk dragon fist. An azure dragon head quickly appeared on his fist. When Xiao Chen punched, the air rippled like water. The dragon head slowly split in half, forming ripples. Claw! Xiao Chen withdrew his right fist. The dragon head did not scatter, looking majestic. He took half a step forward and formed a claw with his left hand, clawing at the air. An azure dragon claw immediately appeared. As the 5 claws moved, they left 5 deep marks in the air. It was like space was torn apart. Roar! Just at this moment, just as Xiao Chen was about to scatter his energy, the dragon head on his right hand and the dragon claw on his left seemed to fuse together. The head and tail connected, and a complete dragon image appeared behind Xiao Chen. It let out a loud roar, and a strong wind blew in the courtyard, causing the grass to bend. Dragon might spread out uncontrollably from Xiao Chen. In an instant, it was like a dragon descending from all directions. With a thought, Xiao Chen held his palms together. The blue dragon behind him immediately turned into a beam of dragon chi and soared into the sky. In an instant, it broke through the boundless clouds and entered the vast world outside. The leader of the 1,000-sword pavilion branch suddenly opened his eyes in a pavilion. When he saw the dragon chi soar into the sky, a strange look flashed in his eyes. As he looked at the distant dragon chi in the sky, doubt flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He had never heard of the dragon claw fist having such might, able to summon out a complete dragon image. If that was the case, it had something to do with his blue dragon martial spirit. The 2 blue dragon tattoos on Xiao Chen's arms started to move. Before the dragon might scattered, Xiao Chen executed the dragon claw fist from start to finish. However, the previous situation of the dragon descending into the world did not happen again. Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chen continued to explore. The ancient holy beast, the azure dragon martial spirit, had too many secrets. He had a premonition that if he could use this move as he pleased, he would be able to use it as he pleased. He had a feeling that if he could execute this move as he pleased, its might would not be much weaker than Wuxia moves the heavens. It would become Xiao Chen's new trump card. Time slowly went by. Xiao Chen tirelessly practiced the dragon claw fist in the courtyard. Fist winds flickered, kicking up the fallen leaves in the courtyard. Hoo! Hoo! At some point in time, a flood dragon made of fallen leaves appeared in the courtyard. As Xiao Chen advanced and retreated, it swam freely in the air. As Xiao Chen brandished his claws, the flood dragon made of fallen leaves looked very unsightly. There was only a vague silhouette. However, there was an aura coming from the flood dragon's body. It contained a faint might that spread throughout the courtyard. Dong! Footsteps entered Xiao Chen's ears. With a thought, Xiao Chen stopped his cultivation technique. The soaring flood dragon immediately scattered. The flood dragon turned into countless fallen leaves drifting in the courtyard, dancing in the cool breeze. Ha ha! Senior sister, I knew it. Xiao Chen must be practicing. Xiao Rou's melodious laughter resounded outside the courtyard. Xia Xian and Xiao Rou slowly walked in. As the fallen leaves drifted down, Xia Xian could clearly feel a strong wind slowly dissipating. When she looked at Xiao Chen, she could not help but feel that he was unfathomable. Xiao Chen casually waved his hands twice, and a strong wind blew the leaves on their heads to the side, splitting them in the middle. You are here? Xiao Chen said with a smile as he withdrew his hands and stood upright. Xia Xian sized up Xiao Chen and smiled helplessly. After not seeing you for a few days, your strength has increased significantly. Compared to half a month ago, you are probably a completely different person. Xiao Chen nodded and did not deny it. He said seriously, it is still not enough. With the current situation, the era of geniuses has just sprouted. The path of a cultivator will be even more difficult than before. If you do not advance, you will fall behind. Even if you do not move, you will be left far behind by others. Xiao Rou curled her lips and said, you are really boring. Every time you speak, you are always so serious, like a block of wood. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled faintly. He preferred peace and quiet, not liveliness. This was something that would never change. He looked at Xiaxian and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Xiaxian said, "The two of us are looking for you because we want to take a look around Desolate City. There is nothing urgent. However, before my martial uncle left, he suddenly said that he wanted to meet you. However, it should not be anything major." Xiao Chun was surprised. The martial uncle that Xiaxian spoke of was called Luo Chen. He had met him once before. Luo Chen was the leader of this branch. He was in charge of the Thousand Sword Pavilion's matters here. He was a martial monarch. As for how strong he was, Xiao Chun did not know. In any case, he was very strong and could easily kill the current Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "In that case, wait for me. I am also very curious about this desolate city. It would be good to take a look around." With the firmament body tempering art's fourth layer at peak consummation, Xiao Chun could relax for a while. It would be a good idea to take a look around Desolate City. Go quickly and come back quickly. Don't make us wait too long. Otherwise, we will not bring you along. Xiao Rou threatened with a smile. Xiao Chun smiled gently and headed for the main building of the branch. After he went up to the pavilion and reported the matter, the guards of the pavilion immediately led Xiao Chun up to the top floor. The pavilion was 100 meters tall and had a total of 15 floors. When Xiao Chun reached the top floor, he could see the surrounding scenery. When Xiaxian's martial uncle saw Xiao Chun, he quickly stood up to welcome him. "You are here. Have a seat. This is the freshly brewed rank 4 spirit tea. Try it." Xiaxian's martial uncle smiled warmly. The tea leaves of the spirit tea were brewed using a special method. They were only sold in Desolate City. After rank 3 spirit tea was sold in limited quantities and was very difficult to obtain. The martial uncle used it to entertain Xiao Chun. This was enough to show his sincerity. Xiao Chun sat down and brought the teacup to his lips. He looked at the steaming tea and gently blew on it. He said, "Senior is too polite. Why are you looking for this junior?" Luo Chun smiled faintly and said, "Little friend, since you are straightforward, I will not beat around the bush. May I ask if little friend's martial spirit is the ancient holy beast, the blue dragon?" When Xiao Chun heard this, he was stunned. He placed the teacup that was already at his lips back on the table. He looked at Luo Chun and said, "Senior, why do you ask?" Luo Chun smiled and said, "Little friend, there is no need to be nervous. I do not have any malicious intentions. It is just that I saw an azure dragon chi soaring into the sky earlier and had some doubts." Chapter 471. The blue dragon martial spirit has not appeared for 1,000 years. It is incomparably mysterious. This old man just happened to know a little about it. If little friend is willing to tell me the truth, this old man will tell you everything he knows. Xiao Chun shook his head and smiled. "Senior is overthinking. The so-called dragon chi is just my cultivation technique being special. I do not have a blue dragon martial spirit. If you do not believe me, you can come and check." Luo Chun looked at Xiao Chen's indifferent expression. His heart could not help but waver. Could it be that he really does not have a blue dragon martial spirit? Xiao Chun stood up and said, "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." This mountain was not cold yet. As Luo Chun watched Xiao Chun leave, he entered into deep thought. He did not have any malicious intentions. If the blue dragon martial spirit really appeared, it would affect the many powers of the continent. The Thousand Sword Pavilion would inevitably be dragged into it. If he could form a relationship with Xiao Chun in advance, the Thousand Sword Pavilion would be much more at ease when faced with such a change. From the looks of it now, perhaps he was overthinking. How many secrets does the blue dragon martial spirit have? Xiao Chun left the pavilion and looked at the sky. His eyes were filled with confusion. As time goes by, this secret will be exposed sooner or later. Never mind, I will deal with it when it comes. The most important thing is to raise my strength. Xiao Chun took a deep breath and stopped thinking about this problem. Then, he left with Xiao Rou, who had been waiting for him for a long time. The scenery of Desolate City was very unique. Xiao Chun followed behind the two girls and looked at the world of mortals. He put down the burden in his heart and did not think about anything else. His body and mind relaxed significantly. Under Xiao Rou's instigation, He agreed to pay for the two of them. The two of them immediately walked around the streets in high spirits. They spent money like flowing water. Anything that interested them, they immediately bought it. How much is this hairpin? 300 inferior grade spirit stones. That is so cheap. Senior sister, let's take one each. This floral dress is very exquisite. How much is it? 500 inferior grade spirit stones. That is so cheap. Give me 2 of each color and size. All sorts of noises came out of Xiao Rou's mouth. At some point in time, the smile on Xiao Chen's face started to stiffen. Sorry, my stomach hurts a little. You guys go ahead, I'll go back first. If this went on, no matter how many spirit stones he had, he wouldn't be able to spend them. Xiao Chun pretended to be in pain, found an excuse, and hurriedly slipped away. When Xia Xian saw this, she could not help but giggle. She thought of Xiao Chun, who remained unfazed despite facing outstanding talents from all over the world, as if he wasn't afraid of anything. He was actually scared by Ruru to the point that he pretended to have a stomachache and fled. Xiao asked doubtfully, "Hey, why do you have a stomachache? I still have a few things that I haven't bought." If Xiao Chun hadn't left, he would have vomited blood in anger after hearing this. Early the next morning, when the morning sun set, Xia Xian and Xiao Chun went out together again, rushing to the Tianwu Plaza in the city. When they arrived at the plaza, many cultivators had already gathered there. However, because they were not participants, they could not enter. They all looked around curiously. Xia Xian stopped and sighed softly. What will come will come. Let's meet again at the ancient desolate tower. There were 20 spots. Xia Xian did not dare guarantee that she would obtain them. Thus, she said this to boost her morale. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "See you at the ancient desolate tower." Xiao Chun is here. Even Xie Ziwen is not a match for him. If we run into him, it will be difficult. Just admit defeat. What else can they do? They clearly know that they are going to lose, but they still want to continue fighting. They probably won't be able to participate in the next round. This ancient desolate tower has 20 spots. In my opinion, there are only 19. This Xiao Chun is definitely one of them. Seeing Xiao Chen arrive, the cultivators who had already arrived before the Tianwu Emperor's statue all sighed. To them, it was a tragedy for them to have someone like Xiao Chun. They could only pray to the gods that they would not draw him when they drew lots. Xiao Chun did not bother with them. After he wished Xia Xian good luck, he blended into the crowd and waited quietly for Shi Hailong and the others to arrive. Not long after, a group of cultivators with the Heavenly Extermination Union's emblem on them flew over and landed on the platform. The one leading them was Shi Hailong, whom Xiao Chun had seen before. Shi Hailong swept his gaze across the 200-odd cultivators. Then he said to the person beside him, "Go and do a head count. If there are fewer people, wait another 15 minutes. If there are more, we will start immediately." That person received the order and went to do a head count. After he was done, he flew back to the platform and said, 276 people are all here. Shi Hailong nodded and said, "Good. Let's start the first round of drawing lots." 4 black wooden boxes had already been prepared on the platform. There were holes in the boxes that only allowed one arm to fit through. Under the guidance of the Heavenly Extermination Union, Xiao Chun followed the crowd and drew out a red wooden token from one of the boxes. The number 18 was written in black on the wooden token. After the lots were drawn, Shi Hailong said in a deep voice, "Numbers 1 to 18 will enter the arena first. Those who drew the red token will enter the arena first. Then hang out your number. Those who drew the blue token will find the same number and start the match." The rules were simple and clear. The opponent could be chosen randomly. Xiao Chun approved of the rules. There would be 30 matches in 2 days. Under such rules, it would be able to test a person's strength to the greatest extent. Xiao Chun happened to be number 18. After Shi Hailong spoke, he immediately found an arena and leaped onto it. Then he hung his token on a pillar. After a while, a great Chu Nation cultivator with an extremely unsightly expression slowly walked up to Xiao Chen's arena. "My luck is really bad. I got this jinx in the first match," that person muttered in a soft voice. As he looked at Xiao Chun, he could not muster any fighting spirit in his heart. The two of them took their stances and bowed to each other. Then they prepared to fight. The two's auras clashed in the air. When the great Chu Nation cultivator saw the calm expression on Xiao Chen's face, he thought of all the rumors about Xiao Chun. Also, when he personally saw Xiao Chen fights Mo and Xie Ziwen, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was not a match for Xiao Chun. Just as Xiao Chun was about to make his move, the cultivator sighed helplessly and said, "Stop fighting. I admit defeat." There were more than 200 contestants here who had passed the first round of selection. They were all outstanding talents from various places. Naturally, they had their own pride. If they said that they would admit defeat before the fight started, it would be hard to avoid a knot in their hearts. First of all, it would not be easy for them to get over it. However, when facing such a strong person like Xiao Chun, the cultivator did not have much confidence in continuing to fight. It would only hurt his essence and increase his exhaustion. This would be very disadvantageous for the next match. After weighing the pros and cons, the cultivator could only helplessly admit defeat. After all, the slot to the ancient desolate tower was the most important. The cultivator could not allow himself to be at a disadvantage in the next match just because of his pride. Xiao Chun shook his head helplessly and walked off the arena. He did not agree with the other party's decision to give up. If it were Xiao Chun, no matter how strong his opponent was, he would have to give it a try before he would know. Cowering before a fight would greatly affect the sharpness in a cultivator's heart. If this continued for a long time, that sharpness would completely disappear. Even if his cultivation improved in the future, his combat prowess would not increase by much. Cultivators were not afraid of failure. What they were afraid of was losing their sharpness, losing that pride in their heart. After the first round of drawing lots ended, the second round of drawing lots started. However, Xiao Chun was disappointed. His second opponent chose to give up again. This continued all the way until the fifth match started. Only then did Xiao Chun officially meet with an opponent. His opponent was none other than the Myriad Fiend Palace's Jiang Zimo. Jiang Zimo looked at Xiao Chun in the arena and smiled. "How helpless. I still ended up meeting you. Let's stop here. There is no need to hurt our friendship." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "That is exactly what I was thinking. Make your move." Jiang Zimo nodded and said, "Sorry for the offense." Hu Qi. Jiang Zimo pushed off the ground and sent out an intense palm wind at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun knew the uniqueness of Jiang Zimo's martial technique. From the moment he started, he would use his full power. If Xiao Chun held back too much, once he was at a disadvantage, it would be hard for him to turn the situation around. So he immediately drew his lunar shadow saber. Bang! The dense palm winds clashed with the unending saber chi, producing a loud sound. Horrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions in the arena. Jiang Zimo sent out 3 palm strikes using his full power. He broke Xiao Chen's saber light and was about to press forward. When a cultivator used their fist or palm against a cultivator who used a weapon, they would be at an innate disadvantage. This was the principle of the longer one was, the stronger one was. However, once the opponent got close, the weapon would lose its effect and the situation would turn around. Naturally, Xiao Chun understood this principle. As he moved, he brandished his saber continuously. He executed all sorts of martial techniques to prevent his opponent from getting close. The two of them moved quickly on the arena. They both executed their exquisite movement techniques. Soon, they exchanged dozens of moves. Both of them advanced and retreated. The two of them were very cautious. The battle slowly entered a stalemate. Only Jiang Zimo dares to not admit defeat against Xiao Chen. Just thinking about it makes me feel sullen. I have been in this world for more than 10 years, and I have never admitted defeat before a fight. Today I met with Xiao Chen. I do not even have the courage to fight. I am the same. When I see him, I think of his fight with Xie Ziwen. You all know how strong Xie Ziwen is. In the end, he still lost to him. How could I dare to continue fighting? Let's just pray that we do not get Xiao Chun. Even if it is Mo, I will not take the initiative to admit defeat. When the group of people watched the fight between Xiao Chun and Jiang Zimo, They were shocked at Xiao Chen's strength and admired Jiang Zimo's courage. Even though he knew that there was not much hope, he still dared to make a move. When they thought about themselves, the gap between them was obvious. They could only sigh helplessly. The battle continued for another hour. Xiao Chen slowly discovered some problems. It seemed like he had fallen for Jiang Zimo's tricks. The moment Xiao Chen entered the arena, Jiang Zimo used his full strength. Although Xiao Chen's essence was abundant, he did not have the strange cultivation technique that his opponent had. In terms of endurance, he would not be able to last longer than Jiang Zimo. If the stalemate continued, the one who would have the last laugh would definitely be Jiang Zimo. Xiao Chen reacted and quickly thought of a countermeasure. After exchanging dozens of moves, Xiao Chen made a decision. He decided to give it his all. An arc-light chop forced his opponent back. Xiao Chen placed his saber on the ground and circulated his vital qi in his left arm. An azure light started to gather as he rushed forward. Chapter 472. Qi. Qi. The tip of the saber created countless sparks on the ground. Xiao Chen charged at Xie Ziwen and faced the palm strike aimed at his chest. Xiao Chen did not dodge or retreat at all. It was like he was letting Jiang Zimo hit him. What is he doing? His chest is full of openings. One palm strike is enough to decide victory. When the spectating contestants saw this, they all shook their heads in confusion. However, Jiang Zimo's expression changed slightly. Just as the palm strike was about to land on Xiao Chen's chest, he pushed off the ground. Xiao Chen retreated quickly, leaving behind several afterimages. When he reached the edge of the arena, he stopped and scattered the palm energy. He smiled bitterly and said, "You win. I admit defeat. What's going on?" Jiang Zimo won the moment he landed that palm strike. Why did he admit defeat for no reason? I don't understand. What the hell is going on? I don't understand either. What exactly is going on? Can anyone tell me how he won with just one charge? Jiang Zimo's moves are too strange. When the crowd saw Jiang Zimo suddenly admit defeat, they could not figure it out. They could not understand what was going on. Up on the high platform, Shi Hailong smiled and nodded gently. The few old men beside him also nodded to themselves. There were some things that could not be seen on the surface without reaching a certain level of cultivation. Shi Hailong smiled gently and said, "Of these two, one is courageous and dares to go all out. The other knows when to advance and when to retreat. He does not pursue victory on purpose. There are so many geniuses. Actually, this is why they stand out from the rest." An old man at the side nodded and said, "In terms of techniques, it is hard to tell who is superior. Xiao Chen's saber techniques and Jiang Zimo's palm techniques. Neither can do anything to the other. If they want to win, they can only fight beyond techniques. They have to use strategy and their specialties to tilt the scales in their favor." Another person continued, "Jiang Zimo's specialty is his endurance in combat. Thus, we need to delay the battle as much as possible. When the other party's essence qi weakens, we can truly deal a heavy blow to decide the victor. Xiao Chen's specialty is his strong physical body and explosive essence. However, if he continues, he will exhaust too much of his essence. Thus, he used an internecine situation to force Jiang Zimo to decide the victor in one move. Even if he is severely injured, he does not care." Shi Hailong smiled gently and said, "These two are geniuses. I really look forward to the ancient desolate tower. I wonder how far they can go. Perhaps they will shock us." When the martial monarch experts on the stage explained the simple battle, the crowd below was flabbergasted. They did not expect that this seemingly ordinary move would have so many tricks to it. All of them fell into deep thought and started to comprehend it. Xiao Chen scattered the blue dragon qi on his left hand. He looked at Jiang Zimo, who had retreated to the edge of the arena, and said, "Actually, you can take a gamble. After I am severely injured, my body will definitely weaken. I might not be able to defeat you." Jiang Zimo shook his head and smiled. "There is no need to be humble. I will not gamble without a 70% chance of victory. You win this match. Let's see who can go further in the ancient desolate tower." Geniuses naturally had the confidence of geniuses. Although Jiang Zimo had lost this match, he did not doubt that he would get one of the 20 spots. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "In that case, let's meet again in the ancient desolate tower." The arena battles continued. Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless. Aside from Jiang Zimo, his opponents for the next few rounds all gave up before they even fought. After the 15th round of drawing lots ended, Xiao Chen drew a blue wooden token with the number 8. When he walked to the arena with the number 8, he found an interesting person. Xiao Chen discovered that his opponent was a rather interesting person. It was the Holy Fire Manor's young manor lord, Leng Yun, whose extreme Yin Flame's origin flame had been stolen by Xiao Chen. When Leng Yun saw Xiao Chen leap into the arena, his lips could not help but twitch. He clenched his fist tightly, nearly releasing his killing chi. Leng Yun calmed himself down and his expression returned to normal. He said, "I am not comparable to you. I admit defeat." However, Xiao Chen did not want to let him off. He smiled faintly and said, "Why admit defeat? Don't you want your origin flame back?" When Leng Yun, who was preparing to enter the arena, heard this, his expression immediately turned cold. The suppressed rage in his heart erupted. He clenched his fists tightly and cracked them. Leng Yun had cultivated the extreme Yin Flame origin flame for 10 years before it was barely the size of an infant's fist. 10 years of hard work had been snatched away by Xiao Chen. This was worse than killing him. Leng Yun closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. Then he said in a cold voice, "It's fine. Keep it safe for now. When the time comes, I will take it back with interest." As Xiao Chen watched Leng Yun leave, he frowned slightly. This fellow's temperament is indeed calm. Even after receiving such a shock, he can still remain calm and not do anything rash. Xiao Chen's plan to cripple Leng Yun openly in the arena ended in failure. After the battle ended, Xiao Chen returned to the area below the Tianwu Emperor's statue. Then, he and the others started to pay attention to the battles. This Chu Chaoyun is really low profile. Unexpectedly, he won 15 matches in a row without anyone noticing. Even Pei Shaoxian lost to him. The most important thing is that I have not seen him draw the sword on his back. I did not expect the great Qin nation to have such a powerful person aside from Xiao Chen. I underestimated them in the past. That Duanmuking seems to have won 10 matches as well. His strength is not to be underestimated either. The contestants who were not fighting or had already finished their matches started discussing in soft voices as they watched the crowd in the arena. Xiao Chen felt excited. He followed the crowd's gaze and looked over. Chu Chaoyun's opponent was a swordsman from the great Chu nation. Chu Chaoyun carried a sword on his back and always had a calm expression on his face. It did not look deliberate or pretentious. It was like this was how he should be. Everything was very natural. After not seeing him for half a year and parting at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Chu Chaoyun was still the same as when Xiao Chen first met him. There was no change in him at all. Xiao Chen never doubted Chu Chaoyun's strength. Even though Chu Chaoyun had improved rapidly and defeated countless geniuses from the various nations, Xiao Chen still felt that he could not see through Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chen still felt that he could not see through Chu Chaoyun. He was like an old well. The more he thought about it, the more unfathomable it became. He won again. This fellow has won 15 matches in a row. Like Zuemo, Xiao Chen, and the others, he has not lost a single match. He is really a dark horse. This is too shocking. Chu Chaoyun's match ended. After putting in some effort, he defeated the swordsman from the great Chu nation. Then he walked off the arena silently. After a few days, no one would dare to underestimate Xiao Chen anymore. Even the expressions of peak people like Jiang Zimo, Chu Mu, and Xia Xian changed when they looked at him. Night slowly fell. The first day of the arena battles ended just like that. Some people rejoiced and some people worried. Those who were lucky were very pleased. They said that they had not met any powerful people in the previous matches. They had easily dealt with their opponents and obtained most of their victories. Those who were unlucky could not stop complaining. Most of their 15 matches had been against people of Zuomo's level. This resulted in them losing most of their matches, placing them at the bottom. Of course, these were only the minority. Most of them had good or bad luck. There were strong and weak opponents. They had relied on their strength to fight their way up. Shi Hailong stood on the tall platform and said loudly, "Don't leave. We will spend the night in the plaza. When the results of the matches are out tomorrow, we will immediately activate the ancient desolate tower. The ancient desolate tower has to be activated before dusk." When the crowd heard this, they did not have much of a reaction. They were just going to spend the night in the plaza. There was no pressure at all. Everyone found a place and sat down cross-legged. Then they started to regulate their breathing or cultivate. Xiao Chen found a place with fewer people. He did not hesitate and sat down cross-legged. Then he closed his eyes and started to cultivate. Early the next morning, when the sun shone down, the cultivators sitting cross-legged opened their eyes and started to loosen their muscles and bones, preparing for the next day's matches. The first round of drawing lots started. Xiao Chun obtained a red wooden token with the number 23 written on it. After the first 18 contestants finished their matches, he would draw lots. After the first 18 contestants finished their matches, Xiao Chun found an arena and hung up his wooden token. Then he quietly waited for his opponent. "I hope there will not be another cultivator who cowers before the fight." "That would be nothing," Xiao Chun thought helplessly. "Xiao!" Just as Xiao Chun was muttering to himself, a familiar figure leaped onto the arena. That person looked at Xiao Chun and smiled faintly. "Your luck is quite bad. Unexpectedly, you drew the feared white-robed bladesman." Xiao Chun squinted his eyes and looked at this person with a grave expression. He said, "Chu Chaoyun." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to reminisce about the past. Just like before, we will each make a move. We will decide the victor in one move." Xiao Chun placed his right hand on his saber hilt and said, "Sure, I am very curious as well. Is your sword as sharp as before?" The two stood 100 meters apart and stared at each other. Their auras continued to gather as they stared at each other in the air. It was like a clash between a saber and a sword. There was a faint clanging sound. The air around the arena spun rapidly. The two's clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. At some point in time, Chu Chaoyun's right hand had already moved to the hilt of the sword on his back. On his handsome face, the usual calmness slowly dissipated and was replaced by a dignified expression hanging on the corner of his mouth. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cautious. As he gathered his aura, the state of thunder and state of massacre also started to circulate and merge quickly. Xiao Chun had never been confident of defeating Chu Chaoyun. The first time they fought, he lost miserably in just half a move. The second time they fought in the fiery sect remnant in the ink forest. Due to the interference of others, they were forced to stop fighting. Ever since Xiao Chun made his debut, all the people who had stepped on him, suppressed him, and defeated him, no matter who it was, were all overtaken by Xiao Chun in the end. After that, Xiao Chun left them far behind, leaving behind an insurmountable chasm that they could never surpass. Only Chu Chaoyun had been unfathomable from the start. Even though Xiao Chun had many fortuitous encounters and spent all his time cultivating, he still could not see through Chu Chaoyun. However, Xiao Chun had never feared a challenge. Long ago, when he was only a martial master, he already dared to fight with Chu Chaoyun. Now, the gap between them was shrinking. He was no longer the Xiao Chun of the past. Why would he not dare? A lofty aspiration rose in Xiao Chen's heart. His gaze became even sharper. His gaze seemed solid, as sharp as a saber's edge. Chapter 473. Look. Chu Chaoyun looks like he is about to draw his sword. In the arena battles, no one paid much attention to Xiao Chen's duels. This was because they were boring. Most of his opponents chose to admit defeat. However, once he encountered an opponent of the same level, he would immediately attract everyone's attention, and their attention would be focused on him. In the first round of selections, Chu Chaoyun took the initiative to give up after obtaining 60 consecutive victories. Even after 60 consecutive victories, he did not draw his sword. However, at that time, Chu Chaoyun and Zhuemo had been assigned to the same wrestling ring. Zhuemo had covered up all the glory, so no one had noticed him. However, in the second round of selections, Chu Chaoyun had fought 15 matches on the first day, and he had not lost a single match. He still did not draw his sword. Even when facing Pei Shaoxian, no one saw Chu Chaoyun draw his sword. It was like his sword was just a decoration. The more this was so, the more curious the crowd became. They wanted to see if this person was like Xiao Chun. They were both cultivators from the great Qin nation. After they drew their swords, they wanted to see how graceful they would be. Among the crowd, Hua Yunfei and the others looked at Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun in the arena. They looked at each other speechlessly, feeling very depressed in their hearts. Not long ago, these two people were just as famous as them. Today, just one Xiao Chun was enough to deal them a blow. Who knew another Chu Chaoyun would appear? The disappointment of this group of outstanding talents from the great Qin nation could be easily imagined. As the two's auras clashed intensely in the arena, the whirlwind that rose from the ground became even more ferocious. It slowly spread outside the arena. The whirlwind kicked up some dust on the ground and made everyone's vision blur. They could not help but squint and look carefully. Xiao! The surging strong wind suddenly stopped. Ka-sie! Ka-sie! Two crisp sounds of weapons being unsheathed rang out. Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chun made their moves at the same time. Behind Chu Chaoyun, a golden shadow suddenly lit up. The golden light was dazzling and dazzling, so much so that everyone felt a stinging pain in their eyes. State of light. Chu Chaoyun actually comprehended the strongest state of light among the elemental states. Everyone's hearts jolted and they were extremely shocked. Xiao! Amidst the golden light that filled the sky, a sword light that was even more dazzling than the golden light shot out. The sword intent was vast and boundless, stabbing at Xiao Chun with lightning speed. The instant the golden light appeared, Xiao Chun released the state of thunder and state of massacre that he had been suppressing. Purple light spread out behind Xiao Chun. Lightning flickered, accompanied by a boundless state of massacre. The red light of the state of massacre merged with the boundless lightning. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the fight began, the states of both sides began to compete. The sky was filled with resplendent golden light, and the strange and boundless purple-red light collided with each other in the arena. A series of intense explosions resounded in the arena. The stone slabs on the surface of the arena shattered into pieces and rapidly floated into the air. Xiao! Amidst the chaotic arena, two figures flashed by amidst the lights of various colors. They were so fast that the eyes of the onlookers could not keep up with them. The situation in the arena was very chaotic. Lights of various colors flickered and countless shattered stone slabs flew everywhere. The crowd could not clearly see how this extremely fast move happened. Pu-ci! Two streams of blood shot through the air. The surrounding floor was immediately dyed scarlet. However, even Jiang Zimo and the others could not be sure whose wound it was that spurted out blood. The full power of the two's attack was simply too fast. Furthermore, the arena was filled with all sorts of chaotic lights and scattered states. It was hard to see clearly. At the two corners of the arena, Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun had their backs to each other. Drops of blood slowly dripped from the tips of their sabers and swords. Is it a draw? The crowd below said doubtfully when they saw this scene. The sabers were already stained with blood. That meant that they struck each other at the same time. The two arrows of blood came from Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun. It was too fast. I did not see it clearly at all. Unexpectedly, it ended in a draw. Furthermore, it was a little chaotic. I did not see how the two made their moves at all. Seeing that the result was already decided, the crowd shook their heads and sighed. This move was too fast. Although it was startling to watch, they could not understand it at all. Xiao! Just at this moment, Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun turned around at the same time. A golden light and a purplish-red light filled the air and poured into their weapons. The crowd's expressions could not help but change. They muttered, "Why is it not over yet? There was such a huge commotion earlier. Could it be that they have not made their moves yet?" Chu Chaoyun's sword left his hand and stopped in midair. Then it spun quickly. Chu Chaoyun's hands quickly formed hand seals. As he formed the hand seals, a golden light appeared on Chu Chaoyun's jade-white palms. Xiao Chun remained expressionless. The lunar shadow saber drew on a strange energy. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and thunder roared without end. When the golden light was at its most resplendent, Chu Chaoyun parted his hands. His left hand, which was flickering with golden light, looked like he was touching a mirror in the air. With the spinning sword as the center, he quickly drew a circle. Chi! Chi! As Chu Chaoyun's hand moved down, a golden sword image appeared. When the circle was complete, a circle of sword light appeared. Life-extinguishing, blood-reversing sword. Chu Chaoyun shouted. The instant the circle of sword light formed, his right palm struck the spinning sword hilt in the middle of the circle. The sword immediately turned into a beam of golden light. It carried an aura of destruction as it flew at Xiao Chun. Everywhere it passed, the golden light gathered and did not scatter. It formed a piercing, slender pillar of light. Xiao Chun pointed his saber at the sky. He instantly formed his strongest move, Wukuei moves heaven. Boom! 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 The sky trembled. A scarlet divine Wukuei tree descended from the sky, carrying the might of thunder. Boundless scarlet lightning appeared in the sky. Aside from being tyrannical, this Wukuei moves heaven infused with the state of massacre also had a strange demonic aura to it. Bang! The scarlet divine Wukuei tree landed in front of Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun sent out a palm strike as well. The divine tree moved on the ground and crashed into the golden sword light. Kasie! In the arena, the sword shining with a golden light and the scarlet divine Wukuei tree arrived at each other very quickly. There was a crisp sound as the sword pierced through the divine Wukuei tree, leaving a hole in the trunk. Cracks spread out from the entrance of the cave. The entire skeleton of the divine Wukuei tree seemed to start cracking. The long sword that was overflowing with golden light wasn't completely unscathed either. The originally dazzling radiance had dimmed a lot. However, the speed of the two did not slow down. Their bodies and souls were still present. Their might was only reduced by 50%. Dang! Bang! There were two intense sounds of collisions. Chu Chaoyun's hands glowed with light as he struck the rapidly approaching divine Wukuei tree. The state of thunder and state of massacre exploded, turning into an overwhelming scarlet shockwave as it surged towards Chu Chaoyun. On the other side, the sword, which had dimmed significantly, arrived before Xiao Chun the moment the divine Wukuei tree knocked down Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chun shifted his feet and held his saber across his chest, blocking the tip of the sword. The surging energy of the sword immediately surged forward. Boom! Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyun missed. The remnant martial technique of their opponent knocked them to the ground at the same time. Blood leaked out of the corner of their mouths. According to the rules, falling out of the arena meant defeat. However, the two of them fell to the ground at the same time. This could only be considered a draw. Shio! Chu Chaoyun withdrew his palm, and the sword returned to the sword on his back with a ka-cha sound. After not seeing you for half a year, you are already able to force me to such a state. I hope you will still be this lucky after half a year. Chu Chaoyun wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips. He ignored the shocked gazes of the crowd and walked to the side. Then he closed his eyes and treated his injuries. Xiao Chun muttered to himself for a while. He did not show much dismay on his face. Although he did not completely defeat his opponent, Xiao Chun had already probed his opponent's strength. He was not afraid of his opponent being strong. He was only afraid of his opponent being unfathomable. He would not have a chance to understand him. On the path of cultivation, it was not a bad thing for Xiao Chun to have an opponent like Chu Chaoyun. At the very least, it would be more exciting. Incredible. Unexpectedly, the great Qin nation has two peak geniuses. This is unbelievable. The spiritual energy in that place is very sparse. With these two people around, the cultivators of the great Qin nation will not dare to make irresponsible remarks when they go out. When the crowd saw the two of them sitting cross-legged and treating their injuries, they discussed in soft voices. Xiao Chen's strength was clear for all to see. Now that Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chun fought to a draw, everyone had a clear understanding of Xiao Chen's strength. The arena continued, and soon the second round of drawing lots began. Xiao Chun obtained the red token for number 17. He was in the first batch of competitors again. His opponent was a cultivator from the Great Xia nation. That person knew that Xiao Chun had suffered significant internal injuries in his fight with Chu Chaoyun. It was impossible for him to recover so quickly. After hesitating for a while, he chose to fight to the death, to see if he could obtain a victory for himself. Even if he could not obtain a victory, a draw was entirely possible. That would still be a point. However, the results disappointed him. Xiao Chun had just consumed the medicinal pill for treating injuries that Shi Hailong had given him. The effects were unexpectedly good. The internal injuries that Chu Chaoyun suffered from that sword strike had mostly healed. Although his combat prowess had not recovered completely, he had recovered at least 90% of it. Bang! After 10 moves, Xiao Chun forced his opponent back with his saber. Then, he immediately pressed forward and executed the Dragon Claw fist with his left hand. He took advantage of his opponent's opening and knocked him off the arena. "Thank you for letting me win." Xiao Chun calmly walked off the arena under his opponent's depressed gaze. The arena battles continued in batches. A few more people wanted to gamble and chose to fight with Xiao Chun. Unsurprisingly, they all lost within 50 moves. After seeing Xiao Chun display his strong combat prowess once again, the next opponents, they had already verified that Xiao Chen's injuries were completely healed. When they met Xiao Chun, they immediately forfeited without hesitation. As the number of matches decreased, they could no longer afford to make any mistakes. As the sun set in the west and dusk approached, Xiao Chun ascended the arena once again, feeling somewhat bored. This was the last match of his 30 matches. The results of the previous 29 matches had already guaranteed him one of the 20 spots. The outcome of this last match did not have much to do with the overall situation. Regardless of who won or lost, Xiao Chun would be able to enter the ancient desolate tower. Chapter 474. Xiao! As Xiao Chun waited, his final opponent appeared. When Xiao Chun saw his opponent's face, his eyes could not help but light up. He had not expected his final opponent to be Zuemo. It looked like this duel would not be as simple as he had imagined. There was going to be a lot of fighting. However, Zuemo smiled bitterly across Xiao Chun. He said, "I know you find this boring. However, it is unfortunate that I have to forfeit as well. I already have enough points to rank in the top 20. There is no need to continue this pointless fight. Let's meet at the ancient desolate tower." Xiao Chun smiled gently and said, "It will be difficult for me to fight. Let's meet at the ancient desolate tower. Let's consider this a draw. We have not determined a victor between us yet. Sooner or later we will have to fight." Zuemo nodded and said, "There is still 1.5 years before the next 5-nation youth competition begins. At that time we will inevitably meet and have a good fight." The two of them shook hands and walked off the arena. They started to watch the battles in the other arenas, waiting for the second round to end. The matches slowly came to an end. Xiaxian walked over to Xiao Chun with a smile on her face. Clearly, she was very confident in her results. "How was it? There should not be any problems, right?" Xiao Chun asked. Xiaxian nodded and said, "I lost 2 matches and drew 1. There should not be any problems. However, we still need to see the final results." After the final match in the arena ended, everyone started to wait anxiously. The Heavenly Extermination Union had people in charge of the results of the various participants. Furthermore, these people were the brains of the various powers. They supervised each other and ensured the fairness of the results. The results were quickly tabulated. After Shi Hailong and the others looked through them, he instructed someone to read them out slowly. The results are out. First place, Chu Chaoyun. 30 matches. 1 draw. Winning the rest is a total of 59 points. Second place, Xiao Chun. 2 draws. Winning the rest is a total of 58 points. Third place, Ding Fengqiu. 3 draws. Winning the rest is a total of 57 points. There were no surprises. Aside from Chu Chaoyun, the people in the top 10 were all peak characters from the previous gathering. Jiang Zimo, Mu Xinya, Zuemo, Chu Mu, Ding Fengqiu, Xiaxian, and the others. The expressions on everyone's faces were still relatively calm. It was only when the names of all the top geniuses and above were announced that they started to feel nervous. At this time, it was their turn. Although it was said that there were 20 spots, the truth was that they could only fight for the remaining 10 spots. When the old man finished reading the list, Shi Hailong said sternly, "Those whose names have not been read, step back. Those whose names have been read, step forward." Expressions of pity flashed across the faces of the outstanding talents that failed to be selected. After sighing softly, they started to retreat. She looked enviously at Xiao Chun and the others who had stepped forward. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. They knew that the gap between them and these people might be something that they would never be able to catch up to for the rest of their lives. Shi Hailong swept his gaze across the crowd. Then, he flicked his finger, and jade pendants with mysterious talisman scripts landed in everyone's hands. "Without these jade pendants, you will not be able to enter the ancient desolate tower. I have given you the opportunity. How far you can go will depend on yourselves," Shi Hailong said expressionlessly. "Open the tower." Xiao Chun shouted the order, and the 4 old men behind him started to form hand seals in front of the Tianwu Emperor's statue. Pure essence flowed from Xiao Chen's arm into the statue. The Tianwu Emperor's statue started to glow with a golden light from bottom to top. When the golden light covered the entire statue, the sword in the Tianwu Emperor's hand immediately gave off a boundless sword chi and soared into the sky. Wang! Wang! A majestic and grand formation appeared in the sky above. Countless lines flickered, forming an extremely profound scene. The golden sword chi rushed to the center of the formation. Hu chi! When the sword chi reached the center of the formation, it immediately spread out. All the lines turned golden. When the golden light descended, it reflected on the plaza. It was a huge ancient formation. Sensing the vast spiritual energy in the formation, Xiao Chun could feel it. Everyone, including Xiao Chun, was astonished. At this moment, they felt incredibly insignificant. In the distance, the ancient tower that Xiao Chun had seen before disappeared. The buildings in front of him looked like they were being stripped of clothes. When the ancient desolate tower appeared before everyone's eyes, they were all astonished. It turned out that the ancient desolate tower was in the Tianwu Plaza. However, due to some formations forming a concealment spell, it was hard for people to find the ancient desolate tower. Boom! The stone door at the bottom of the ancient desolate tower opened. Shi Hailong said, "Let's go in." After the ancient desolate tower appeared, Xiao Chun and the others hung their jade pendants on their chests. Then, they immediately headed for the door to the first floor. Although the stone door was open, there was a layer of faint blue energy membrane flickering with a faint blue light. Chi! Chi! At the front of the group, 4 or 5 impatient, outstanding talents from various places rushed in ahead of everyone else. Just as their fingers touched the Tao membrane, when they touched the energy membrane, the jade pendants with the mysterious talisman scripts on them immediately lit up, and they disappeared in a flash. It looked like the blue energy membrane had the ability to differentiate between people. Without the jade pendants, they would not be able to enter the ancient desolate tower by force. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to enter the ancient desolate tower. He stood at the foot of the tower and looked around. The tower was more than 400 meters tall and had 9 floors. Spiritual energy surrounded the foot of the tower, forming an overwhelming aura that soared into the clouds. When standing at the foot of the tower, one could feel an ancient aura coming from it, giving off a sense of pressure. Back then, the Thunder King only managed to reach the 7th floor. What exactly was in this ancient desolate tower? It filled one with anticipation and anxiety. Xiao Chun did not know how many floors he could reach. Xiao Chun took a deep breath and walked to the door. Then, he stretched out his right hand towards the energy membrane. Xiao! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and it was like he passed through a layer of water. Then, he appeared on the first floor of the ancient desolate tower. Boom! The moment Xiao Chun landed on the ground, he felt a huge pressure. It was a psychological pressure. Instead, it was a formless pressure from the air. It was like a pair of huge hands pressing down on his shoulders, trying to push his entire body down. Caught off guard, Xiao Chun stumbled. He was nearly pushed to the ground by this pressure. After he reacted, Xiao Chun circulated his vital qi throughout his body. He straightened his back and allowed the pressure to hit him. He did not move his body at all. This is not much pressure, Xiao Chun thought to himself. As long as I do not get pressed to the ground in an instant, I will be able to resist it easily. Xiao Chun looked around. The first floor was very spacious. There were many portraits of people from the past carved on the walls. Many pairs of eyes watched the challengers. Looking up, Xiao Chun saw a layer of light. It was like a ceiling separating the first and second floors. Several cultivators flew into the air, resisting the air resistance as they slowly made their way to the light screen above their heads. Normally, they would only need a few breaths to reach that height. However, at this moment, it was extremely difficult for them to move even 1 meter. The air currents in the air seemed very viscous. The pressure they exerted was extremely huge. Who can help me up? Help me up! An unlucky fellow lay sprawled on the ground about 1 meter in front of Xiao Chun. He used his hands to support himself. This person wanted to stand up again. However, after a long time, it was to no avail. He could not help but cry out for help. The pressure on the first floor was not so strong that one could not resist it. However, if one let down their guard at the start and got pressed down, it would be extremely difficult. If one wanted to stand up by themselves, it would be extremely difficult. The surrounding cultivators were all climbing nervously. No one cared about him. Even if they heard him, they pretended not to hear him. They were all competitors here. It was hard to guarantee that if they helped him today, he would not try to bully them in the future. Xiao Chun shook his head. It was not easy to enter this ancient desolate tower. It would be a pity to give up just like that. Bang! Xiao Chun stomped heavily on the ground, and a huge force bounced off the ground. Using this force, Xiao Chun slowly flew up. The cultivator on the ground also bent his back due to the force of Xiao Chun's stomp. He looked at Xiao Chun, who was in the air, and quickly thanked him. Who? Xiao Chun's body broke through the solid air pressure and slowly rose. First, he was rather slow. Eventually, he got used to the air pressure. Chapter 475. Xiao Chun's speed gradually increased. He overtook the cultivators who had started earlier and slowly flew to the front. Does this fellow not feel any pressure at all? Ding Fengqiu, who was at the side, said with an unsightly expression when he saw Xiao Chun slowly overtake him. Zuo also had an astonished expression on his face. The pressure here caused cultivators to circulate their essence very slowly. He did not know how Xiao Chun did it. When the others saw that Xiao Chun was about to touch the layer of light above him, they were all astonished. They could not help but increase their speed. Xiao Chun thought for a while and understood the crux of the matter. The pressure from the pagoda actually came from the outside. It entered the cultivator's body and pressed down on the essence in the cultivator's meridians. At this moment, the body was like the outermost layer of defense. With a strong physical body, the pressure that penetrated through the skin into the body was naturally reduced. If the physical body was not strong, it would not be able to withstand much of the pressure. As a result, most of the pressure would enter the body. Xiao Chun's physical body was stronger than most of the cultivators here. Even though he started later, he arrived first. Naturally, he was in front. When Xiao Chun's palm touched the strange layer of light, mottled energy ripples immediately appeared on the light. In an instant, all the pressure vanished. Xiao Chun felt very relaxed as he slowly passed through the layer of light. Xiao! 5 seconds later, Xiao Chun's feet trembled as he landed firmly on the ground. He opened his eyes and felt that the essence in his body was purer and more powerful than before. Xiao Chun closed his eyes again and sank his consciousness into the purple qi whirlpool. He discovered drops of purple essence liquid dripping down the qi whirlpool. This speed was several times faster than when Xiao Chun cultivated normally. He was astonished and even showed signs of breaking through to peak superior grade Martial King. Strange, I clearly didn't cultivate, nor did I absorb any heaven and earth spiritual qi. So why did this purple yuan qi liquid appear out of nowhere? Could it be because of that layer of light? Xiao Chun guessed. Aside from this, there was no other explanation. Xiao! After 5 seconds, the primal chi liquid stopped dripping. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and stopped thinking about it. In the end, it was a good thing and there was no harm in it. Let's see what's so strange about this floor. Outside the ancient desolate tower, Shi Hailong and a few other members of the Heavenly Extermination Union's upper echelon looked nervously at the ancient desolate tower below the martial emperor statue. Inside the ancient desolate tower, the jade pendants on everyone's chests were like bright spots. Even though the walls were in the way, others could see them clearly. Suddenly, an elder said, "Elder Shi, someone seems to have entered the second level." Shi Hailong's eyes narrowed. Indeed, a speck of light had already appeared in the space of the second floor. He actually passed the first floor so quickly. The pressure of the first floor is at least 50,000 kilograms. I wonder who it is. Back then, not even the Thunder King was this fast. Does this mean that this person will be able to go further than the Thunder King? It's hard to say. This is just the first floor. The challenges of each subsequent floor are different. Perhaps he is just lucky. We can't come to a conclusion so early. Naturally, Xiao Chun could not hear the discussions outside. At this moment, he felt somewhat conflicted. In the second floor, there was still a faint layer of light above his head. There was no longer that pressure. However, when Xiao Chun tried to take off, he discovered a horrifying suction force coming from the ground. However, he discovered that there was a terrifying suction force coming from the ground beneath his feet. No matter how hard he tried, his feet could not leave the ground at the same time. After trying for a while, Xiao Chun still could not succeed. He could only give up and focus his gaze on the 20-odd statues in the middle. Aside from the lack of pressure, the greatest difference between the first and second floors of the ancient desolate tower was that there were many more statues. The statues were the same size as a real person. There were men and women, fist masters, bladesmen, swordsmen, spearmen, and even pure cultivators. Xiao Chun walked forward and looked at the statues one by one. Finally, he stopped before a bladesman. That bladesman wore light blue battle armor and carried a dragon-toothed saber on his back. He had an amiable expression on his face, but his gaze was strangely resolute. No one dared to look at him directly. As Xiao Chun stood before that bladesman, he looked at the distinct lines on the statue's face. The expression on the statue was very realistic. It was like he was facing a bladesman with a life of his own. There was no such thing as an unsolvable puzzle in the ancient desolate tower. There had to be a way to get to the third floor. The answer might lie in these additional statues. I might as well give it a try. Xiao Chun stretched out his finger and pointed at the forehead of the statue. "Haha, not bad, you have good eyes. You chose me. In that case, let me see your strength." Suddenly, a hearty laughter resounded in Xiao Chen's ears. Under Xiao Chen's astonished gaze, the eyes of the statue immediately lit up. The bladesman waved his left hand and knocked Xiao Chen's hand to the side. Then, his right hand moved at lightning speed and pressed against Xiao Chen's forehead. This startled Xiao Chun and he quickly retreated. His figure flashed, leaving behind afterimages in the air. When Xiao Chun landed, he discovered that he was in a chaotic space. A bladesman wearing light blue battle armor smiled at Xiao Chun. This was the statue of the bladesman that Xiao Chun saw earlier. Now it appeared alive in this space. Winds blew and clouds churned in the chaotic space. Thunder roared, and there was nothing in the surroundings. Xiao Chun placed his right hand on his saber hilt and stared at this person. "How did you come back to life? What is this place?" The moment Xiao Chun spoke, he felt that something was wrong. The other party was a statue in the first place. There was no concept of life or death. The blue-robed bladesman muttered, "I am just a strand of soul. How can there be such a thing as life or death? What you see is just a statue of my will. My name is Bai Shueha, a saber sage of the great Jin nations by clan. 7,000 years ago, the Alliance chief invited me to leave a strand of my will on the second floor." Xiao Chun understood. Rumor had it that when one became a martial sage, one's mental energy would be extremely strong. One could leave a strand of will behind for 100 years. Emperor Wu's will could be passed down for 1,000 years. The reason why the saber sages could survive for 1,000 years was probably because of the ancient desolate tower. My current cultivation is about the same as yours. If you can last 10 moves against me, you will pass the test of the second floor. If you cannot, your path will end here. The blue-robed bladesman said indifferently as he slowly drew the dragon-toothed saber from his back and pointed it at Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun heard that, his expression could not help but turn grave. Although the other party's cultivation was the same as his, the other party's cultivation was still the same as his. Although the other party's cultivation was about the same as his, he was still a martial sage. He still had his combat techniques and experience. It would be extremely difficult for him to last 10 moves. Bai Shuehe looked at Xiao Chun and smiled faintly. Just do your best. Don't overthink. Just don't leave any regrets. First move. Xiao! A hazy saber intent spread out from the dragon-tooth saber. Bai Shuehe took 6 steps in the air and raised his saber, attacking Xiao Chen's left hand, which was holding the scabbard. With the support of Bai Shuehe's saber intent, this simple and ordinary move became extremely sharp and awe-inspiring in his hands. This is a feint. His true goal should be to raise his saber and knock my weapon out of my hand the instant I draw it. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. When the other party made his move, his heart was as calm as still water. The other party was no longer a saber sage but an ordinary opponent. There was no such thing as 10 moves. What Xiao Chun wanted was to defeat this opponent who had the same cultivation as him. Xiao Chun guessed the other party's goal. Although he was not completely confident, he was at least 70% sure. He could take the gamble. Xiao Chun released the saber hilt with his right hand and made an extremely dangerous move. He did not draw his saber to block the other party's attack. Instead, he quickly moved his left hand to his back. The saber hilt appeared behind Xiao Chen's right shoulder. At this moment, the other party's saber had already arrived at Xiao Chen's lower waist. If Bai Shuehe did not dodge and casually swung to the right, he would be able to severely injure Xiao Chen's waist. The situation was extremely dangerous. However, Xiao Chen's expression was strangely calm. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he grabbed the saber hilt behind his shoulder with his right hand. Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed and executed drawing the saber from top to bottom. The saber turned into a ferocious lightning flood dragon as it hacked at Bai Shuehe's face. If the other party still wanted to severely injure Xiao Chun, he would definitely be chopped in half by this saber strike. Exchanging heavy injuries for his own death was not worth it. Retreat! Bai Shuehe was extremely decisive. The moment the thought of retreating appeared in his mind, his body had already retreated several dozen meters. This caused Xiao Chen's ferocious tiger-like saber strike to hit nothing but air. The electric light scattered and turned into strands of electric light flowing everywhere. What a fast reaction speed! Xiao Chun was slightly startled. According to his expectations, even if the other party wanted to retreat, he would not be able to escape the range of his saber technique. He would definitely not be able to escape from the range of his saber momentum. After that, he would completely seize the initiative, and the violent attacks would pour down like a torrential storm. However, Bai Shuehe's reaction speed was like he did not need to use his brain. In an instant, he made the appropriate response. This was a kind of memory of the body. Only after experiencing thousands, tens of thousands of battles would one be able to achieve such experience. Bai Shuehe looked at Xiao Chen, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a smile of praise. He said, "Not bad. You have good judgment, courage, and ambition. You are able to determine the purpose of my move and have the courage to gamble. In the end, you still want to defeat me. For you to have such accomplishments at such a young age, it is really rare. However, it will not be that easy for your saber technique to catch me. You'd better think of how to block 10 moves first." Spring water flows slowly, suddenly warm then cold. Bai Shuehe did not say anything. The dragon-toothed saber in his hand started to tremble, twisting and turning continuously. Layers of water appeared in the surroundings. A warm feeling spread out in the air. Bai Shuehe rode the waves through the water, heading quickly for Xiao Chun. The spring water had already melted and was so clear that one could see the bottom. However, while the water looked warm, the cold qi did not dissipate. Bai Shuihe's saber technique displayed this state to its fullest. The moment it arrived, the two different saber techniques quickly switched. Whether it was warm or cold, there were different ways to deal with them. The principle was somewhat similar to Xiao Chen's dragon claw fist. Whether it was a claw or a fist, there were different ways to deal with them. However, the difference in cultivation was much higher. One was still in form while the other surpassed form. It focused on intent, making it even harder to figure out. If Xiao Chun made a mistake and attacked blindly, he would immediately get hit and lose. Chapter 476. Xiao Chun quickly thought of a countermeasure. He became more focused than he had ever been before. The saber sage was a saber sage, a sage of sabers. Even though their cultivations were similar, the difference was clear. The water of spring had just started to melt. The so-called warmth was only compared to winter. However, compared to normal, it was still cold. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He finally figured out the trick to this. What's suddenly warm but then cold? It was just a trick to confuse people. Cold was cold, not cold was not cold. No matter how warm the water was in spring, how could it compare to summer? Xiao Chen smiled gently. After he figured out the trick, the confusion on his face disappeared. A fierce purple flame appeared on his sword. The qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's body continued to spin. Pure lightning-attributed essence poured endlessly into the sword, causing the purple thunder true fire to burn ferociously. Break! When Xiao Chen swung his saber, the blazing purple thunder true fire broke through the water barrier in front of him. Qi! Qi! The sound of water boiling resounded in the air, and white steam rose up. Dang! The purple fire broke through all the cold qi. With the help of Xiao Chen's fierce purple fire, it completely suppressed his opponent's state of ice. Bai Shuihe was knocked back by Xiao Chen's move. Autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Another move was broken by Xiao Chen. However, the smile on Bai Shuihe's face became even wider. He spun his saber and quickly executed his third move. A desolate intent blew a strong wind at Xiao Chen. In the wind, Bai Shuihe's saber contained a sharp intent as it clashed with Xiao Chen's saber strike. This move was very ferocious. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. The unblockable aura of the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves allowed Bai Shuihe's saber strike to turn defeat into victory. In terms of aura, Bai Shuihe's saber strike surpassed Xiao Chen's. If he could not defeat Xiao Chen, he would not clash head-on. Xiao Chen decisively retreated. His figure wavered as he executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. He turned into 9 cool breezes and flew backward. Good lad, decisive enough. In a situation where he had the upper hand, he immediately retreated when he saw that the situation wasn't right. He wasn't rash at all. Bai Shuihe praised Xiao Chen inwardly once more. With his advantage in experience, he was able to see through Xiao Chen's true form with a single glance. Moreover, he was able to guess Xiao Chen's next move. Taking a step forward, Zhang Xian launched a feint attack toward where the other party's true body had gone. Swoosh! The figure flickered, and that figure quickly merged with the 9th figure on the left. The number of clones quickly decreased. Bai Shuihe thought to himself, although this young man is smart, he is still lacking in experience. This illusory move did not have much force behind it. Bai Shuihe's saber spun around at lightning speed and headed for the merging figure. The summer sky burned in all directions. How powerful was the blazing sun in summer! It was the hottest flame in the world, and it could even dry up a river. It was also the most tyrannical flame in the world. Under the illumination of the sun, it could be found no matter where one hid. When this state was infused into the saber technique, one could imagine how powerful it would be. The merging figure would probably be blasted to smithereens the moment it landed. Bang! As Bai Shuihe expected, a look of shock flashed on the merging figure's face. It barely managed to block with its saber before it was blasted into smithereens by this incomparably mighty saber strike. Seeing the disappearing figure, Bai Shuihe revealed a somewhat desolate expression. He said, "In the end, it still ended. However, I gained too much of an advantage by using my experience to defeat this youth." "Uncle, it is not over yet." Suddenly, Xiao Chen's faint laughter came from behind him. Bai Shuihe's expression changed slightly as he quickly turned his head to take a look. A divine Wuxia tree flickering with scarlet lightning pressed down on him with tens of thousands of tons of force. At the place where Bai Shuihe's true body was, the white-robed Xiao Chun held his saber with both hands, guiding the scarlet lightning divine Wuxia tree. Bai Shuihe reacted in an instant. Before he could think, he had already dodged to the side. Xiao Chun had expected this long ago. The scarlet divine Wuxia tree tilted slightly and fell. The 200-meter-tall tree fell just like that. The tip of the tree was less than a meter away from Bai Shuihe. Xiao Chun did not stop moving. He shouted, "Explode!" Boom! The surging scarlet lightning exploded in an instant. Waves of lightning surged out, attacking a large area indiscriminately. At such a close distance, no matter how fast one's reaction speed was, one would still be struck by the shock wave. Bang! 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 Bai Shuihe took 3 steps back. His current cultivation was the same as Xiao Chen's, an inferior-grade martial king. He could not ignore such a strong move. Bai Shuihe received a powerful move head-on. His battle armor was blasted into a sorry state. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. However, he did not show much anger on his face. Boom! Boom! As Bai Shuihe swung his saber, he swept away all the remaining shock waves. Bai Shuihe looked straight at Xiao Chun and revealed a look of admiration. He smiled and said, "Interesting. You knew that I could see through your clones, so you beat me at my own game. The figures that merged back together were fake. Your true body never moved from the start. To think that when I was your age, I was not as accomplished as you are. With just these 4 moves, you have already passed my test. Now, let me ask you, do you still want to continue?" Xiao Chun smiled calmly and said, "Why not? It is not easy to meet a true bladesman. It would be too much of a pity to stop here." Bai Shuihe wiped off the blood on the corner of his lips. The smile on his face became wider as he said, "Have you thought it through? If you cannot last 10 moves, you will not be able to proceed to the later floors of the ancient desolate tower." Xiao Chun thrust his saber forward and revealed a faint smile. He felt very proud in his heart. "As you said, I will not leave behind any regrets. You are made to be a swordsman. Let's play a few more moves then." Bai Shuihe laughed loudly and took a step forward. He spun his saber and sent out another sharp saber technique at Xiao Chun. Boom, boom, boom. In the chaotic space, the two of them once again started a battle of wits, courage, and strength. Every single move was extremely dangerous, and every single move was incomparably brilliant. As they fought back and forth, they were having so much fun that it was as if they had forgotten that this was a so-called test. Bai Shuihe's cultivation was restricted, and he was the same as Xiao Chun. If he wanted to defeat Xiao Chen, he could only rely on his experience and combat techniques to achieve his goal. However, Xiao Chen's ability to react on the spot far surpassed Bai Shuihe's expectations. Xiao Chen's exquisite saber technique and exquisite state greatly surpassed his expectations. Xiao Chun was always able to decisively break it at the last moment. If he really couldn't break it, he would try his best to avoid the vital parts. While Xiao Chun endured the saber techniques, he did his best to leave wounds of various sizes on Bai Shuihe's body. Bai Shuihe forgot about the flow of time and his initial goal. The smile on his face grew wider. When he attacked, it was not to defeat Xiao Chun. This was like a senior swordsman teaching a junior. During the fight, Bai Shuihe would occasionally comment on the strengths and weaknesses of Xiao Chen's saber techniques. Naturally, the value of the saber sage's comments went without saying. Xiao Chun benefited a lot from this. Many of the problems that he could not figure out before were suddenly enlightened. Outside the ancient desolate tower, Shi Hailong watched the spots of light continuously appear on the second floor. However, his gaze remained fixed on the first spot that appeared. Xiao Chun had a vague guess in his heart. He knew who the first person to reach the second floor was. However, he did not dare to be completely sure. Bang! Just at this moment, a figure was ejected from the wall of the second floor of the ancient desolate tower. He had a confused expression on his face. That was a sign that he had failed the challenge. He could not withstand 10 moves from the will statue and was ejected from the ancient desolate tower, losing the ability to advance further. Bang! Following that, another 3 people were ejected from the ancient desolate tower. Then, they returned to the statue with dispirited expressions. Together with the others, they paid attention to the spots of light in the ancient desolate tower. The people at the side who did not qualify to enter the tower quickly asked about the situation inside. These people could only smile bitterly and could not be bothered to explain. Sure Hailong revealed some doubt in his eyes. He said, "Strange, there are already 3 or 4 people who passed the test. However, that person has not. Could I be wrong?" An elder at the side smiled and said, "Old Sure, don't overthink this. That person might have passed the first floor so quickly because of luck. It is not as if there were no such people in the past. Indeed, it was too early for me to come to this conclusion. This is just the first floor, and I already compared this person to the Thunder King from back then." As they spoke, a few more people passed the will statue's test. The spots of light flickered and appeared on the 3rd floor. However, the first spot of light to enter the 2nd floor did not move at all. There were no signs of movement at all. Sure Hailong shook his head and smiled at the people beside him. "It looks like I was overthinking. Let's continue watching. For so many people to break through to the 3rd floor, they are much stronger than the previous batches." On the 2nd floor of the ancient desolate tower, in the primal chaos space where Xiao Chan was, unknowingly, Bai Shuihe's body had turned from solid to faint. Xiao! 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 Xiao Chen broke Bai Shuihe's saber technique again. Wukuei breaks the heavens and Wukuei moves heaven struck Bai Shuihe's body continuously, inflicting severe damage. Pu Ci. Bai Shuihe vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. The blue battle armor on his body was already tattered. His figure was in a sorry state. However, he still appeared very excited. Xiao Chun was in an even worse state than Bai Shuihe. His complexion was pale, devoid of blood. His white clear wind robes were tattered beyond recognition. Countless wounds of various sizes covered Bai Shuihe's body. Blood flowed out slowly, dyeing his clothes red. He looked like a person made of blood. It has been several thousand years, and no one has been able to force me to such a state. In the end, I am just a lonely spirit. Cannot last for long. You win, Bai Shuihe said with a bitter smile as he casually tossed his saber aside. He revealed a desolate expression. When Xiao Chun heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was almost at his limits. He had already used all his trump cards several times. If the other party made a few more moves, Xiao Chun would be at his wit's end. He would probably die in this primal chaos space. Bai Shuihe smiled and said, "Everyone who passes the test will receive a reward. For the past 7,000 years, I have given away all the good stuff. What do you want? I will do my best to satisfy you." Chapter 477. Xiao Chun muttered to himself for a while before saying, "I want to know how you infused the changes of the 4 seasons into your saber technique." When Bai Shuihe heard this, he smiled and said, "You are extraordinarily greedy. This is the Bai clan's inherited martial technique. However, you are the only one who could force me to this point in 1,000 years. As you wish, remember not to teach it to anyone else." Bai Shuihe flicked his finger, and a spot of light flashed on his fingertip. Then, it quickly entered Xiao Chen's forehead. Suddenly, Xiao Chun felt like many things had appeared in his mind. Before Xiao Chun could think, space shattered. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered that he was on the 2nd floor of the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Chen's fingertip touched the forehead of Bai Shuihe's statue. There was an explosion, and Bai Shuihe's statue suddenly shattered. A formless will spread out from the 2nd floor of the ancient desolate tower. Soon, it penetrated the walls and radiated into the surroundings of the ancient desolate tower. Bai Shuihe's final bit of will exploded. All the cultivators within a kilometer felt like they had suffered a heavy blow to their chests. They could not resist at all. They vomited a large mouthful of blood, and their complexions turned incredibly pale. Sure Hailong and the others also felt a dull thud in their chests. They did their best to suppress their surging blood and only managed to refine it after a long time. They all had grave expressions. After a long time, someone asked in a trembling voice, "Someone defeated the will statue of a martial sage." Although the will statue was as strong as the challenger, the experience and techniques of the martial sage were not inferior to the challenger at all. The only weakness of the will statue was that it could not exist for long. However, it would not be a problem for it to last at least a few hundred moves. It was almost impossible to defeat such a person. Being able to last 10 moves was already very rare. Such a person could be considered an outstanding talent. In the future, they would at least become a martial monarch. In the thousands of years of the trial of the ancient desolate tower, aside from the Thunder King, no one had ever broken the will statue of a challenger. However, such a thing had actually happened right before their eyes. How could they not be shocked? Sure, Hailong's expression was grave as he stared at the speck of light that flew to the 3rd floor. He muttered, "It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. It must be him, the first cultivator to enter the 2nd floor." The moment the statue shattered, Xiao Chen's body automatically rose into the air and flew towards the halo above his head. The moment he passed through the halo, Xiao Chun paid attention to the changes in the cyclone in his body. As he had expected, as his body slowly passed through the halo, drops of pure purple liquid quickly dripped down from the chi whirlpool in his body. Tick-tock, tick-tock. This time, it took them a full 10 seconds to pass through the halo, twice as long as the previous level. Xiao Chun was pleasantly surprised to find that it took him 10 seconds to get through the halo. Xiao Chen's bottleneck to inferior-grade Martial King was quickly loosening. His essence surged, showing signs of breaking through to medial-grade Martial King at any moment. No wonder everyone said that the ancient desolate tower was incomparably miraculous. They all fought to the death for a spot. Just the speed at which Xiao Chen's essence increased was equivalent to a year of bitter cultivation. To those peak geniuses, 1 year was sufficient to leave their opponents in the dust. Xiao! Xiao Chun landed firmly on the ground and quickly scanned the 3rd floor with his gaze. Compared to the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor was slightly smaller. The walls still had many carvings of the predecessors. However, there was no external force on them. There was no resistance from above, nor was there any suction from below. The halo above their heads was still there, but no one flew into the air to try to pass through it. Zuermo and the others, who had arrived earlier, all had unsightly expressions as they looked at the tombstones in the middle. "Look! There is another tombstone!" someone shouted. Everyone immediately looked over and saw that the tombstone clearly said, "Here lies the great Qin nation's white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chun." The others quickly turned their heads to take a look. When they discovered Xiao Chun, they revealed an expression that said, "You too." Xiao Chun felt suspicious as he walked forward. He discovered that the tombstones all had the names of the outstanding talents who had arrived here. It looked very strange. Behind the tombstone, there was an ancient stone coffin. A serene atmosphere slowly spread from the tombstone to the entire space. Xiao Chen's name was carved on it as well. He was clearly a living person, yet he had to face his own tombstone. This feeling was indescribably strange. Xiao Chun asked Xia Xian, who was beside him, "What's going on?" Xia Xian had a grave expression as she said, "I'm not sure." The moment everyone came up, there would be a tombstone and a stone coffin. Some people have tried to pass through the halo above them, but they could not. It is completely different from the previous floors. Xiao Chun nodded gently and focused his gaze on his own tombstone again. He said, "In that case, the test of this floor is in this tombstone." "That should be the case," Xia Xian said uncertainly. Suddenly, she saw what Xiao Chun was doing. She exclaimed in astonishment, "What are you doing?" Xia Xian saw that Xiao Chun had already walked to the stone coffin behind his tombstone. His right hand rested on the lid of the coffin as he tried to open it. Xiao Chen's actions startled everyone. They quickly retreated. There were too many strange places in this ancient desolate tower. If Xiao Chun opened the stone coffin so recklessly and met with some unknown danger, he would be in big trouble. Zuemo advised, "Brother Xiao, why don't you study it a little longer before making a decision? It is too risky to open the stone coffin now." Jiang Zimo also felt that doing so was inappropriate. "Brother Xiao, let's keep looking. Who knows, we might discover something else." Xiao Chun shook his head and rejected. "The answer is obvious. It is in this stone coffin. You all should move back first." Seeing that Xiao Chen had already made up his mind, the others did not say anything more. Actually, they were also curious about what was in this stone coffin. However, they were not as decisive as Xiao Chen. Bang! Xiao Chun sent out a palm strike and quickly took a step back. His right hand grasped the hilt of his saber tightly. The stone coffin lid immediately flew up. Xiao Chun looked down and saw the interior of the stone coffin. His expression slowly turned doubtful as his right hand released the hilt of his saber. When the others saw this, they quickly gathered around. They discovered that the stone coffin was empty. There was nothing inside. Strange. Why is there nothing inside? What are you thinking? It would be strange if there was really something inside. Someone else immediately retorted. Bang! 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 The other stone coffins were opened one after another. They were all empty. There was nothing inside. Everyone felt that it was a false alarm and heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they thought about how they were in the ancient desolate tower, they had to think of a way to break through this floor and reach a higher level. Only then would they be able to obtain more benefits. The cultivators who successfully challenged the will statue would obtain a gift from the will statue. There were secret treasures, battle armor, spirit weapons, and cultivation techniques. These were all good things that were hard to come by. Even if there was nothing inside, just the increase in strength from breaking through the light barrier was enough to attract people. Thus, the crux of the matter was not whether there was anything in the stone coffin but how to break through this floor and reach a higher level. Xiao Chen's gaze wandered between the stone coffin and the gravestone. Gravestone, and the empty stone coffin. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of something. He sank into deep thought and his expression slowly turned grave. "Xiao Chun, how should we break through the third floor? What do you think?" Zuemo, Jiang Zimo, and the others asked as they walked over. They thought for a long time but could not think of anything. So they asked Xiao Chun for his opinion. Xiao Chen's expression was calm as he said softly, "It is clear that this is a grave. There is a gravestone and a stone coffin. What do you think is missing?" The answer is very obvious. When everyone heard this, they muttered to themselves for a while. After a while, their expressions could not help but change. There was a grave, a gravestone, and a stone coffin. What was missing? Naturally, it was missing a real corpse. How could a tomb without a corpse be a complete tomb? Damn it! Could it be that we have to kill ourselves and sleep in this stone coffin before we can truly pass the test of this floor? A cultivator cursed in a low voice, feeling frustrated in his heart. Naturally, the benefits of the fourth floor were very tempting. However, if everyone died, what was the point of all that? Chu Chaoyun smiled leisurely and said, "Perhaps it is not necessary to have our own corpses." When everyone heard this, they could not help but show startled expressions. A swordsman from the great Chu nation said angrily, "Chu Chaoyun, what do you mean?" Chu Chaoyun's expression did not change. He looked at that swordsman and said, "Whether it is true or false, we just need to find someone to test it on. For example, you bastard." That swordsman cursed angrily and wanted to attack. However, when he thought of Chu Chaoyun's strength, he felt fear in his heart. He quickly controlled his emotions and took a few steps back. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "Is that all you have?" Chu Chaoyun's words sounded harsh. However, when everyone thought about it, they felt that it made sense. Xiao Chun was indeed right. Whether it was true or false, they just needed to find someone to test it on. If that person died, they immediately passed through the light barrier of the third floor. Furthermore, that person managed to revive. This meant that this idea was feasible. Everyone could do the same. If that person died and did not revive, it meant that this idea was not right. They had to think of another way. However, no matter what, it was important to note that the person being tested could not be themselves. Xiao, The atmosphere immediately turned strange. It was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. Together with the 10-odd graves, the place looked sinister and incomparably horrifying. Some of the people who felt that they were stronger started to scan the crowd, searching for a suitable person. The atmosphere in the tower was very strange. Everyone's nerves were tense as they grasped their weapons. Only the heavy breathing of the crowd could be heard in the dark atmosphere. They guarded against each other and kept their guard up. There was no way to determine who was a friend or an enemy. Perhaps a former friend might launch a sneak attack in order to protect himself, making him the first subject of the experiment. A former enemy would only be harder to deal with than before. They might launch a sneak attack or frame you for no reason, making you the target of everyone. Chapter 478. At this moment, just a small collision would result in a huge explosion. Everyone would probably start a chaotic battle immediately, killing each other. Xiao Chen looked at Chu Chaoyun. This was the person who caused this situation. This person was currently looking around with interest, appearing very relaxed. For the sake of a conclusion that had not been confirmed, Chu Chaoyun's words caused such a commotion. The human heart was really hard to predict. Shaking his head, Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and ignored this group of people. Then he walked back to the stone coffin. As Xiao Chun looked at the empty stone coffin, he thought hard. There was no such thing as an unsolvable situation in this world. Since the people before him could pass the test and reach the 4th floor, it proved that there was a solution to the situation of the 3rd floor. However, what exactly was this test? It was hard to determine. Xiao Chun already had a guess in his heart, but he did not dare to be certain. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and entered deep thought. After a while, he opened his eyes. The confusion and hesitation in the depths of his eyes were gone, replaced with determination and decisiveness. After Xiao Chun made up his mind, while the group of people were still in a stalemate or discussing who to experiment on, Xiao Chun stepped into the stone coffin. Xiao Chun placed the lunar shadow saber at the side and lay down calmly. After he closed the lid of the stone coffin, he immediately closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Bang! The sound of the stone coffin moving reverberated in the dark space. This caused the hearts of the anxious people to race. Boom! 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 The sound of the stone coffin was like an ignition. When the sound rang out, several people immediately attacked the targets they had already decided on. The scene instantly turned chaotic. No one wanted to be the first target to be experimented on, so they did their best to protect themselves. Soon, someone was injured. Red blood drifted in the air, stimulating the bloodlust of the crowd and increasing the intensity of the battle. When Xia Xian saw someone charging at her, she felt very depressed. She used her sword to block the other party's attack and tried to extricate herself. However, someone else immediately attacked her, either intentionally or unintentionally. This made her sink deeper and deeper. She retreated to the edge of the battlefield a few times, but every time she got dragged back in. How could there be any true weaklings among the outstanding talents who could obtain 20 spots and reach the 3rd level of the earth? The gap between them wasn't that obvious. Even if Xiao Chun were to fight any one of them, he wouldn't be able to guarantee victory within 100 moves. Why bother? It would be difficult for Xia Xian to rely on her own strength to escape. Like Xia Xian, Jiang Zimo, Zhuo Mo, and the others wanted to extricate themselves. However, they were trapped and did not dare to use their trump cards. If he were to seriously injure someone, the situation at the scene would become even more chaotic. He had no idea what to do at the moment, so he could only protect himself. Bang! Bang! The sounds of weapons clashing and the sounds of killing rang out incessantly. Chu Chaoyun weaved through the crowd easily. Occasionally, he would send out a strand of sword qi to disrupt the situation. From a spectator's point of view, when Xia Xian and the others retreated to the edge, the attack came from Chu Chaoyun. Bang! After 1 hour, an intense explosion suddenly resounded in the 3rd floor of the ancient desolate tower. A deafening shockwave surged out. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, suppressing all the sounds of fighting. Everyone quickly turned their heads to take a look. They saw that the tombstone that Xiao Chun was in had already shattered. The stone coffin behind it slowly sank into the ground. After a while, a white figure flew into the air. Before everyone's astonished gazes, this white figure flew towards the light barrier and slowly passed through it. There was no obstruction at all. Xiao Chun passed through the barrier of the 3rd floor and arrived at the 4th floor. Everyone stopped what they were doing. They stared blankly at Xiao Chun, who had passed through the barrier of the 3rd floor. How can it be? How did he pass through? I did not see him do anything. Could it be that the barrier's blocking effect has already disappeared? Someone felt suspicious. He stomped heavily on the ground and crashed into the light barrier. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. That person bounced back as fast as he arrived. The swelling on his forehead was very obvious. He grimaced in pain. Who said that I can pass through it freely? It is simply impossible. It looks like Xiao Chun has indeed found a way to clear this floor's test. Earlier, I seem to have seen him seal himself in the stone coffin. Could it be related to this? One of the cultivators asked, feeling confused. At this time, no one was thinking about who to use for the experiment. After everyone calmed down and thought about the earlier situation, they realized that something was wrong. That's enough. Whether it is real or fake, we will know after we test it. Pei Shaoxian roared and headed for his stone coffin. The others no longer hesitated. They all ran over to test it out. After all, they had Xiao Chen's successful experience. Pei Shaoxian closed the lid of the stone coffin first. Then he lay quietly under it. When the stone coffin was completely closed, all Pei Shaoxian could see was darkness. He could not help but close his eyes. Soon all the sounds disappeared. Pei Shaoxian felt like he was in boundless darkness. He could only hear his own heartbeat. Fear appeared for no reason. Slowly, his heartbeat slowed down, and his breathing became heavier. The fear in his heart became even more intense, and he could not get rid of it. The thumping sound of his heartbeat also became weaker and softer. Am I going to die? Pei Shaoxian thought in horror. Why is it like this? My heartbeat is about to disappear. Even my breathing is extremely weak. That earlier fear became very real. That was the fear of death. If he stayed here for even a moment longer, he would die. It's over. My heartbeat is almost gone. I can't breathe. The shadow of death already occupied Pei Shaoxuan's heart. That kind of fear could no longer be described with words. It reached the depths of his soul. Pei Shaoxian wanted to open his eyes. However, he discovered that his eyelids were extremely heavy. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open them. No, I cannot die. I have outstanding talent and strength. Even if I cannot clear this ancient desolate tower, I will still be an outstanding talent in the Great Tang Nation. My future will be limitless. I am only 22 years old. I am still young. Cannot die. I cannot die in this ancient desolate tower. Such thoughts resounded in Pei Shaoxuan's mind. Finally, he could not endure it any longer. He used his palm to open the heavy stone coffin. Fresh air blew into Pei Shaoxuan's face. He sat up and panted heavily. His clothes were already drenched in sweat. He felt like he had just passed by the gates of hell. He rejoiced in his heart. It was better to be alive. Bang! Before Pei Shaoxian could get up, a huge force came from the stone coffin. This force tossed him out. Pei Shaoxuan's body passed through the wall and landed outside the ancient desolate tower. He stopped at the 3rd floor. Hu Qi! Hu Qi! A few other outstanding talents could not withstand the fear of death. They were tossed out one after another, losing the qualifications to continue. In this lifetime, they would stop at the 3rd floor. Shi Hailong looked at the 7 or 8 cultivators that fell out of the tower. He shook his head slightly and sighed. The 3rd floor is the easiest but also the most difficult. When death approaches, if you can still maintain your calm and maintain the desire to go to the next floor, you will be able to make it up easily. An old man at the side smiled and said, "It's easier said than done. That kind of death is no different from a real death. In such a situation, it would be difficult for most cultivators to maintain their composure. In the past, only 3 or 4 people passed this floor at most. I remember there was a previous batch where many people killed each other. In the end, not a single person passed. The third floor tested a cultivator's attitude toward life and death, as well as their determination. In other words, it tested a cultivator's mental state. If one's mental state was not strong enough, they could forget about going to the fourth floor. Shi Hailong counted the number of lights that reached the third floor. He muttered to himself, "Fortunately, 6 people went up. This is the best result in the past few years. Old Stone, that person only took 10 minutes to reach the fourth floor. I'm guessing that he's the martial artist who broke the will statue." As invigilators, they had already experienced the trial of the ancient desolate tower several times. They clearly knew how realistic the fear of death was. This person was able to maintain his calm and break through in 10 minutes. Since ancient times, very few people could do that. Shi Hailong's eyes narrowed as he smiled. "That's him. My gaze never left him. Just watch. This person will definitely give us a pleasant surprise. The 4th, 5th, and 6th floors will not be able to stop him." Who is this person? Is it Chu Chaoyun, Xiao Chun, Zhua Mo, Ding Fengqiu, or Jiang Zimo? The few of them discussed among themselves. However, until the very last moment, they could not be sure who had such ability. Dida. Xiao Chen's body slowly passed through the third layer of light. This time, he passed through it for a total of 20 seconds. However, this time it was twice as much as the third floor. Pure purple essence liquid fell like rain. When Xiao Chun landed on the ground, the purple chi whirlpool suddenly exploded. An abundant energy filled his body. Xiao Chun felt his blood surge and his strength soar. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. He muttered, "I finally broke through to medial grade martial king." Xiao Chun had been cultivating a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Furthermore, when he broke through to martial king, he had absorbed too many spirit herbs. As a result, Xiao Chen's foundation was much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. It was much more difficult for him to advance. This was a good thing. Being able to defeat a superior grade martial king when he was an inferior grade martial king was naturally a good thing. However, this was also a bad thing. The difficulty of raising one's cultivation would severely affect a cultivator's mental state, making it hard for them to calm down and cultivate. It might even result in a feeling of disgust. No matter how hard one cultivated, one's progress would be slow. In that case, what was the point of cultivating? Xiao Chen's mental state was strong. He would not have such thoughts. The only drawback was that his progress was too slow. It would be problematic if he was left behind by others of the same generation. It did not matter if they were all martial kings or even half-step martial monarchs. However, the problem was that once the other party advanced to martial monarch, their essence would undergo a qualitative change. Chapter 479. Essence would evolve into quintessence. A strand of quintessence would be able to block 10 times more essence. As long as one became a martial monarch, one would be able to execute a quintessence shield. Even if one's essence cultivation was heaven-defying, one would not be able to break through it. It was like the difference between a wooden sword and a steel shield. No matter how thick and long a wooden sword was, how could it break a steel shield? Wood was wood. Hardness was hardness. This was the difference between essence and quintessence. However, the strange light of the ancient desolate tower gave Xiao Chun an opportunity. As long as he continued to advance and surpass others, he would leave everyone behind. He would reach a height that no one could match. In terms of cultivation, not only would he catch up to the peak geniuses of the same generation, but it would also give him a chance to surpass them. The test of the third floor was as Xiao Chun had guessed. The tombstones, coffins, and tombstones all represented death. Xiao Chun would have to face the test of death. The feeling of his heart stopping, his breathing stopping, and the pressure of death slowly pressed down on him. With the addition of the sarcophagus, it gave people the feeling that they were there. In other words, it was a real death. How to overcome fear was the key to clearing the third floor. Fortunately, Xiao Chun had a strong will. His desire for the ancient desolate tower was higher than anyone else's. Xiao Chun knew that his cultivation was weak. If he wanted to catch up, climbing the ancient desolate tower was his only chance to do so. As long as he could overcome the fear of death, he would be able to break through the test and make a breakthrough. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chun stopped thinking about his experiences in the third floor. There was nothing much to think about when death approached him step by step. Xiao Chun started to look around the fourth floor. The fourth floor was rather spacious, and the walls did not look any different. Ancient scrolls floated in the air. When the scrolls unfurled, they depicted various dangerous places in the world. This is the Scarlet Blood Flame Prison, the 10,000 Poison Ice Cave, the 10 Layers of Purgatory, the Deep Sea Battlefield, the Ink Forest. When Xiao Chun saw the scenes depicted in the scrolls, his expression slowly changed. It looked like this floor truly tested a cultivator's combat prowess. Hu Qi, Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, Xia Xian, Zhuo Emo, Mu Xinya, Chu Chaoyun, and Chu Mu appeared on the ground. The test of death on the third floor had eliminated most of the cultivators with weak wills. Now there were only 8 people left, including Xiao Chun. Suddenly, Ding Fengqiu's body paused. He looked at Xiao Chun and exclaimed, "You broke through?" The others did not understand what was going on. They all looked at Xiao Chun as well, and their expressions changed. Before entering the ancient desolate tower, Xiao Chun was merely an inferior-grade martial king. Although he had reached the pinnacle, there was still a long way to go before he could break through. Even the best geniuses would need 2 months to break through after cultivating a top-tier Earth-class cultivation technique with the help of miraculous elixirs. However, Xiao Chun managed to break through to medial-grade martial king in less than half a day. It was impossible not to be shocked. Xiao Chun nodded. "Yes, I just broke through." Doubt appeared in Jiang Zimo's eyes. He said, "Strange, our cultivation also increased. However, why are we not as fast as you?" Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not dwell on this topic. He had a guess in his heart. Whoever broke through first would gain the most benefits. Of the 3 floors, Xiao Chun was the first to break through. Naturally, he would gain more than the others. The 8 of them did not say anything more. They focused their attention on the paintings and started to discuss them in detail. The places in these paintings are all forbidden lands in the Tianwu continent. Could it be that we have to pass through these forbidden lands to break through to this floor? Zhuo Emo pointed to one of the paintings and said, "That painting shows the great Tang nation's demonic beast cave. Even peak martial monarchs would not dare to say that they can do as they please there." Xia Xian said, "I believe the test of this floor comes from these paintings. The places in the paintings should be less dangerous. Otherwise, there would be no point in them existing. They would just chase us out." "Xiao." Chu Chaoyun waved his hand and put away the painting of the 10,000 Poison Ice Cave. He stared at the painting for a while before he turned into a beam of dim light and entered it. The others also started to carefully choose the dangerous lands that they were good at. After everyone made their choices, Xiao Chun made his own decision. The Scarlet Blood Prison painting was sucked over. As Xiao Chun stared at it, a huge suction force came from the painting, as though it wanted to pull in one's soul. Xiao Chun did not use his spiritual sense to resist. He allowed it to pull him in. After that, he turned into a beam of dim light and entered the painting. Boom! As Xiao Chun's figure moved, he found himself in a desolate space. When he looked up, the sky was scarlet. Strands of scarlet flaming clouds drifted around continuously. In the center of his head, a giant blood-colored lotus flame was blooming in an incomparably enchanting manner, appearing very strange. The surroundings were very sinister and cold. When Xiao Chun looked up, he saw scarlet pillars supporting the sky at the farthest ends of the horizon. The scarlet pillars were connected to the clouds. They looked like a huge cage, wrapping up the surroundings. It looked very grand. Xiao Chun muttered, "This should be the Scarlet Blood Prison. It is made of the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame. There is a Blood Flame Beast King guarding each of the 4 scarlet pillars. As long as Xiao Chun killed these 4 Blood Flame Beast Kings and broke the cage, he should be able to clear this stage. As for the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame, it was an extremely monstrous flame. Xiao Chun would not be able to resist it. The designer of the ancient desolate tower would not be so stupid as to ask Xiao Chun to subdue the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame. That would really be chasing him away. The Scarlet Blood Frost Flame was a strange flame that drifted in the world. Rumor had it that it was a demonic flame that a martial emperor of the ancient era refined. After that martial emperor fell, the scarlet blood frost flame did not extinguish. It drifted around uncontrollably. Wherever they went, they were invincible and unstoppable. Cities and empires could be completely destroyed. It killed countless people and gathered countless aggrieved spirits. At the same time, these aggrieved spirits strengthened the scarlet blood frost flame. The blood flame beast was a monster formed by the aggrieved spirits and the flame. It was neither human nor beast, neither fiend nor demon. The strength was extremely horrifying. The remaining emperor-level powerhouses tried several times to refine it or destroy it, but to no avail. However, the scarlet blood frost flame had absorbed too many aggrieved spirits. It already had a basic level of intelligence. Furthermore, it was extremely strong. Ordinary martial emperor experts were not a match for it. The last surviving martial emperor could only helplessly seal it under the great Jin nation's heavenly boat mountain, forming the strange scarlet blood prison. Hu Qi! Hu Qi! As Xiao Chun pondered, the scarlet lotus above his head suddenly shook. Countless petals made of scarlet flames drifted down to the ground. The flames were like fresh blood, glistening and alluring. It looked like a rain of scarlet petals. It was very demonic. This was a strange sight. However, Xiao Chen's expression changed. His figure flickered as he quickly retreated. Shoo! 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 After the scarlet petals landed on the ground, they wriggled continuously and formed 2-meter-tall humanoid blood flame beasts. When Xiao Chun looked around, there were at least 200 blood flame beasts. After they landed, they immediately charged at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes. He felt the aura of the blood flame beasts. They were equivalent to human superior grade martial kings. A true blood flame beast was at least a half-step martial monarch. It looked like this painting gave the challenger a chance of survival. It was not too exaggerated. The blood flame beasts were made of scarlet inattributed flames. Their eyes were 2 black holes, and a fist-sized white light flickered on their chests. That was the sole imprint of the aggrieved spirit. The aggrieved spirit did not have any memories, but it retained its combat experience. As Xiao Chun retreated, he looked at the blood flame beasts drifting about. He muttered, "It retains its combat experience. It is indeed difficult to deal with. However, in the end, it is a inattributed flame. My purple thunder true fire should be able to restrain it." One of the reasons why Xiao Chun chose the Scarlet Blood Prison was because the Scarlet Blood Frost Flame was a Yin-attributed flame. The Yang-attributed Purple Thunder True Fire countered it. However, when it came to restraining each other, it was like water and fire. Water could extinguish fire, and fire could extinguish water. In the end, they restrained each other. Whoever was stronger would be able to deal a fatal blow to the other party, and the damage would be higher. Xiao Chun sheathed the lunar shadow saber at his waist and moved his 10 fingers. Purple flames appeared on his fingertips. As his essence was exhausted, the 10 strands of flames started to spread out. Xiao Chun quickly formed hand seals with his 10 fingers. As his fingers danced, the 10 strands of flames floating in front of him started to condense, turning into short swords. When the hand seals were completed, the short swords formed by the Purple Thunder True Fire took shape. The lines on the swords looked very realistic, like a dagger giving off purple flames. "Life bestowal spell," Xiao Chun shouted and raised his right hand. The short swords immediately shot out, and a significant amount of the mental energy in his sea of consciousness was instantly drained. The target of the short swords was very clear, the white light on the blood flame beast's chest. Once the mark of the aggrieved spirit was destroyed, the blood flame beast would automatically break free. Regular weapons would not have much of an effect on the mental energy mark. However, these flaming weapons merged with Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, and the life bestowal spell were the bane of this thing. Qi! Qi! Under the control of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, the 10 short swords instantly struck their target, stabbing into the white light. Strands of black smoke came out from the blood flame beast's head. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the 10 blood flame beasts that had been struck let out heart-wrenching screams. They tried to pull out the purple flame daggers with their hands, but to no avail. Bang! The white specks of light were completely whittled away by the dagger, and the blood flame beast immediately turned into countless blood-red flames, dissipating into the surroundings. It is indeed effective. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. Although using the Purple Thunder True Fire to execute the life bestowal spell exhausted a lot of mental energy, it was not as effective as before. However, compared to the lethality of the attack, it was not worth mentioning at all. A single hit would kill the target without a doubt. Such an effect was definitely worth it. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and activated the Blood Flame Shoe's secret technique. His speed reached Mach 4. As he retreated, the pursuing blood flame beasts managed to widen the distance between them. Chapter 480. Xiao! After summoning 10 clumps of flames, Xiao Chun quickly executed the life bestowal spell again. As the short sword flew out, 10 blood flame beasts immediately died. Just like that, Xiao Chun used his advantage in speed to prevent the blood flame beasts from surrounding him. On the other hand, Xiao Chen's hands danced around, forming hand seals continuously as he executed the life bestowal spell. The number of 200 blood flame beasts started to decrease. However, Xiao Chen was not in a rush. As he killed the blood flame beasts, he familiarized himself with the life bestowal spell with the Purple Thunder True Fire. This was also a form of cultivation. It was not a waste of time. Furthermore, it was stable and would not make any mistakes. After 2 hours, not a single blood flame beast could be seen on the ground. When Xiao Chun stopped, he felt slightly dizzy. This was the side effect of exhausting his mental energy. However, it was still within his control. After resting for a while, Xiao Chun opened his eyes again, feeling much better. Hu Qi! The scarlet flower petals rained down from the sky once again. This time, Xiao Chun would not give the blood flame beast a chance to land on the ground and change its form. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Xiao Chun shouted and executed the Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. His figure soared into the sky, and he drew the lunar shadow saber with a kase sound. Purple pure yang flames dyed the saber blade. 9 figures danced around in the air. Saber lights flickered and chopped the flower petals into sparks before they landed on the ground. Merge! The 9 figures merged back together, and Xiao Chun landed on the ground. When he saw the scarlet sparks filling the sky, he revealed a faint smile. This made things much easier. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and quickly headed for the scarlet pillars in the west. Every scarlet pillar had a blood flame beast king. These were the strong blood flame beasts that the scarlet blood frost flame used to deal with the seal. As long as Xiao Chun killed these 4 blood flame beasts, the scarlet blood prison would break on its own. At that time, the power of the seal would completely suppress the scarlet blood frost flame. In terms of combat prowess, a blood flame beast king could rival a peak martial monarch. However, it was unknown how much weaker this painting was. Moving like a bolt of lightning, Xiao Chun strode forward in this blood-red world. After a few breaths, the towering blood-red pillar was right in front of him. Xiao! At this moment, a scarlet flower petal rapidly fell from the sky above. The lotus-shaped flame in the sky flickered. He seemed to know what Xiao Chun was going to do and was very anxious. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and slowly drew his lunar shadow saber. He said, "It is the same move. If it is useless the second time, it will be even more useless the third time." Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and soared into the air. He split into 9 clones and executed Wuxia transforms to Qi, trying to chop all the flower petals into sparks. Bang, bang, bang. However, the petals that were about to form blood flame beasts suddenly exploded, forming blood flame beasts in the air. However, they were much smaller than the first batch of blood flame beasts. Their auras were also much weaker. Xiao Chen's smile faded and his expression turned grave again. It looked like the rumors of this scarlet blood frost flame gaining some consciousness were true. It actually knew how to reduce its might and shorten the time it took for the blood flame beasts to form to delay him. Bang! 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 There were too many blood flame beasts. In the blink of an eye, several of Xiao Chen's clones were burned to nothing by the surging flames. I have to think of a way to break out of this encirclement. There are more than 200 blood flame beasts, too many. Xiao Chun focused and a fierce flame started burning in his right eye. Bang! The huge clump of flames infused with the purple thunder true fire's origin flame surged forward. Under the ferocious attacks of this pure yang-attributed flame, the purple thunder true fire's origin flame was unable to withstand it. Under the ferocious attacks of this pure yang flame, the large number of blood flame beasts in front of Xiao Chun were immediately blasted into nothingness. Xiao Chun successfully broke out of the encirclement. When Xiao Chun landed on the ground, he sheathed his saber and repeated the same move. Broken swords made of purple thunder true fire started to attack the blood flame beasts. Shou! Shou! As Xiao Chun became more familiar with the life bestowal spell, he made the blood flame beasts on the ground disappear one by one. The blood flame beasts, which gave others a headache, were unable to cause much trouble at Xiao Chun's hands. After Xiao Chun dealt with this batch of blood flame beasts, the scarlet blood frost flame in the sky moved again. A boundless scarlet rain descended, and another large group of blood flame beasts descended. Xiao Chun did not show any impatience on his face. He smiled gently and said, "You want to compete in patience? In that case, you are looking for the wrong person. Let's see who can last longer." As the scarlet rain fell, another few hundred blood flame beasts formed. Xiao Chun squinted and moved his 10 fingers, summoning 20-odd clumps of flames in one breath. The flames quickly turned corporeal, turning into many short swords with the help of the life bestowal spell. With the help of the life bestowal spell, every sword was a killing move. Xiao Chun dealt with a blood flame beast with every sword strike. The scarlet blood frost flame was just using an endless barrage of attacks to wear down Xiao Chun's patience. If Xiao Chun panicked before the battle started, he would not be able to remain calm when he reached the top of the towering scarlet pillar. Naturally, his combat prowess would drop by several levels. However, the scarlet blood frost flame had found the wrong person. Xiao Chun's mental state was much higher than that of his peers. He treated the scarlet blood frost flame's attacks as a whetstone for practicing the life bestowal spell. He continuously tempered himself, using the purple thunder true fire to practice the life bestowal spell. Furthermore, Xiao Chun believed that the scarlet blood frost flame's energy could not be used indefinitely. There would be a time when it would run out or when it would need to stop. Time slowly went by. Xiao Chun was already able to control only 10 short swords at the start. Now, he could control 50 short swords at the same time. Furthermore, the number of short swords continued to increase. His improvement was godly. After destroying another group of blood flame beasts, Xiao Chun's smile widened. He said, "Such a good place to cultivate. I really cannot find another place like this." Xiao Chun's spiritual sense was incredibly strong, comparable to that of a martial monarch. As long as he did not exhaust all of his mental energy in one go, he would be able to defeat Xiao Chun easily. As long as he did not exhaust all his mental energy, he could take advantage of the time when the blood rain fell to the ground and rest for a while. That way, he would be able to replenish most of his exhausted mental energy. Wang! After finishing off the last batch of blood flame beasts, Xiao Chun closed his eyes again and waited for a while. Xiao Chun's mental energy had already completely recovered. However, he still had not sensed the blood rain falling. So Xiao Chun opened his eyes. He looked at the scarlet blood frost flame in the sky, which had already dimmed significantly. He smiled faintly and said, "How unfortunate. I was so close to learning how to control 100 short swords at the same time." If the scarlet blood frost flame really had the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a human, it would have vomited blood when it heard this. Xiao Chun treated its killing move like a tonic and even complained that it was too little. Then, Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and rushed towards the towering scarlet pillar. After a few breaths, he finally reached the top of the 2,000-meter-tall pillar. There was a vast platform at the top of the pillar. It seemed to be stuck to the clouds. A blood flame beast king stood on the platform. It looked like a real person. 2 spots of white light floated in its eyes as it looked coldly and emotionlessly at Xiao Chun, who was slowly approaching. Xiao Chun looked at the chest of the blood flame beast king. He saw a round, hard, scarlet lump on its chest. It was like a breastplate protecting the Blood Flame Beast King's only weakness. Xiao Chun could not help but frown. Given this, Xiao Chen's moves, which worked on other Blood Flame Beasts, might not work on this Blood Flame Beast King. However, based on the Blood Flame Beast King's aura, it had only reached the level of a peak martial king. It was not to the point where it could not put up a fight. Xiao Chun landed firmly on the towering scarlet pillar. The clouds made of scarlet flames above his head were as smooth as a mirror. As he pressed tightly against the towering scarlet pillar, Xiao Chun only needed to jump up gently, and he would be able to touch the mirror-like scarlet clouds. Shio! The instant Xiao Chun landed, the Blood Flame Beast King turned into a red afterimage and charged at Xiao Chun. The Blood Flame Beast King waved its hand, and a clump of scarlet flames shot at Xiao Chun. Ka-ca! Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. He did not hesitate at all. Countless pure yang-attributed flames soared up from the saber. Bang! Boom! Xiao Chun swung his saber at lightning speed. The expected situation of the scarlet flames splitting in half did not happen. Instead, they exploded and turned into surging shockwaves. The so-called yin and yang restraining each other was only relative. When two sides were equal in strength, the so-called restraining effect was the same for both sides. Pa! Xiao Chun ruthlessly smashed his right palm against the shockwaves and knocked them back. The shockwaves surged towards the rapidly moving Blood Flame Beast. The Blood Flame Beast King paused for a moment. Originally, it wanted to cause some trouble for Xiao Chun and wait for an opportunity to make a move. However, it knew that Xiao Chun would actually knock this problem back to itself. Shio! 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 The red afterimage stopped and punched. The purple thunder true fire and the scarlet blood frost flame formed a chaotic clump of energy. The purple and red alternated as they spun rapidly in the air. Then they flew at Xiao Chun again. On the towering scarlet pillar, Xiao Chun and the Blood Flame Beast King moved back and forth. The two flames of completely different attributes formed a mass of primal chaos that rapidly rolled between the man and the beast. Every time the two of them knocked back the clump of energy, they would infuse some energy into it. As time passed, the energy contained in the clump of energy reached a horrifying level. Under the influence of the energy, the pure scarlet clouds in the sky started to fluctuate, spreading out like ripples on water. Xiao Chun had a cautious expression. He did not dare to be careless. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. His figure moved with the clump of energy, occasionally sending all sorts of saber techniques at the attacking Blood Flame Beast. Bang! 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 Xiao Chun and the Blood Flame Beast King stood in the air above the clump of chaotic energy. They both executed their techniques to attack the other's vital points. Arc Light Chop! Xiao Chun shouted and his saber moved in an elegant arc. A purple flame burned on the arc. This caught the Blood Flame Beast King off guard, which wanted to attack Xiao Chun from the side. The Blood Flame Beast King had not expected that the saber chi that was clearly coming from the front would extend to the side. Wuxia! The purple flame wrapped around the Blood Flame Beast King and chopped off the right hand of the Blood Flame Beast King. Roar! The Blood Flame Beast roared in pain. However, it did not stop moving. It opened its left hand and 5 scarlet fingers grabbed at Xiao Chun's left shoulder. You are seeking death. Xiao Chun snorted coldly and turned his left hand into a claw. He quickly executed the Dragon Claw Fist and an Azure Dragon Claw appeared, clashing with the Blood Flame Beast King. Chapter 481. Ka-ca! The Dragon Claw latched onto the Blood Flame Beast King's fingers. Then, Xiao Chun grabbed and twisted. A huge force spread out and tore off the Blood Flame Beast King's arm. The Blood Flame Beast King's arms were broken, and it fell to the ground. It let out an ear-piercing roar of pain. Wuxia! Sparks spread out, and the Blood Flame Beast King's arm actually grew back at a visible rate. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He knew that unless he attacked the Blood Flame Beast King's vital point, which was the soul imprint, he would not be able to cause any substantial damage. Xiao Chun landed on the ground at lightning speed, and a fierce purple flame started to spread in his right eye. Finally, it burst out. The flame whirlpool infused with the purple thunder true fire's origin flame merged with the surging primal chaos chi in the air. Then it carried surging energy as it headed for the blood flame beast. The primal chaos chi, which was already reaching its limits, started to crack when it received such a vast and pure yang-attributed flame. A small hole appeared in the surging scarlet clouds above, and a strand of resplendent golden light fell from it. When the blood flame beast king saw the surging primal chaos chi with a surging aura, its expression changed greatly. This primal chaos chi was no longer something it could block. It had already wasted some time trying to regrow its arm. Now it was too late to dodge. The blood flame beast king could only grit its teeth and wave its palms. A scarlet flame shield formed in front of it, ready to fight to the death. Xiao Chun did not even want to give the blood flame beast king one last chance. He released the saber hilt and sent out a palm strike. Shoo! The palm sword immediately shot out and turned into a beam of dim light. It disappeared in a flash and tore a small hole in the scarlet flame shield. Boom! The primal chaos chi arrived, and the shield, which already had a small hole in it, could no longer block it. The primal chaos chi shattered it. A horrifying energy instantly exploded. The blood flame beast king was blasted into a sorry state. The glow on its body dimmed, and the most important thing was that a crack appeared on its chest. Looking through the crack, one could clearly see a white brilliance pulsating continuously. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. He instantly sheathed the lunar shadow saber and summoned out a clump of purple flames. Then he quickly formed hand seals. Life bestowal spell. Shoo! The short sword, which was surrounded by purple flames, instantly pierced through the crack. The king-grade blood flame beast roared angrily, and its body, which had already lost its luster, started to crack. In the end, it completely turned into wisps of flames that scattered into the sky. As the king-level blood flame beast died, Xiao Chun finally let out a sigh of relief. This king-level blood flame beast was no weaker than him. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's body was completely composed of flames, making it extremely troublesome to deal with him. If not for the life bestowal spell formed by the purple flames, the explosion of the ball of chi at the end would not have been able to deal any fatal damage to him. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous the situation would be for Xiao Chun. Kacha. The mirror-like clouds above the blood pillar started to crack. The strand of golden light grew larger and larger. Finally, it turned into a golden pillar of light and descended. Bang, bang, bang. Under the illumination of the golden light, the blood pillar started to rumble continuously. Finally, it shattered, and the 1,000-meter-tall blood pillar collapsed. Xiao Chun landed back on the ground and said indifferently, "There are still 3 more spots. The combat prowess of the Blood Flame Beast King is weaker than mine. However, its recovery rate is much faster than mine. So I have to end this quickly. Even if I have to use all my trump cards, I will not hesitate." Xiao Chun closed his eyes and analyzed the earlier battle. When he opened his eyes, he only came to one conclusion. It was a quick battle. He had to think of a way to break through the hard block in front of the Blood Flame Beast King's chest. Even if he was injured, he had to do it. Then, he would use the short sword made of purple flames. This was the best way to deal with the Blood Flame Beast King. 6 hours later, Xiao Chun killed the last Blood Flame Beast King in the Scarlet Blood Cage. Another hole appeared in the scarlet clouds. The golden pillar of light descended, and the blood pillar collapsed. Xiao Chun landed on the ground. His white robes were already dyed red. Countless wounds of various sizes covered his body. He was clearly mentally fatigued. Panting slightly, Xiao Chun stuffed a medicinal pill into his mouth. Then, he sat down cross-legged and circulated his energy to heal the wounds on his body. Sha! 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 As the 4 blood pillars collapsed, the scarlet clouds above started to shatter. The cage collapsed on its own, just as Xiao Chun had expected. When all the blood clouds disappeared, a dazzling golden light shone down from the sky. The cold chi in the entire space disappeared completely. Pa! A huge golden palm appeared in the golden light, occupying half of the sky. The The lines on the huge palm were very clear. It carried a supreme might as it grabbed the strange lotus-shaped flame and pulled it out. Xiao Chun vaguely saw the scarlet blood frost flame and the huge palm fighting intensely. He wondered if it had been pulled out of the golden light. However, Xiao Chun did not know. He had already turned into a beam of dim light and flew out of the painting. When Xiao Chun looked around, the familiar environment of the ancient desolate tower appeared before him. He looked at the paintings that the other 7 had chosen. They were all still there. He should be the first to come out. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and focused on the painting in his hand. He slowly unfurled the painting, and a new scene appeared before him. The scarlet blood prison that had been supporting the sky was no longer there. The picture in the painting turned into a golden palm slowly holding up a lotus made of scarlet flames. Xiao Chun thought to himself, this painting is really strange. It can absorb the projection of the real world. In the future, if I meet an enemy that I cannot deal with, I can open this painting and lock them up. I wonder if I can bring it out? Xiao Chun tried to place it in his universe ring. However, he discovered a formless resistance. He could not succeed. Xiao Chun could only place it in his embrace. There were many wounds on his body. His external injuries were horrifying, and his internal injuries were not good either. The Yin flame of the blood flame beast had entered his body and burned his meridians. He had to recover before he could enter the next floor. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged, continuing to treat his injuries. Xiao! After a while, there was the sound of wind. Xiao Chun checked with his spiritual sense and discovered that Xia Xian had failed her challenge. She had been ejected out of the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Chun felt it was a pity. Then, he continued to focus on treating his injuries. Soon, another dim light flashed. Mu Xingya had failed her challenge as well. Every now and then, another dim light would flash. Jiang Zimo and Chu Mu had both failed their challenges. They were all ejected out of the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Chun thought to himself, how lucky I am. If I did not have the purple thunder true fire, I would not have been able to clear the scarlet blood prison so smoothly. Otherwise, I would not have ended up much better than these people. The chances of me failing would have been very high. After a while, with the nourishment of essence and medicinal pills, Xiao Chen's internal injuries were significantly better. The wounds on his body had already healed completely. There were no longer any visible injuries. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and stood up. I can only do this. If I want to recover completely, I will need at least half a day. I cannot afford to wait that long. Bang! Just at this moment, one of the paintings shattered, turning into countless pieces of paper flying through the air. Chu Chaoyun stood on the ground in a sorry state. Frost covered his entire body, and his lips were frighteningly black. It looked like Chu Chaoyun had met with some trouble in the 10,000 poison ice cave. However, he had managed to get out. Bang! Bang! There were 2 more crisp sounds, and the 2 paintings exploded at the same time. Zhua Mo and Ding Fengqiu had passed the test of the paintings. The 2 of them were in a sorry state. After they came out, they did not say anything. They only looked at Xiao Chun with some astonishment before they started to treat their injuries with Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chun noticed that when they came out, the painting had already exploded into pieces. However, his painting was as good as new. There had to be some unknown reason behind this. However, this was not the time to think about this. Xiao Chun gently pushed off the ground. Xiao Chun quickly flew towards the halo above his head. There were no obstructions as he successfully broke through the layer of light. Dida! 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 The pure essence liquid fell unceasingly. This time, it took a full 80 seconds for Xiao Chun to completely pass through the barrier of the halo. Xiao Chun opened his eyes. He could clearly feel the overflowing energy in his body. Not only had he completely replenished the essence he exhausted earlier, but the size of the Qi whirlpool had also increased. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. This layer of light was sufficient to last him for 2 months of bitter cultivation. Looking up, Xiao Chun started to size up the environment of the 5th floor. There was a mysterious door of light flashing in front of him. Aside from that, there was nothing else in the 5th floor. The door flickered with light, and Xiao Chen's figure appeared in front of it. In that blurry light, Xiao Chen wore long white robes. 18 blue dragons revolved around him as he stood on the summit of a boundlessly tall mountain. Below the mountain summit, there was a crowd of people looking up at the person on the summit with reverent gazes. Xiao Chen was slightly startled. However, he still calmly analyzed the situation in his heart. It seems like it can see a certain part of a person's desires. Standing at the peak, receiving the respect of millions of people, immortalized for thousands of years. This was Xiao Chen's goal in pursuing the martial Tao. This test should be the test of desire. It was the same as the test of death on the 3rd floor. This was the temptation of life, a test of desire. Some people's hearts were as firm as a rock. Even when facing the pressure of death, they would not waver. However, on the path of a cultivator, what was worse than death was desire. Death was a hard pressure, but desire was a soft knife to grind. Without one realizing it, one would sink into it and be unable to advance any further. This was even scarier than death. No matter what, I have to face it calmly. Being able to reach this floor is already pretty good. Xiao Chen had a cautious expression on his face. He could not guarantee that he could face the desire calmly. He could only take it one step at a time. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen raised his leg and stepped into the light. Xiao! After Xiao Chen entered the light, Chu Chaoyun, Zuoremo, and Ding Fengqiu appeared on the 5th floor. These people must have been rather anxious. When they saw that Xiao Chen had entered the 5th floor ahead of time and had only recovered from a small portion of his internal injuries, they rushed up. Chapter 482. It is actually the door of desire. The 3 of them studied the light for a long time before they finally understood what this light was. Their expressions could not help but change, and they became very cautious. The 3 of them were able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the selection from tens of thousands of cultivators. Then, they obtained 20 spots from a group filled with geniuses. In the end, they had put in a lot of effort before they reached this step. All of them were dragons and phoenixes among men. They had their own unique understandings of the martial way. Naturally, they knew the difficulty of desire and what it meant to cultivators. Ding Fengqiu revealed a bitter smile on his face. He sighed. I did not expect that the test of the 5th floor would be this door of desire. Desire, desire, to not sink into desire. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Ding Fengqiu said the word difficult 3 times in one breath. His emotions were very complicated. In reality, it was hard to calm one's desires. In the door of desire, those desires would be magnified several times over. It would be even more difficult to calmly walk through it. If one could not walk out, they might sink into desire forever, forever trapped in the door of desire. Zuomo's expression was also uncertain. He did not know what to do. Clearly, he did not have the confidence to clear this door of desire. Just as the 2 of them were silent, Chu Chaoyun, who was at the side, slowly entered the door of light with a calm expression. Then he disappeared from the 2's sight. Zuomo's expression froze. He wanted to follow after Chu Chaoyun. However, his rationality overcame his impulse. Zuoremo clenched his fist tightly and said with some dissatisfaction, It was not easy to reach the 5th floor. I did not expect that I would have to take the initiative to give up. I am really not resigned to this. Ding Fengqiu looked at Zuoremo, this old rival of his for many years. He sighed softly, stop feeling conflicted. Knowing when to give up might be a form of improvement. Originally, Ding Fengqiu thought that the main character of this trial of the ancient desolate tower would be between the 2 of them. He did not expect that, in the end, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun would snatch away all the glory. Most peak geniuses would be able to calmly make their decisions. Ding Fengqiu and Zuoremo were such people. After they sighed, they quickly recovered. Zuoremo shifted his gaze to Ding Fengqiu and said softly, In the previous 5-nation youth competition, I defeated you by 1 move. After that, we did not fight seriously for the next 2 years. After this parting at the ancient desolate tower, we will probably have to wait until the next 5-nation youth competition to fight again. Right here, Right here, right now, how about we fight one more time? Ding Fengqiu grasped the sword hilt tightly with his right hand and smiled faintly. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "That is exactly what I was thinking. Let me see your improvement over the past year." In the vast space, the glowing door of desire was thrown to the side by the two of them, and they began to fight just like that. With such a state of mind, they were able to calmly make choices in the face of their desires. Regardless of whether they had experienced it or not, the cultivation of their state of mind had taken a big step forward. Even if he didn't reach a higher level with this attitude, he might be able to reach the peak of the martial path. The instant Xiao Chun stepped into the ring of light, his mind turned chaotic. Many things appeared in his mind. It was like he had forgotten some things and remembered even more. Xiao Chun was the white-robed bladesman. After the Thunder King, he was the only person to become a martial sage before the age of 30. Furthermore, he had established his own sect, the 10,000 Saber sect. He was the sect master and had tens of thousands of disciples. Now, not only was Xiao Chun at the peak of the great Qin nation, but with the help of the 10,000 Saber sect, even the royal court did not dare challenge him. Xiao Chun even seemed to suppress the royal court, showing signs of replacing them at any moment. However, he also felt like he had forgotten something that seemed important and unimportant at the same time. When Xiao Chun opened his eyes, he discovered that he was standing on the summit of a mountain. When he looked up, he saw that the clouds in the sky were within reach. The winds and clouds churned, creating a huge scene. Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with confusion. After a while, he used 2 fingers as a sword and pointed at the sky. Boom! Xiao Chen's aura burst forth. It was like a stagnant waterfall that had been suppressed for a long time. At this moment, it suddenly burst forth and crashed down. When Xiao Chen pointed, the clouds churned and instantly tore a large hole. The formless energy was like a sharp divine weapon. After it tore through the clouds, its momentum did not decrease. Finally, it tore through the sky and left behind a pitch-black hole. Then, it headed for the boundless and mysterious world outside the sky. After breaking through the clouds did not gather for a long time. Xiao Chun stood upright with his hands behind his back. As he looked at the mysterious phenomenon in the sky, he muttered, "No matter what, this strength is the most practical. If I have forgotten something, then forget it." Xiao Chun clenched his fist tightly. The confusion in his eyes disappeared and turned incredibly cold. On the path of a cultivator, only strength was the most practical. Everything else was fabricated, just temptations, trivial matters of the mortal world. He had to cut them all off. Cut, withdraw. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and clasped his fingers together. Instantly, it seemed like he grasped the laws of heaven and earth. Under the influence of the laws, the large hole in the sky slowly mended. The clouds churned and the winds and clouds changed, returning to normal. Xiao! A figure quickly flashed below the mountain. That person wore blue robes with a slender lunar shadow saber embroidered on his chest. That was the symbol of the 10,000 Saber sect. The symbol of this blue-robed youth was different from the others. There was a golden scabbard embroidered beside the lunar shadow saber. This person was Lan Cho, the personal disciple of the 10,000 Saber sect's sect master, Xiao Chun. When he saw this scene, the respect in his eyes intensified. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and arrived before this person. He asked expressionlessly, "How did it go?" Lan Cho knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Reporting to Master, the Misty Sword sect has been completely destroyed. From now on, the Great Qi nation will never hear the words Misty Sword sect again. The sect master was killed, and Chu Chaoyun's whereabouts are unknown." Xiao Chen paused for a moment and said coldly, "Hand over the things." Lan Cho nodded and stood up. He took out rows of boxes from his spatial ring. The boxes were all neatly arranged with piles of medial-grade spirit stones. There were at least 30,000 boxes densely packed together. Dense spiritual energy flowed out of the boxes, filling the entire mountain peak with a sticky spiritual energy. Xiao Chen glanced at them and frowned. There are exactly 10 million medial-grade spirit stones. Is that all the misty sword sect's 10,000 years of accumulation? Lan Chao's chest tightened. He knew that Xiao Chun was starting to suspect him. He quickly said, I guess that Chu Chaoyun took at least half of it. That's why there are so few. However, there are still 50,000 superior grade spirit stones and hundreds of 3,000-year-old spirit herbs. Not daring to be slow, Lan Cho took out all the misty sword sect's wealth. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave and stern. He nodded and said, Never mind, I'll make do. Bang, 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 bang. With a thought, the 30,000 boxes containing medial grade spirit stones exploded. The spirit stones shattered as well. The 10 million medial grade spirit stones turned into a sticky liquid drifting in the air. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He stood upright with one hand and grabbed forward with his right hand. Hoo! The sticky liquid covering the entire mountain formed a whirlpool that spun continuously. Xiao Chun slowly removed the impurities of the medial grade spirit stones. Finally, Xiao Chun refined the essence of the 10 million medial grade spirit stones into a small medicinal pill. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The medicinal pill melted when it entered his mouth, turning into surging essence and returning to his dantian. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and slowly absorbed the essence. After a long time, he opened his eyes. There was some dissatisfaction on his stern face. 10 million medial grade spirit stones can only reduce my time by 3 years. The amount of energy required to advance to martial sage is too great. Lan Cho swallowed hard in his heart. Only this person in front of him would dare to say such bold words. That was 10 million medial grade spirit stones, the accumulation of the Misty Sword sect for 10,000 years. Yet he swallowed it just like that. Unexpectedly, he was still dissatisfied. Lan Cho suggested in a soft voice, Master, the Night Spirit Palace is destroyed, and the Misty Sword sect is destroyed as well. Now only the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is left in the Great Qin Nation. When should we make a move? We will wait for Master's instructions. Lan Cho was very clear that Xiao Chun had established the 10,000 Saber sect only for the sake of gathering more resources. He had never cared about the authority of the secular world. This was also the reason why Lan Cho had sworn to follow Xiao Chun to the death. Xiao Chun did not care about authority, but Lan Cho did, destroying the 3 great sects and pressuring the royal court. That way, the 10,000 Saber sect's authority would reach its peak. Lan Cho could not help but get excited just thinking about it. Heavenly Saber Pavilion? The image of a girl appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He shook his head and said, There is no need. You can go first. After I enter closed-door cultivation for 3 days, I will send my troops to the imperial capital and destroy the Great Qin Nation's royal court. Xiao! Xiao Chun stretched out a finger and quickly tapped the air. With every tap, a superior grade spirit stone appeared. Under Xiao Chen's command, 50,000 superior grade spirit stones formed a huge peak grade spirit gathering formation floating above the 10,000 Saber sect. Xiao Chen's body floated up and he sat firmly in the center of the formation. All the lines on the spirit gathering formation immediately lit up. Rumble! The clouds churned and drops of pure spiritual energy slowly fell on the formation. Finally, they all returned to Xiao Chun, who was in the center of the formation. Inside the ancient desolate tower, Ding Fengqiu and Zuomo's battle had reached a crucial moment. Bang! The palm wind and sword qi clashed. The two of them each took half a step back, and blood leaked out of the corner of their lips. However, they were evenly matched. However, if one looked carefully, Zuo had more injuries than Ding Fengqiu. In the overall battle, he was at a disadvantage. Zuo said softly, You win! Kasie. Ding Fengqiu withdrew his sword and shook his head. He smiled bitterly and said, The space here is narrow. It limits your strength. Let's consider it a draw. Zuo smiled faintly and did not deny it. He looked at the door of desire and said, You really do not intend to give it a try, right? Ding Fengqiu had a deep gaze as he looked at the flickering door of desire. He shook his head and said, There's no need. Desire is hard to bear. I will not be able to walk through this door before the age of 30. I will only sink into it forever. Who do you think is most likely to walk through this door of desire? Zuoremo asked. After thinking for a while, Ding Fengqiu said, Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chen's desire is too obvious. This is the path to the peak of cultivation. When one's desire reaches its peak, one will sink deeper and deeper. In the end, one will completely lose oneself. Zuoremo smiled faintly and said, We will see. However, I truly hope that he can walk out of it. Over the years, the 5th floor has always been a hurdle. If he can walk out of it, he will definitely experience a qualitative improvement. Chapter 483. The two did not say anything more. They each removed the jade pendants on their chests. They needed to have the jade pendants to remain in the ancient desolate tower. If they destroyed their jade pendants, they would be sent out of the ancient desolate tower. Hua! The two crushed their jade pendants at the same time and turned into beams of dim light shooting out of the ancient desolate tower. At the foot of the Tianwu Emperor, Shi Hailong watched Zuoremo and Ding Fengqiu forfeit. The light in his eyes intensified. Only Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chun remain. We will know who that person is soon. An elder at the side added. It has been a few years already, and no one has been able to clear the 4th floor. This time, 2 people appeared. Furthermore, they are trying to clear the 5th floor. This is quite rare. Li Xiuzhu, who had been silent all this while, smiled coldly. The 5th floor is the door of desire. If you do not come out within an hour, you will sink into oblivion. Li Xiuzhu's heart turned cold. He had not expected that the brat he did not think highly of would be able to continue. First, Xiao Chun obtained 100 consecutive victories, obtaining one of the 20 spots. Now, he cleared 4 floors and reached the 5th floor. If he allowed Xiao Chun to continue, he would have nowhere to hide. Li Xiuzhu thought about how he had made things difficult for Xiao Chun back then. At that time, he would have nowhere to hide his old face. Damn brat! You better sink into oblivion. Li Xiuzhu cursed in his heart. Inside the door of desire, at the main peak of the 10,000 Saber sect, it had been raining for 3 days and 3 nights already. Every night, the spiritual rain with motes of light in the air was a spectacle of the 10,000 Saber sect. Could be seen clearly from the foot of the mountain. However, the 10,000 Saber sect disciples were not surprised by this. Every time they destroyed a large sect, such a situation would occur. They knew that the sect master, Xiao Chun, was using the ancient formation to cultivate. Furthermore, after he came out of closed-door cultivation, he would start another expedition. Now, the 10,000 Saber sect could be said to be unbridled in the Great Qin nation. Practically no one could stop them. Even the Imperial Dragon Legion of the royal court had to retreat, not daring to clash with them. Everyone knew that the current Xiao Chun was the Thunder King of the past. Sooner or later, he would step into the threshold of Martial Emperor and become a true peak expert. The 10,000 Saber sect had countless small and large forces coming to join them every day. I wonder which target he will choose after he comes out of closed-door cultivation. Right now, the Great Qin nation only has the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Royal Court. I feel that it will be the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After all, the royal clan still has their accumulations. Princess Ying Yu's strength is close to the sect masters. It will be hard to deal with them. However, I heard that the sect master came from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion back then. Why would he make a move against the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? After all, are there still any feelings? So what if you have feelings? After reaching Martial Sage, the resources you need to cultivate will reach an astronomical figure. If you do not plunder those large sects, how can you guarantee a fast cultivation speed? At the foot of the mountain, a few patrolling core disciples of the 10,000 Saber sect were chatting about Xiao Chen's next target. Assemble! At this moment, the bell in the hall on the mountainside began to ring. It rang a total of 12 times. The patrolling disciples immediately revealed excited expressions. They stopped chatting and headed for the entrance of the hall. The thousands of core disciples of the 10,000 Saber sect had all gathered in front of the huge hall. Lan Cho, who was on a high platform, looked at the crowd below with a pleased expression. We will rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, we will advance to the imperial capital. Lan Cho waved his hand, and his resonant voice resounded throughout the entire mountain. The well-trained core disciples didn't say anything and immediately scattered in all directions to begin their final preparations. The essence of the 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones in the spirit-gathering formation was completely exhausted. A strand of spiritual fire came out from under Xiao Chun and spread throughout the entire formation. Show! As the spiritual fire burned, all the materials were burned away. Xiao Chun stood in the air with a bright light in his eyes. Indeed, superior-grade spirit stones are more effective. However, this rank 9 spirit-gathering formation exhausted too many superior-grade spirit stones. I have to go to the royal court, Xiao Chun said resolutely as he looked in the direction of the imperial capital. Early the next morning, hundreds of warships hovered in the air above the 10,000 saber sect. Banners fluttered in the wind from the bows of the warships. Xiao Chun stood on the summit and watched all this with a cold expression. He had no feelings for the sect under him. Everything was just a pawn for him to gather resources. The authority of the mundane world was just mundane in his eyes. It was the shackles of a cultivator, a desire, an emotion that had to be severed. Show! With a thought, a scarlet light flickered on Xiao Chen's forehead, and a scarlet throne appeared from nowhere. Xiao Chun sat on the throne, holding the lunar shadow saber in his right hand and holding it to the bottom of the throne. Riding on the continuous blood clouds under the throne, Xiao Chun arrived in front of the fleet in a flash. He raised his left hand slightly and flew forward without saying anything. On the flagship, when Lan Cho saw Xiao Chen's gesture, he quickly shouted, "Depart!" Leading all the elites of the 10,000 saber sect, Xiao Chun leaned on the scarlet throne. He supported his chin with his right hand and held the lunar shadow saber with his left. He closed his eyes lazily and rested. Even though his eyes were closed, he did not emit any aura. However, on the throne, Xiao Chun still gave off the impression of being unparalleled. Looking down on the world, the aura of a supreme king spread out. The cultivators passing by did not hesitate to give way. Furthermore, they retreated silently. They were afraid that they would startle Xiao Chun and invite a great disaster upon themselves. Qi! Qi! The scarlet mark on Xiao Chen's forehead started to flicker continuously. He opened his eyes, and a faint expression flashed on his somewhat charming and fair face. About 10 kilometers in front, there were many golden warships. They were the great Qin nation's Imperial Dragon Legion. On the flagship, an old man wearing golden battle armor looked at Xiao Chun with a grave expression. There was some anxiety in his eyes. The old man's qi and blood surged, and a strong aura soared into the sky. People could clearly feel it from 10 kilometers away. On the throne, Xiao Chun straightened his body and muttered, "Nangong Lai? What can a half-step martial sage do?" Show! The throne doubled its speed and flashed forward. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun arrived in front of the Imperial Dragon Legion on a red cloud. Xiao Chun is here. Seeing the red cloud in the sky, the people on the warships panicked. Everyone had nervous expressions. Xiao Chun, do you really want to destroy the great Qin nation that much? Nangong Lai shouted angrily as he looked at Xiao Chun from the flagship. Xiao Chun replied expressionlessly, "I don't want to. I only need resources. All I seek is the peak of the martial way." Nangong Lai scolded, "Sophistry. How is this any different from destroying the great Qin nation?" Xiao Chun said calmly, "Destroying the nation is just a means, not the end. I only have one goal from start to end." How stubborn. Don't think that you can cover the great Qin nation with one hand. Nangong Lai shouted, and his figure flickered in the air. He threw a palm strike, and a scorching palm wind smashed at Xiao Chun. A strong wind blew, and the force of this palm strike caused the air to boil. Boundless flames surged out. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "After so many years, you are still stuck at half-step martial sage. You are not strong enough." Bang! Xiao Chun pointed at Nangong Lai from afar, and a huge azure finger appeared. Then, it struck Nangong Lai's chest, and there was a loud sound. Nangong Lai vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back. his figure spun around. Nangong Lai's figure flickered, and an inferno saber appeared in his hand. Flames gathered on the saber, forming a resplendent saber light. Boom! The saber light chopped down ferociously, and the space above Xiao Chen's head was chopped in half, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial tear. Xiao Chen sat on the scarlet throne. He could not even be bothered to draw his lunar shadow saber. He stretched out a finger above his head and gently blocked the saber strike. Nangong Lai did not give up. His saber gave off a 200-meter-long saber light. His figure flickered, and he surrounded Xiao Chen, sending out countless saber images in all directions. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen stretched out a finger and moved it up and down, blocking the overwhelming saber light 1 meter in front of him. Sparks exploded on the saber light. However, it was useless against Xiao Chen's quintessence shield. Xiao Chen looked at the feudal Nangong Lai, who continued to work hard. He said, "Your talent is not bad, and you became famous at a young age. Do you know why your progress is so slow? Why are you still stuck at half-step martial sage after so many years? You do not have resources. If you could consume 10 million medial grade spirit stones in one go, you would be able to break through immediately. Unfortunately, you do not have the courage to do so. So you can scram now." Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold, and he formed a claw with his right hand. An azure-colored dragon claw instantly appeared, and a resonant dragon roar resounded. The dragon claw pressed forward, and the laws of the world changed. Nangong Lai, who was a kilometer away, appeared uncontrollably in front of Xiao Chen. Scram! Xiao Chen swung the back of his right hand, and the dragon claw moved with it. Nangong Lai's internal organs were injured, and he fell to the ground like a broken kite. Fire! He just used the laws of the world. He cannot use the power of the world for now. Nangong Lai shouted with all his might after he landed. Dang! 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 The strengthened ancient demonic energy cannons on the Imperial Dragon Legion's warships instantly fired. Thousands of sharp cannonballs flew at Xiao Chen. The cannonballs formed a resplendent and magnificent scene in the air. If thousands of ancient demonic energy cannons struck Xiao Chen at the same time, even a martial sage who could not circulate the laws of the world would suffer. Xiao Chen looked coldly at the descending Nangong Lai. A murderous intent rose in Xiao Chen's heart. His original intention of sparing Nangong Lai's life vanished. An azure-colored finger appeared at lightning speed and tapped Nangong Lai's forehead. Pu Ci. A bloody hole instantly appeared. After doing all this, Xiao Chen circulated his quintessence and started to block the incoming ancient demonic energy cannons. Bang! Thousands of energy beams that could shatter mountains struck Xiao Chen's quintessence shield. The quintessence shield only lasted for half a second before shattering. Pa! 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 The beams of light struck Xiao Chen's body continuously. Xiao Chen allowed his body to churn and his internal organs to move. However, his expression did not change at all. However, it seemed even colder. When the beam of light stopped completely, when the beams of light stopped, Xiao Chen wiped the blood off his lips and looked at the Imperial Dragon Legion indifferently. He said coldly, "Scram!" All Xiao Chen wanted was the resources of the royal court. He did not hate this group of people. If Nangong Lai had not schemed against him at the last moment, he would not have killed them. Chapter 484. It was not that he was soft-hearted. He just could not be bothered to waste his energy. The vice commander on the flagship suppressed the horror in his heart and said, "Don't be frightened. He must be suffering from internal injuries. He will not last much longer. Continue charging the cannons and prepare to fire." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he suddenly stood up from his throne. The people on the fleet immediately felt like a tall mountain had suddenly soared up. Their breathing became somewhat labored, and they felt pressure. Their movements of charging spirit stones became sluggish. Reckless fool. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered in the wind as he placed his right hand on his saber's hilt. Rage surged in Xiao Chen's heart. A power that could destroy the world instantly filled his entire body. As long as Xiao Chen drew his saber, Even if he could not use the laws of heaven and earth, he could destroy 10-odd warships in an instant. The elites of the Imperial Dragon Legion on the warships would die as well. No matter if they were superior-grade martial kings or half-step martial monarchs, they would all vanish with one saber strike. A horrifying killing chi immediately spread throughout the entire fleet. The cultivators charging the ancient demonic energy cannons with superior-grade spirit stones felt their movements stiffen. It was like their limbs were not listening to them. Just as Shao Chun was about to draw his saber, his gaze paused. He looked into the distance and saw a golden figure flying over like a meteor. When Shao Chun saw who it was, he released his grip on his saber and sat back down on his throne. Everyone on the deck immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The huge mountain pressing down on them finally vanished. Their hearts pounded heavily as they felt a chill run down their spines. Shao Chun remained expressionless. His gaze turned cold as he said in a frosty voice, "I'll say it again, scram!" The vice commander on the flagship hesitated. He did not know what to do. They had received orders to stop the invasion of the 10,000 Saber sect. However, in a few moves, Shao Chun killed their commander. He did not even draw his saber. Thousands of ancient demonic energy cannons struck the other party. Although it looked very mighty, the other party only suffered minor injuries. The pressure on them did not decrease at all. "You guys go first. I'll talk to him." That resplendent golden meteor-like figure finally arrived at the crucial moment. The cultivators on the fleet immediately smiled and exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "First princess!" The person who came was the royal clan of the Great Qin Empire, the once-in-a-thousand-years genius Princess Yingyu. She was also the war god that everyone in the Imperial Dragon Legion worshipped. Yingyu wore golden battle armor and held the grand imperial spear in her hand. Golden flames burned in her eyes. She looked as noble and glorious as before, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Upon hearing Yingyu's words, the vice commander of the flagship heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he directed the Imperial Dragon fleet to retreat into the distance. On the Scarlet Throne, Shao Chun looked at Yingyu and nodded slightly. "Not bad. After not seeing you for 3 years, you finally broke through to martial sage. You truly live up to your reputation as a genius. Unfortunately, you are still too slow. Yingyu looked at the calm and stern Shao Chun, who was seated on the Scarlet Throne. His appearance had not changed at all, but the feeling he gave her was very unfamiliar, very distant. Every time Yingyu saw Shao Chun's current appearance, she could not help but feel a dull pain in her heart. It was like being stabbed by needles and knives. It was very unbearable. Yingyu suppressed the melancholy in her heart and said coldly, "So what? I will not be like you, frantically plundering and going to extremes for the sake of cultivation." Shao Chun's heart was as calm as still water, unperturbed. He shook his head and said, "You do not understand. This is the nature of this world. The strong prey on the weak, the survival of the fittest. I am just doing what those people want to do but do not dare to do. Now is the age of geniuses. Without a grand spirit, how can one stand in this age? This is the great Tao. It is just a matter of reaching the peak. All I need to do is maintain my calm." Yingyu laughed involuntarily. "Maintain your calm? You still dare to say calm? If you still have a calm mind, why did you not let go of the Shao clans and the Feng clan's resources? You used your saber to kill everyone from the 2 clans." Shao Chun's expression did not change. He muttered, "I already repaid what I owed them. All I need are resources. As long as they do not block my path, I will naturally spare their lives and give them an opportunity." A pained expression appeared on Yingyu's beautiful face. She bit her red lips, causing blood to flow out. Her voice trembled as she asked, "In that case, now that I am in your way, will you kill me as well?" A cold wind blew, gently ruffling the hair on Shao Chun's forehead. No emotions could be seen on his fair and charming face. On the Scarlet Throne, Shao Chun muttered to himself for a while. Then he said softly, "There is no need to say anything more. Make your move. I will give you 3 moves. There is no need to say anything more. What a good. There is no need to say anything more." In his heart, I can only make him give me 3 moves. Ingyu smiled bitterly to herself and completely severed the ripples in her heart. As you wish. If you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Ingyu shouted and thrust the grand imperial spear forward. A boundless dragon roar resounded behind her. This was the dragon chi that had been passed down in the great Qin nation for 10,000 years. Shio! A boundless aura suddenly condensed. The instant the spear tip was thrust forward, the entire space seemed to freeze. All the aura gathered on the spear tip. Xiao Chen's eyelids drooped slightly. He focused his gaze on Ingyu, who was a kilometer away. Then, he held the lunar shadow saber horizontally across his chest. Ingyu, who was a kilometer away, appeared in front of Xiao Chen in the next instant. She did not even change her posture as she pressed her spear against the lunar shadow saber's scabbard. Such a scene happened in an instant. If one did not know what had happened, it would look like Xiao Chen had placed his saber horizontally across his chest, and Ingyu purposely struck that spot. Dang! A clear and loud sound of collision resounded through the world. As the loud sound waves spread out, the world instantly changed color and became extremely dark. An earth-shattering force surged out from the spear tip. The scarlet clouds below the throne churned continuously. In the end, the scarlet throne Xiao Chen sat on did not move at all. Bang! Xiao Chen pushed his left hand forward. After knocking Ingyu back, Xiao Chen said softly, "One move." Ingyu's expression changed. She swung the grand imperial spear in the air like a staff, hacking down at Xiao Chen. Roar! 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 Countless golden dragon images appeared behind Ingyu. The grand imperial spear seemed to have 10,000 dragon images circling it. It carried a supreme dragon might as it descended on Xiao Chen. Seeing the boundless dragon images, Xiao Chen had a thought. The 18 blue dragon tattoos on his body surged. All 360 acupoints on his body burst open. Azure-colored dragon chi spread throughout his body, roaring endlessly. Its might was no weaker than the dragon chi passed down in the great Qin nation for 10,000 years. Dang! Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand and struck the throne with the tip of the scabbard. The 18 blue dragons immediately left his body. It circled above Xiao Chen's head, blocking Ingyu's spear strike, which contained a vast dragon might and raging endlessly. Xiao Chen said calmly, 2 moves. Ingyu clenched her teeth, and a golden flame started burning in the depths of her eyes. A dragon-shaped flame quickly circled around the grand imperial spear. The spear trembled, and a golden dragon-shaped flame spewed out. This was one of the famous 4 great dragon flames. In Xiao Chen's eyes, the purple pure yang attributed flame in his right eye and the purple thunder true fire started burning fiercely. The pale white lunar true fire in his left eye also started burning slowly. 2 flames of opposing attributes appeared from nowhere, carrying an origin flame. Yin and yang merged together. The 2 flames formed a taiji diagram in front of Xiao Chen. Under Xiao Chen's exquisite control, the 2 extreme yin and yang flames merged naturally and smoothly. There were no obstructions at all. Boom! The 2 flames in the taiji yin-yang diagram were like U's, flowing quickly. When the tyrannical dragon flames crashed into them, they did not cause any ripples. Xiao Chen pushed his right hand forward, and the taiji yin-yang flame diagram immediately gave off a bright light. A surging energy surged out and blasted the golden dragon flames into countless sparks. Under the dark sky, the golden sparks were like fireflies scattering in the air. It was very beautiful. When the dragon flame was broken, Ingyu vomited blood from a corner of her mouth. Her beautiful face immediately turned pale. She looked very sad and beautiful in the sky full of golden fireflies. 3 moves are over, Xiao Chen said calmly. He waved his right hand, and the 2 U's swimming speed in the taiji yin-yang flame diagram suddenly increased explosively. Go! Xiao Chen shouted, and the taiji yin-yang flame diagram flickered in the air. Then it arrived before Ingyu. Ingyu brandished her spear and created an impenetrable barrier of light before her chest. Bang! 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 Before the taiji yin-yang flame diagram, the barrier of light only lasted for a moment before shattering. The battle armor on Yu's body instantly cracked, and a small item flew out. Yu vomited another large mouthful of blood as she looked at the item falling from the air. Shock flashed on Yu's pale face. Ignoring her severely injured body, she quickly flew towards that item. Xiao Chun shook his head and sighed. How can you be so distracted during a duel? Ignorant. After resting for a while, he could use the laws of heaven and earth again. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand just as Yu was about to touch that item. The formless and irresistible laws of heaven and earth pulled Yu's body back to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun pointed at Yu's dantian and crippled her cultivation. Finally, he sealed all her meridians, preventing her from moving. Who? The 10,000 Saber-Sex fleet had already flown over. Lan Cho arrived before Xiao Chun first. When he saw the blood on Xiao Chun's lips, he exclaimed, Master, are you injured? Xiao Chun did not answer the other party's question. He tossed Yu to him and said, Send someone to watch her. The 2 experts of the royal court have already been crippled. I'll leave the remaining soldiers to you. I'll wait for your news before night falls. Lan Cho quickly said respectfully, I swear I will not disappoint you. After the 10,000 Saber-Sex fleet flew far away, Xiao Chun opened his hand and sucked the small item that Yu had been chasing after before she was defeated into his palm. The huge statue of the founding emperor stood in the vast drill ground of the great Qin nation's imperial palace. The statue was a kilometer tall and looked very majestic. Chapter 485. The first emperor, Zhang, held the grand imperial spear in his hand. His aura swallowed the mountains and rivers as he pointed it at the sky. As Xiao Chun stood on the head of the sculpture, he had a complicated expression. It was unknown what he was thinking. Xiao Chun did not know when it started, but he had gotten used to the feeling of standing at the peak. He was used to the power that allowed him to stand at the peak. However, at this moment he had some doubts. Xiao Chun held a wooden sculpture in his hand. The sculpture depicted a girl with a faint smile on her face. She wore a red floral tutu, looking like a little girl. The person who carved the sculpture was the first princess, Yu. However, something had flattened the sensitive area of her chest. A good sculpture had been destroyed just like that. Xiao Chun vaguely remembered that many years ago, when he offended Yu in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had to carve a sculpture for her every month. Every month, they had to carve a statue for each other. Furthermore, they had to dress up differently. They were not allowed to be lazy or slack off, and they were not allowed to be half-hearted. During that period of time, cultivation was extremely tight. However, Xiao Chun did his best to take time to complete this somewhat difficult task. Xiao Chun carved a total of 10 sculptures. Every one of them was much better than the one in his hand. However, he did not know why Yu was so fond of this sculpture. The sculpture lay flat on his palm. With just a thought, Xiao Chun could easily shatter it. Xiao Chen's previously resolute eyes showed some confusion. He felt like his mind was in chaos. It seemed like he had forgotten something very important. A figure flickered in the distance, quickly flying towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and turned incomparably grave and stern again. Then he opened his hand and placed the wooden sculpture in his sleeve. Master, we have finished counting all the natural treasures in the palace. We have also seized the accumulations of some of the large clans in the imperial capital. Lan Cho stood below Xiao Chun as he spoke with an excited expression. It looked like the harvest this time was not small. Xiao Chun said calmly, Report the number. We have obtained a total of 50 million medial-grade spirit stones and 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones. There are also some medicinal pills and spirit herbs. There are countless of them. Xiao Chun nodded and said, Well done. Hand them over. Without any hesitation, Lan Cho took out 10 space rings and handed them over respectfully. There were simply too many treasures. A good space ring could not hold them all. 10 space rings were barely enough. There were also some miscellaneous items that could not be included. 10 spatial rings floated quietly in front of Xiao Chun. Lan Cho knew that he shouldn't stay here, so he quickly took his leave. With a thought from Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, He immediately drew out all the 50 million medial-grade spirit stones in his spatial ring. Instantly, the sky was filled with medial-grade spirit stones. Shatter! Shao Chen shouted, and 50 million medial-grade spirit stones exploded at the same time, turning into viscous spiritual liquid that filled the air. Standing on the head of the statue of Yingzhang, Shao Chen spread his palms slightly, and the energy that blotted the sky turned into a huge whirlpool, starting to refine and purify them. The huge spiritual liquid whirlpool stirred in the air, and the surging spiritual energy fluctuations caused the heaven and earth to change color. In the sky above the imperial capital, the clouds for 5 kilometers around churned continuously, spitting out a great scene. The winds and clouds changed, looking like the sky would collapse at any moment. Xiao! The change in the sky lasted for a long time before it finally ended. Shao Chen refined the 50 million medial-grade spirit stones into a small, exquisite medicinal pill. Opening his mouth, Shao Chen directly swallowed the medicinal pill. The medicinal pill melted in his mouth and flowed into his dantian like a vast sea. Shao Chen closed his eyes and started to refine this energy. A strong aura surged around him. A strong wind howled without end, and lightning flashed continuously. After 15 minutes, Shao Chen opened his eyes, and a bright light shone from them. I am just a step away from obtaining Emperor Wu. After I use the spirit-gathering formation, I should be able to reach that threshold. He was only one step away from becoming the youngest Emperor Wu in history. Even the Thunder King back then could not compare to him. Not to mention the great Qin nation's first emperor below him. Shao Chen gently tapped with his finger, and 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones formed a huge spirit-gathering formation under Shao Chen's control. Shao Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the formation, and the formation markings gave off a bright light. Immediately, spiritual rain fell from the sky. After the large formation is exhausted, the scattered doors should open for me. Outside the ancient desolate tower, a dim light suddenly flashed in the 5th floor. Everyone's gazes paused, and they quickly looked carefully. It was Chu Chaoyun crushing his jade pendant at the last moment. He had given up on the test in the Door of Desire and was directly ejected. It was unknown what Chu Chaoyun experienced in the Door of Desire, but his expression was sullen. After he landed, he ignored everyone and left the Tianwu Plaza without looking back. Shi Hailong frowned slightly and said, "There is only one person left. It looks like that person is really Shao Chen. However, there are only 7 or 8 minutes left. If he does not come out soon, he will be completely trapped in there." Someone at the side said, "There is still a chance. After all, the time in the Door of Desire is different from the time in reality. 15 minutes for us might be several days for him." Shi Hailong nodded gently and smiled. "That's true. There is still a chance. I hope he can comprehend it and dare to let it go. As long as he really lets it go, he can turn back immediately." Li Xiuzhu, who was at the side, smiled coldly and said, "How can it be that easy to let it go? His obsession with power is so deep. He can summon the wind and summon the rain in there, unrivaled. How can he let go of the feeling of having power in his hands so easily? The calmer he is, the deeper he will sink in there. I believe that he might be trying to break through to Emperor Wu in there. Haha, that is a cultivator's lifelong goal. He is just one step away from it. Will he give up?" Li Xiuzhu's words were very unpleasant to hear. However, everyone knew that he was right. The feeling of having power in his hands was not something that could be let go easily. Just wait and see. In another 15 minutes, this brat will not be able to come out. He is destined to sink in there forever. Li Xiuzhu continued smiling coldly. Hearing this, the cultivators who were on good terms with Shao Chen all showed worried expressions. In the space of desire, the spiritual rain poured down for 5 days and 5 nights before it slowly stopped. A spiritual fire descended from Shao Chen's body. The entire formation immediately burned up, turning into nothing. Chi! Chi! Suddenly, a golden light lit up on Shao Chen's body. At first, this golden light was not very obvious. However, towards the end, it became increasingly resplendent. His clothes, skin, hair, Every strand of his body was dyed golden, dazzling and resplendent. Xiao Chun opened his eyes. His black pupils turned golden as well. He gazed into the boundless sky. At the end of the horizon, an open door appeared. Sang, sang, sang. Steps slowly appeared under the door, extending to a meter in front of Xiao Chun. This was the path of a martial emperor. At the end of the path was the peak of cultivators. As long as Xiao Chun pushed open that door, he would be able to stand above the peak of cultivators. Looking at the shining golden door, a fiery light appeared in Xiao Chun's eyes. He got up and walked up the stairs. Clang! Suddenly, the wooden sculpture in Xiao Chun's sleeve fell out and landed on the stairs. It swayed for a long time before it slowly came to a stop. Xiao Chun's gaze paused for a moment, and he slowly retracted his foot. Given his cultivation realm, it was impossible for this sculpture to fall out of his sleeve. The only possibility was that Xiao Chun's heart had become unstable. That was how it could have happened. How can this be? My heart is focused on the great Tao. It is as firm as a rock. I have waited for this moment for more than 10 years. Now that my goal is before me, why is my heart still fluctuating? Am I unable to forget in the end? All this while, Xiao Chun knew that he had forgotten something very important. However, for the sake of the great Tao in his heart, even though he knew that it was very important, he was not willing to think about it. This was because if he thought about it, he might lose the power to destroy the world. He could not afford to gamble on it, nor was he willing to gamble on it. However, no matter how he lied to himself, Xiao Chun told himself that he actually cared a lot about the things he had forgotten. After seeing Yingyu's sculpture, this care had unknowingly seeped into the depths of his heart. Xiao Chun closed his eyes, and there was a huge battle in his mind. If he stepped on this path to heaven, he would be able to ascend to the great Tao and truly stand at the peak of cultivation. However, once he stepped on it, he would never be able to remember the things he had forgotten. Leave no regrets. Suddenly, Xiao Chun heard these 4 words in his mind. He did not know where that voice came from, but he suddenly remembered it. Leave no regrets. Leave no regrets. Xiao Chun muttered these 4 words twice in his heart. Then, he suddenly felt enlightened, and a smile appeared on his face. If I really forget some important things, even if I ascend to the great Tao, it will be a lifelong regret. With regrets, my mental state will never be perfect. If my mental state is not perfect, I will never be able to climb to the limits of martial emperors. I cannot leave any regrets in my heart. Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes, and the golden light in them immediately vanished. His eyes became clear, and the golden light on his body quickly vanished as well. In the end, all the golden light scattered. Xiao Chun, dressed in white, regained his calm. Pa! The open door instantly closed, and the path to heaven shattered into pieces. Only the wooden sculpture remained, drifting down alone. Xiao Chun grabbed the sculpture and leaped down. With a few flashes, he arrived in the room where Yingyu was locked in. Yingyu was very weak due to the seal. It was like a cool breeze could blow her away. When she saw Xiao Chun outside, she said coldly, "Why are you not searching for your great Tao? Why are you here?" Xiao Chun gently tossed the wooden sculpture to Yingyu and replied, "The great Tao is important. However, there are some things that are even more important than the great Tao. For example, this." Yingyu caught the wooden sculpture and looked at Xiao Chun in shock. She said, "You still remember this wooden sculpture?" Xiao Chun smiled gently. The usually stern expression on his fair face now turned gentle. He said, "I remember. I will never forget it." At this moment, Xiao Chun completely let go. Right after he spoke, his body turned into many afterimages and slowly vanished from this space of desire. Chapter 486. Ha ha! There are still 10 breaths of time. This fellow probably will not be able to come out. Elder Shi, I think we can announce the end of this trial of the ancient desolate tower. There is no need to wait any longer. Li Xiuzhu said to Shi Hailong with a faint smile. Shi Hailong looked coldly at Li Xiuzhu and said, "Li Xiuzhu, you seem to have a strong opinion of this Xiao Chun. I heard that he once used an engraved card to participate in the selection. However, you obstructed him in every possible way and made things difficult for him. The trial of the ancient desolate land represents the luck of the heavenly extermination union. The higher it goes, the more luck the heavenly extermination union will have. The five lords are watching from the sky. You know what you've done. The lords can see it too. Li Xiuju's heart skipped a beat, but his expression did not change. He said disdainfully, "Ha ha! Without any evidence, Elder Shi had better not say anything. Furthermore, he is someone who cannot even clear the 5th floor. What is there to look forward to?" Elder Shi, that light dot seems to be coming out, an elder said in a trembling voice as he pointed to the 5th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Shi Hailong ignored Li Xiuju and quickly looked over. He saw a flickering spot of light on the 5th floor of the ancient desolate tower. If it was not the last person, who else could it be? Xiao Chun? Ha ha ha! We have passed the 5th floor and reached the 6th floor. Regardless of the outcome, the heavenly extermination union's 100 years of luck will be preserved. Shi Hailong paused for a moment before laughing heartily. The ancient desolate tower had existed since the ancient era. No one knew who built it or why it was built. However, the ancient desolate tower that Xiao Chun knew was the same as the great Jin nation's wind cloud platform. They were the most wondrous structures in the Tianwu continent. They controlled the illusory luck. The higher one went, the more luck that person would obtain. The reason the Heavenly Extermination Union organized the desolate ancient trial was to entrust their luck to that person. The higher they climbed, the more luck the Heavenly Extermination Union would obtain. As the leader of this trial, Shi Hailong would naturally receive more benefits. It has been close to 1,000 years since anyone has passed these 5 floors. Ever since the Thunder King and his group, the world of martial artists has been on the decline. However, the peak of prosperity is bound to fall, and the peak of decline is bound to rise. This is the law of the Great Tao. Now that someone has finally passed the 5th level, it can be considered an important sign of the prosperity of the Great Tao. The group of elders excitedly discussed with each other. They were grinning from ear to ear. Only Li Xiuju's complexion was pale. His fingers trembled, and his lips quivered. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The 5 fingers of his right hand clenched tightly. How could this kid really pass the 5th level? Back then, she had humiliated him in public and mocked him for overestimating himself. But now it had really happened in front of her eyes. An inferior grade martial king that Xiao Chun strongly opposed had overcome all obstacles and obtained 100 consecutive victories, defeating many experts and obtaining one of the 20 spots. Now, he had reached a height that no one had been able to reach in the past 1,000 years. If his luck was a bit better, he would be able to pass a few more layers. It would not be impossible for him to reach the heights that the Thunder King achieved back then. When Li Xiuju thought of all this, he felt his scalp go numb. He no longer had the disdain he had earlier. He said in a trembling voice, "Elder Shi, I suddenly feel unwell. I intend to take my leave first." Shi Hailong revealed a playful smile. He turned his head and said, "Old Li, are you not going to keep watching? Who knows, you might be able to clear a few more layers." The people at the side also smiled and said, "Indeed, you are perfectly fine. Why do you feel unwell? Could it be that you have a guilty conscience?" Li Xiuju's face flushed red. He said sternly, "Nonsense. This old man is magnanimous. Let's not talk about it. Goodbye." Shi Hailong's expression turned cold as he watched Li Xiuju leave. He said in a frosty voice, "Keep a close eye on him. If Xiao Chun really reaches the 7th or 8th layer, immediately restrain him. Punish him for harming the Heavenly Extermination Union's luck and harboring malicious intent." The hearts of the people at the side trembled. The Heavenly Extermination Union's internal structure was very complicated. Elder Shi was probably going to make use of this opportunity to get rid of Li Xiuju. Right after Li Xiuju spoke, the elders of Shi Hailong's faction immediately followed him out silently. Below the platform, Ding Fengqiu looked at the speck of light in the 5th layer. He smiled bitterly to himself and sighed. Desire is hard to break, as hard as ascending to heaven. We all shrink back at the sight of it. Chu Chaoyun was eliminated in a sorry state. I did not expect him to pass so quickly. In the future, the gap between us will only widen. Zhuo Mo's expression was also very complicated. He smiled and said, "The trial of the ancient desolate tower for 20 people ended up being a one-man show for him. After this matter, his title as the strongest person of the 4 nations will be well-deserved." The participants who obtained a spot together looked at the flickering speck of light in the ancient desolate tower. They all had different expressions. Some were envious, some were jealous, and others were all different. There were also people who felt conflicted and hesitated. The Holy Fire Manor's Lang Yun was one of them. Back then, he already knew that I was the one who attacked him. Given his character, he will definitely not let things slide. He took my Holy Flame's origin flame. I have not settled this debt with him yet. I cannot wait for him to mature. I have to plan properly. Lung Yun's eyes flickered as he looked at the speck of light in the ancient desolate tower. A chill flashed in his eyes as he quietly left the crowd and headed for the Holy Fire Manor's branch in Desolate City. Inside the ancient desolate tower, Xiao Chun stood in a daze before the door of desire. He closed his eyes and thought back to his earlier hazy experiences. As he stood before the door of light, he did not move for a long time. Is this the desire from the bottom of my heart? In order to become unscrupulous, cold, and emotionless, without any guts, I gambled everything on it. It is not worth it. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and muttered, "It is not worth it. The great Tao is hard to seek, and the peak is hard to reach. What I seek is to not have any regrets. Be it the past, the present, or the future, I will not have any regrets. No matter what, I will not become like that." Xiao Chen's expression turned grave as he drew his lunar shadow saber. Chi, chi, chi. Saber chi flew everywhere, and for large words appeared on the walls of the 5th floor. Not leaving regrets. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and revealed a faint smile. He had not obtained any substantial benefits from this 5th floor. All he obtained were these 4 words. However, these 4 words were more important to Xiao Chun than any cultivation technique, martial technique, or natural treasure. After Xiao Chun destroyed his desire, his mental state would be completely perfected. From now on, he would not have to go astray on the path of cultivation. He had dealt with a heart demon in advance. After Xiao Chun sorted out his emotions, he gently leaped up and passed through the light of the 5th floor, heading for the 6th floor. Who? The moment he landed, Xiao Chun discovered himself in a vast snowy plain. A cold wind howled, cutting at him like a knife. How cold! Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly. He quickly circulated his essence and forced out the cold qi that had seeped in. A snowstorm spread out in front. All he saw was white. In the boundless wind and snow, Xiao Chun vaguely saw a tightly shut door. A voice appeared in Xiao Chen's heart for no reason. Walk over and open that door. The voice sank deep into his heart, preventing him from suspecting it. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and muttered, "This cold qi does not seem to be able to hurt me. However, it is like a soft knife grinding on me. It will be a problem if I can endure it for a long time. This floor should be a test of a cultivator's willpower to see if they could persevere and open that door." Xiao Chun stopped thinking about other problems and looked in the direction of the door. Then he slowly made his way forward. It was as Xiao Chun expected. At the start, he moved very quickly, covering 5 kilometers in one breath. However, slowly his legs became heavy. The cold qi penetrated his bones, and his lips turned pale. The resistance of his essence weakened. Every step he took became incredibly difficult. Xiao Chun remained silent as he walked alone. He did not complain at all. There was only one belief in Xiao Chen's heart. As long as he did not stop, no matter how slow he would eventually finish the heavenly road. After some time, Xiao Chen's eyes glazed over, and his entire body stiffened. He was so cold that he did not have any temper at all. Suddenly, that door appeared in front of him. Pa! Without hesitation, Xiao Chun pushed open the door. When he saw the scene behind the door, his originally relaxed expression turned bitter. "I just passed the ice mountain, And now there is a sea of fire? Hu Qi. The instant the door opened, a warm current surged over. Under the quick exchange of hot and cold, Xiao Chun felt like his bones were about to shatter. Xiao Chen's physical body was exceptionally strong. Even so, he felt this way. It was easy to imagine how an ordinary cultivator would react in such a situation. They would probably crush their jade pendant and give up on this test. A bright red land filled Xiao Chen's vision. Cracks spread out on the ground, each one the length of an arm. As the hot air surged, lava gushed out. When Xiao Chun looked ahead, he could vaguely see flames rising up. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chun raised his leg and stepped in, heading forward without stopping. After walking for a while, the blood flame shoes burned like they were in a furnace. They were so hot that blisters appeared on Xiao Chen's feet. Enduring the intense pain, Xiao Chun frowned heavily. He appeared to be in extreme pain. He wished he could immediately throw off the shoes and walk barefoot. However, his rationality overcame his impulse. The blood flame shoes were medial-grade secret treasures. They could more or less block heat. If he threw them away and walked barefoot, he would suffer even more damage. Chapter 487. This place was the same as the snowy plains in front. He could not fly, he could only walk on foot. Sweat covered Xiao Chen's entire body. He felt dizzy and his vision blurred. The heat was unbearable. The blisters on Xiao Chen's feet had all burst, leaving only a layer of bloody skin. With every step Xiao Chen took, the bloody skin rubbed against Xiao Chen's shoes intensely. That kind of pain was even more torturous than being cut by a saber. It felt like thousands of ants were wriggling on Xiao Chen's feet. The world was like a huge furnace. Xiao Chun continued to walk alone. Even if he was in pain or tired, he did not stop. Xiao Chun calmly analyzed the situation in his heart. He was certain that this place tested one's willpower. It would not be too dangerous for him to die, but it would not let him walk in peace either. It would continuously whip him, grind him, and bring him inhuman pain. It wanted him to stop, to give up. As Xiao Chun walked, the blood in his shoes dripped on the ground. It made it look like he was leaving a trail of blood behind him. Xiao Chun was like a pilgrim, walking forward with the faith in his heart. Everyone only had one chance to enter the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Chen's fatal weakness was his low cultivation. Now that the opportunity was right before him, he could not leave any regrets. Ta, ta, ta. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Xiao Chun lost all sense of time. Suddenly, a large door appeared in front of him. Xiao Chun pushed the door open numbly and looked forward. He saw a mountain filled with sabers. A large door stood quietly at the top of the mountain. Xiao Chun took heavy steps and entered. He smiled coldly and said, "A mountain of sabers, a sea of flames, a plain of absolute cold. I want to see what other inconceivable things there are that I cannot pass." Xiao Chun could not fly through the air on the mountain filled with sabers. He could only rely on the strength of his physical body to climb up the sabers. Xiao Chen's body, which was already in a sorry state, immediately became badly mutilated. It was a tragic sight, and the pain was unbearable. The test of this stage was very miraculous. No matter how it changed, there was only one thing that did not change. There would never be a situation where one would die. It would just continuously torture one, dampen one's spirit, and wear down one's willpower. As long as one did not stop, this torture would continue, forcing one to give up on the trial. After Xiao Chun crossed the Saber Mountain with much difficulty, he pushed open the door. Like before, what awaited him was not victory but a swamp filled with poisonous gas. Dragging his battered body, Xiao Chun relied on his strong willpower to continue on fearlessly. The poisonous gas spread out, rotting his body. Xiao Chen's body looked as if it were a snake. He fell into the mud a few times. One step at a time, one footprint at a time. At this moment, Xiao Chun was already in a daze. He could not even distinguish the path under his feet. He fell into the mud a few times, took a lot of effort to climb out, and then continued on his journey. Xiao Chun that as he go, Xiao Chun as before, he was as he could as he wanted. Xiao Chun Chen's face. After all these dangers, Xiao Chun was already numb to them. He smiled bitterly and continued on his way. All sorts of dangers appeared continuously. Behind every door was an unimaginable danger. However, Xiao Chun passed through them all. This continued until the 9th door. After Xiao Chun pushed it open weakly, there was no danger waiting for him. A gentle light enveloped him. The holy white light was like immortal grade spirit liquid. Quickly healed Xiao Chen's wounds. All his fatigue was swept away, and his entire body felt indescribably comfortable. The sudden return of happiness after all the torture was intoxicating. He did not want to wake up for a long time. After the light faded, Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. After this ordeal, the strength of his physical body actually increased again. Looking at his new skin, Xiao Chun revealed a joyful expression. He said softly, "Not only did my strength increase, but my physical body's defense also increased. Unfortunately, I do not have a chance to test it now." When the clouds parted, the moon shone brightly. Xiao Chen's perseverance finally paid off. He did not mistreat Xiao Chen. Xiao Chun sized up his surroundings. This should be the 6th floor of the ancient desolate tower. There were statues that looked no different from real people in front of him. When he counted them, there were about 100 of them. When Xiao Chen's gaze landed on the first statue in the row at the very front, his expression suddenly froze. That statue wore white robes and a blue strip of cloth on its head. Its gaze was cold, and there was a calm expression on its face. Its arms were crossed, and an ancient saber was casually held in front of its chest. Who else could it be if not him? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Xiao Chun continued looking forward. He did not recognize many of the statues. However, the few that he did recognize were all legendary experts of the various nations. As Xiao Chun looked further down, he even saw the statue of the Thunder King, Sang Mu, standing there quietly. Xiao Chun muttered, "It looks like the people who passed the test of will on the 6th floor will leave behind a statue here. However, I did not expect that after thousands of years, only 100 people managed to pass the 6th floor." Outside the ancient desolate tower, Shi Hailong and the others on the tall platform had excited expressions on their faces. This was because Xiao Chun had given them another pleasant surprise. He had cleared the 6th floor and was now heading to the 7th floor. Shi Hailong smiled happily and said, "After clearing the 6th floor, one can leave behind an ordinary will statue. That can be considered as carrying some of the ancient desolate tower's luck. This is the best reward for cultivators on this floor." He has already reached the 7th floor. As long as he goes up another floor, he will be able to reach the height of the Thunder King from 1,000 years ago. This fellow might really be able to create a legend. One of the Heavenly Extermination Union's elders said excitedly. When Shi Hailong heard this, his expression became much calmer. He smiled and said, "Don't overthink this. It is rare for someone like the Thunder King to appear in 10,000 years. In the end, Xiao Chun is still a distance away. If he can reach the 7th floor, it will be a great help to the Heavenly Extermination Union." The 7th floor. That is filled with the will statues left behind by Emperor Wu. How could Emperor Wu's test be so easy to clear? Shi Hailong sighed softly. He felt that it was unfortunate that Xiao Chen's cultivation was still too low. If he had another 2 years, he would definitely be stronger than Xiao Chen. If he had another 2 years, he would be a half-step martial monarch. With his combat talent, he would have a 70% chance of clearing Emperor Wu's test. However, he had come too early. His chances were still very slim. Dida. Xiao Chen's body passed through the mysterious light of the ancient desolate tower. Drops of pure essence fell continuously from the purple chi whirlpool, which had already expanded by half. This lasted for 3 minutes. In these 3 minutes, Xiao Chen's cultivation had increased by half a year, stabilizing his cultivation as a medial-grade martial king. Xiao Chun landed firmly on the ground and appeared on the 7th floor of the ancient desolate tower. He could feel the vast energy in his body. Xiao Chun revealed a satisfied smile. It was worth the price he paid to climb up to the 7th floor. Just the increase in his cultivation from the 7th floor's light brought him boundless benefits. He had closed the gap between him and the genius cultivators of the same generation. I will go up and try to reach peak medial grade Martial King. I only have one chance to come to this ancient desolate tower. Cannot waste it. Xiao Chun said resolutely in his heart. He wanted to see the scenery of the 8th floor. Back then, the Thunder King could reach the 8th floor. Xiao Chun could do the same. Xiao Chun looked around the 7th floor. Then, 10 human-sized statues appeared before Xiao Chun's eyes. These statues were different from the statues on the 6th floor. With a cursory glance, Xiao Chun could feel the boundless aura contained in these statues. These statues were also different from the martial sage statues on the 2nd floor. The aura and bearing of these statues were far superior to the will statues of martial sages. As Xiao Chun stood before the statues, it was like the statues in front of him were real people. It was as if the people in front of them were real people. Their gazes were deep and distant, and they didn't dare to look at them directly. Xiao Chun thought for a while and said softly, "They should be will statues as well. However, will statues are divided into different grades. The statues on the 6th floor are the most ordinary will statues. The ones on the 2nd floor are the sage statues left by martial sages. The ones on the 7th floor are probably martial emperors." When Xiao Chun thought of this possibility, he could not help but feel a deep sense of respect when he looked at the statues again. Emperor, the pinnacle of martial cultivation, the peak of the great Tao. This was what all cultivators pursued their entire lives. It represented glory, represented the peak, and most importantly, represented strength. Every Emperor Wu was a legend. In the Tianwu continent for thousands of years, there had not been any news of anyone stepping into the realm of Emperor Wu. The legends of Emperor Wu were left behind by the older generation sages. However, the older generation Emperor Wu had already vanished from the Tianwu continent. After the Thunder King fell 1,000 years ago, there had been no more news of an emperor appearing. It was like all the martial emperors had disappeared. Now that Xiao Chun personally saw the will statues left by Emperor Wu, the fluctuations in Xiao Chun's heart could be easily imagined. As Xiao Chun carefully sized up the will statues, he suddenly gasped. His gaze stopped on the 4th statue from the left. Bai Shuehe. This statue wore blue battle armor and carried a dragon-toothed saber on its back. It looked exactly the same as Bai Shuehe on the 2nd floor. The only difference was that the pressure it gave Xiao Chun was on a completely different level. Xiao Chun's attitude toward Bai Shuehe could not help but rise to another level. The will of Bai Shuehe on the 2nd floor was like a great teacher. Rather than calling it a test, it was more like a senior bladesman giving pointers to his juniors. As they chatted, Xiao Chun benefited a lot. Unexpectedly, he saw Bai Shuehe's statue again on this floor. Such a heroic person with such a breadth of mind was able to reach the level of Emperor Wu. Xiao Chun felt gratified as well. He quickly stepped forward and pointed at the other party's forehead. "Brat, choose me. How is this Bai face attractive? I will show you what a true bladesman is." Just as Xiao Chun's finger was about to tap the statue's forehead, the thunderous voice of the first statue from the right, a man holding a thick saber, rang out. "Ha ha! Old Lei, don't be envious. With your looks, no one will choose you. Ha ha ha." Chapter 488. Bai Shuehe, who was in front of Xiao Chun, seemed to come to life. He laughed loudly and pointed at Xiao Chun's forehead at lightning speed. Boom! Boom! The surroundings shook and Xiao Chun's vision turned blurry for a moment. After a while, he found himself in a chaotic space. With his previous experience, Xiao Chun was not too surprised. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "This junior Xiao Chun greets senior again." Bai Shuehe raised his eyebrows and a formless light flashed in his eyes. It was like he could see through everything about Xiao Chun. There were no secrets at all. "No wonder you chose me. It turns out that you already shattered my will statue on the 2nd floor. Why do you want to shatter my will statue on this floor as well?" Bai Shuehe said calmly as he looked at Xiao Chun with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Xiao Chun said somewhat embarrassedly, "How could that be? I just wanted to ask Senior for guidance. I hope that I can pass the test of this floor." Bai Shueihe said somewhat angrily, "Young man, don't be so humble. You can be more confident. Since you can shatter my sage statue, you might be able to shatter my emperor statue. You don't even have this much confidence and you still want to go to the 8th floor? The 8th floor is filled with the will statues of king-grade martial emperors. I'll ask you one more time whether you are confident or not." Bai Shueihe's tone suddenly turned heavier. He shouted his last sentence, causing Xiao Chun to feel an inexplicable pressure in his heart. Xiao Chun nearly blurted out the words. However, when the words reached his mouth, he suddenly realized it and was startled. The other party was the bona fide saber Emperor Wu. Xiao Chun was just an insignificant martial king. If he said he was confident he could shatter the other party's statue, he would be overestimating himself. Xiao Chun stopped speaking and said softly, "Senior, you must be joking. A few moves would suffice. Why would this junior think of shattering your statue?" Seeing that Xiao Chun did not fall for his trap, the interest in Bai Shueihe's eyes intensified. He smiled and said, "That's right. If you had really said that there were words, the number of moves you could exchange with me would have increased from 10 to 20. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't say the word, yes. Comparing 20 moves to 10 moves, it was twice as long. However, on account of the fact that you've shattered my saint statue, I've decided to give you 20 pointers. Bai Shueihe changed the topic and smiled slyly. Xiao Chun felt depressed in his heart. Turned out that Xiao Chun was toying with him. His image of a martial emperor in his heart immediately fell to rock bottom. Who would have thought that Emperor Wu would have this kind of bad taste, toying with a junior? Bai Shueihe frowned and said, "What's wrong? You look very happy. Add another 10 moves." Xiao Chen's expression immediately became conflicted. He hurriedly said, "How am I happy? It's nothing." Bai Shueihe nodded and said, "I, the great Emperor Wu, am here to give you pointers, yet you are still angry. Brat, you don't know what's good for you. Add another 10 moves." Xiao Chun was utterly speechless. He did not say anything more. This Bai Shueihe's character before and after he became a martial emperor was too different. When Bai Shueihe saw Xiao Chen's conflicted expression, he laughed loudly again. His face was filled with joy as he said, "Brat, I was just fooling you. The test of this stage is not about exchanging a few moves." "Then what is the test of this stage?" Xiao Chun asked doubtfully. "There is a huge gap between Emperor Wu and a martial sage. As a bladesman, you choose me. 10 moves, 20 moves, or 1 move, there is no difference." Bai Shueihe withdrew his smile and said seriously, "You only need to receive 1 saber strike from me. If you do not die, you will pass. Do you dare?" "Do I dare to receive Emperor Wu's saber strike?" Emperor Wu's saber strike. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He quickly thought about it. Although it was said to be Emperor Wu's saber strike, the other party would definitely not use a cultivation that surpassed Xiao Chen's own. Otherwise, he would not even need to use 1 saber strike. With just a glance, the other party could use the natural laws to kill Xiao Chen. Then, there would be no need to talk about the test. However, this saber strike would definitely not be easy to receive. This was especially so when the other party said very clearly that he would pass if he did not die. What did he mean? Did he mean that Xiao Chun would not be able to break this saber strike? At most, it would just be a matter of injury. Naturally, Xiao Chun did not doubt the words of the peak Emperor Wu. However, he still asked uncertainly, "What if I die?" When Bai Shueihe heard that, he could not help but laugh loudly. "What else can I do if I die? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Naturally, everything will be over. So, think carefully before you make your decision. Don't ever think that giving up is a very embarrassing thing. The strength of my saber strike will not surpass your cultivation. However, the difference between us is not as simple as cultivation. 1 saber strike, just 1 saber strike. As long as he passed the saber strike, he would be able to reach the 8th floor. However, this saber strike would really kill him. Once he agreed, there would be no more chances to give up. He would have to face death. Xiao Chun could not help but hesitate. At the juncture of life and death, no matter who faced such a situation, they would hesitate. This was especially so when the other party was a bona fide Emperor Wu. If someone really agreed without thinking about anything, that person might really not be far from death. Back then, the Thunder King was only 21 years old. His cultivation was slightly higher than mine. What did he think when faced with such a situation? Xiao Chun could not help but look at the lunar shadow saber in his hand. If Ao Jiao were here, given her experience, she would be able to give him an answer very quickly. At this moment, Xiao Chun could not help but reminisce about Ao Jiao. Back then, she accompanied the Thunder King all the way to the 8th floor, which no one had reached in 10,000 years. Her understanding of this ancient desolate tower was much clearer than Xiao Chen's. Should I accept this saber strike or not? Xiao Chun hesitated for the first time in his heart. Idiot, why do you not dare to accept it? It is fine as long as you do not die. Why are you so afraid? Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. He immediately rejoiced and said, Ao Jiao, when did you wake up? Within the lunar shadow saber, Ao Jiao habitually mocked. Stop speaking nonsense. I took some time out of my busy schedule to give a piece of trash like you some pointers. Stop saying meaningless words. Just agree to him directly. He is just a minor heavenly Emperor Wu and he dares to put on airs to scare people. Xiao Chun blushed with shame in his heart. Regardless of what Emperor Wu is, he is still Emperor Wu. You look down on him, but he can destroy me with just a finger. Bai Shuehe, who was in front, saw the strange expression on Xiao Chen's face. A look of doubt flashed in his eyes. After a while he said, You who are hiding, come out. Xiao Chun stretched out his right hand and the lunar shadow saber in his hand started to tremble uncontrollably. It seemed like the lunar shadow saber would be drawn at any moment. Boom! Xiao Chun did his best, but it was to no avail. There was a melodious sound and Ao Jiao's image was pulled out. When Bai Shuehe saw Ao Jiao's appearance, his expression relaxed. He smiled and said, I was wondering why this fellow looked so familiar. So, you are the inheritor of Sangmu. Little Ao Jiao, after not seeing you for a few thousand years, you dare to look down on me, a minor heavenly senior. You are ambitious. However, Ao Jiao's expression was very unhappy. She looked at Bai Shuehe and said gloomily, You have wasted a year's worth of hard work. Later, I will have to swallow up the sword spirit again. Bai Shuehe smiled calmly and said, You have to pay a price for speaking ill of others behind their backs. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. Unexpectedly, the target of the Thunder King's challenge 3,000 years ago was Bai Shuehe as well. However, 3,000 years later, although the process was different, Xiao Chun was still stuck in Bai Shuehe's hands at the final hurdle. Bai Shuehe returned to Xiao Chen's side and said, Now, there is no one to disturb you. You can decide for yourself. Receive a saber strike from me. Do you dare or not? The instant Ao Jiao appeared, Xiao Chun had already made up his mind. When Bai Shuehe asked him again, Xiao Chun did not hesitate to nod and say, I dare. Bai Shuehe smiled gently and did not say anything more. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt on his back. His gaze was like 10,000 sabers piercing towards Xiao Chun. It was extremely sharp. Ka-ca. Xiao Chun did not think too much about it. He immediately drew the lunar shadow saber and held it horizontally in front of his chest. He stared at Bai Shuehe's right hand, which was holding the saber hilt. The nervousness that Xiao Chun expected did not appear. In the instant before the battle, all of Xiao Chen's hesitation were tossed aside. His state of mind was incomparably calm. When Ao Jiao saw this scene, her bright eyes narrowed into a crescent moon shape. She revealed a faint smile on her face. A person who can draw the thunder with sword is definitely not trash, Ao Jiao thought to herself. Xiao! Bai Shuehe's attack did not make Xiao Chun wait for long. When he said he would use one attack, it was one attack. He did not use his aura to pressure Xiao Chun, nor did he use his mental energy to destroy Xiao Chen's state of mind. This attack was just an ordinary chop. There was nothing fancy about it. Bai Shuehe leaped into the air and chopped down with a saber light. It was so simple that Xiao Chun found it inconceivable. This move is full of openings. I can break it with just a casual attack. Emperor Wu's attack is too laughable. That's not right. If it was so simple, why would there be a dead person? There must be some secret that I do not know. Let's continue watching. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced like lightning. After he analyzed everything, he discovered some tricks. The other party is wide open. As long as I stab his heart, I can force him to withdraw his saber and defend. However, he is holding his saber with one hand. The angle of his grip is at a 90-degree angle to his chest. When I attack his chest, the tip of the saber will turn. Given the length of his dragon-tooth saber, he will definitely be able to injure me first. When he flies, he is only 1.5 body lengths higher than me. His feet are spread apart and he can change direction at any time. No matter where I retreat to, I will not be able to dodge. The direction of his attack looks like it is from above. However, the angle of his body is 30 degrees forward. Actually, this attack can also be seen as coming from below. The more Xiao Chen analyzed, the more tricks he found. The other party's attack seemed to have considered all the problems that could be considered. It was simple and unadorned. This was probably the principle behind the Great Tao being the simplest. When Bai Shuehe was only a martial sage, the four-season saber technique was ever-changing. The various states and mysterious phenomena dazzled the eyes. However, at the crucial moment, Xiao Chen could always think of a way to break it and even counterattack. However, now that the other party was at Emperor Wu's level, this simple attack gave one the feeling that it was unbreakable and unblockable. No wonder Xiao Chen said earlier that at his level, there was no difference between one attack and 10 attacks. This attack contained more than 10 kinds of saber techniques. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it contained thousands of saber techniques. I can't use the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. He can see through my true body with one glance. If he attacks from above, he can chop me in half. Chapter 489. The Wuxia blossoms will not work either. The instant the flower buds combine, the saber light will reach my neck. The lightning evasion will take too long to execute. That will not work either. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. In an instant faster than the blink of an eye, he thought of all the methods he could use to deal with this. However, he rejected all of them. None of them worked. Idiot, as long as I do not die, why would I not dare to receive it? When the saber light was 1 meter away from Xiao Chen remembered Ao Jiao's words. He suddenly felt enlightened and heaved a sigh of relief. I am really an idiot. There is no way I can dodge this saber strike, nor can I break it. Bai Shuehe had already made it clear long ago. As long as I do not die, it will be fine. In the end, before the battle, my thoughts were still the same as before, thinking about how to break it and how to dodge it. Xiao Chen did not know that he could not dodge this saber strike. He did not need to try to break it. He only needed to survive. However, it was not that easy to survive. If Xiao Chen tried to get lucky, he might end up dying even faster. However, this gave Xiao Chen a direction. Xiao! At the last moment, Xiao Chen did not advance. Instead, he retreated. He raised his saber and swung it at the opening in his opponent's chest. Bai Shuehe smiled faintly and thought to himself, I already told you to survive. Yet, you overestimate yourself and want to injure me. In that case, I can only send you on your way. Bai Shuehe turned his wrist unhurriedly, and the saber moved downwards naturally, heading for Xiao Chen's neck. He did not even see Xiao Chen's attack. It is as I expected. This is not an opening. He does not even care about it. However, this is what I wanted. The throat is a vital point. If a regular cultivator gets hit by a saber strike, they will die. Naturally, Xiao Chen was no exception. Since he wanted to survive, he had to know which vital point his opponent was attacking. Once he confirmed it, it would be easy to deal with it. Xiao Chen let go of the lunar shadow saber and let it fall to the ground. He opened his right hand and smashed it against his opponent's saber. Poochie! The blade, which was only a centimeter away from his throat, was immediately pressed down by 3 centimeters. The saber radiance cut open a horrifying wound on his chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood immediately spurted out. When the saber light entered his body, It stirred up his internal organs. Xiao Chun felt something sweet in his throat, and he could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. His face was terrifyingly pale, but Xiao Chen's lips curled into a smile. He said, "Senior, this strike multiplied the power of the blade to its peak. It is worthy of being Emperor Wu's blade strike. But in the end, I did not die." The expression on Bai Shuihe's face was slightly startled. The tip of his blade had clearly been a centimeter away from Xiao Chen's throat, but at the last moment, his opponent had forcibly pressed it down. "Look, that dot of light is going up again. Xiao Chen has reached the 8th floor." The few elders who had been paying attention to Xiao Chen said excitedly. The higher Xiao Chen climbed, the more luck the Heavenly Extermination Union would obtain. Naturally, the benefits they would receive would be greater as well. Shi Hailong rubbed his eyes hard. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, even though he had full confidence in Xiao Chen. Who would have thought that he would really be able to pass the test of the 7th floor and reach the 8th floor? Even the Thunder King back then was no more than this. He really made it to the 8th floor. Incredible. Back then, when the Thunder King reached the 8th floor, he was already 21 years old. I heard that this Xiao Chun is not even 20 years old. From this point of view, has Xiao Chun already surpassed the Thunder King? What did I say? What did I say? I said long ago when he jumped over the first level that Xiao Chun would definitely surpass the Thunder King. But you didn't believe me. Now you're dumbfounded, aren't you? Up on the high platform, the old man who made the prediction about Xiao Chun was the most excited. The few people at the side said disdainfully, "Old Ma, you were not so sure at that time. Now you only know how to be cocky." Shi Hailong withdrew his smile and nodded gently. "Old Ma, make your preparations. Bring my words over. You can take down Li Xiuzhu now." When the old man with the family name Ma heard this, he immediately said respectfully, "Elder Shi, rest assured. Leave it to me. That old man with the family name Li will definitely not be able to escape." Everyone could predict that after this experiential training, Shi Hailong's position in the Heavenly Extermination Union would definitely rise. This was a good opportunity to curry favor with Shi Hailong. The few elders at the side looked at Elder Ma, who had left to carry out his orders. They revealed envious gazes. This was a good job. "Elder Shi, do you have any instructions for us to carry out?" The few of them asked with smiles. Shi Hailong paused for a while before smiling. "It's fine. Just continue watching. This time, we managed to dig out a person like Xiao Chun because of everyone's hard work. I will make things clear to the 5 lords." The 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower was empty except for an ancient copper door in the center. It was unknown where the door led to. The copper door was tightly shut. Mysterious talisman scripts were embroidered on the door, giving off a faint spiritual light. Xiao Chun passed through the light of the 7th floor. Purple essence liquid dripped down for 10 minutes before stopping. When Xiao Chun landed, his cultivation had stabilized at peak medial grade Martial King. He could not help but reveal a wide smile. On this trip to the ancient desolate tower, he had finally closed the gap in his cultivation that he sought. When Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the copper door, he thought for a while before going over to take a look. Ao Jiao, who had followed Xiao Chen over, said, "Wait for a while. Recover from your injuries first. At the same time, try to comprehend Bai Shuihe's earlier saber strike. That saber strike contained all sorts of saber techniques. As long as you can comprehend a little, no one in the same generation will be able to block it." Xiao Chen stopped and thought about it. Bai Shuihe's move was definitely at the peak of the saber technique. Since there was not much time left, Xiao Chun should try to comprehend as much as he could. Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. A purple chi whirlpool spun, and a vast amount of essence nourished the wound on his chest. As Ao Jiao looked at the ancient copper door on the 8th floor, her expression became somewhat complicated. In the end, she sighed gently, feeling melancholic. After a while, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and looked at Ao Jiao. He said, "Ao Jiao, do you know what is behind the door?" Ao Jiao thought for a long time before saying, "Xiao Chun, let's stop here. Don't go up." Xiao Chun nodded and said, All right, then I won't go up. When Ao Jiao saw that Xiao Chen answered so straightforwardly, she asked, "You are not going to ask why?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Why ask? If you want to tell me, you will naturally tell me. If you don't, it is pointless for me to ask. I just need to remember that you will not harm me. If you say no, then I won't go up." Ao Jiao felt warmth in her heart. She had not expected Xiao Chen to resist the temptation of the 9th floor so firmly, choosing to trust her. "It is as you said. I will not harm you. You should have gained a lot from being able to reach the 8th floor." Xiao Chen did not dwell on this matter anymore. Instead, he asked about something he was more concerned about. He asked, "Earlier, you said that you were going to swallow the weapon spirit again. What's going on?" When Ao Jiao heard this, she felt somewhat vexed. She said, "I still underestimated the skills of the Haotian sect. The weapon spirit in the lunar shadow saber was much stronger than I expected. Even after I swallowed it, it refused to merge with me. As a result, my progress in nourishing the divine weapon was extremely slow. Now, that person with the surname Bai pulled me out. That weapon spirit has broken free from my control again. I have to start over. However, don't worry. In the end, I am still in control." When Xiao Chen heard this, he relaxed. The two of them had not seen each other for a long time, so they started chatting on the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. When Ao Jiao arrived at the ancient desolate tower, she seemed to be in a good mood. She told Xiao Chen about the Thunder King's experiences in the past. "In just 3 years, you went from a cultivator to where you are today. It is really hard to imagine." Ao Jiao looked at the current Xiao Chen and thought about the Xiao Chen from 3 years ago. Then, she looked at the current him and sighed. Before Xiao Chen could feel proud, Ao Jiao mocked him. "However, you are still too weak. You cannot even defeat your own weapon spirit. Do your best, trashy master." Smiling gently, Ao Jiao turned into a beam of white light and returned to the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He glanced at the bronze doors and no longer lingered. Xiao Chen took out the jade pendant on his chest and gently crushed it. The instant the jade pendant shattered, Xiao Chen was immediately knocked out. "Xiao!" In the air, Xiao Chen, dressed in white with a blue strip of cloth on his forehead, slowly floated down. Shi Hailong had a wide smile on his face as he jumped off the tall platform. He led a group of elders to part the crowd and walked towards Xiao Chen with a smile. "Xiao Chen, you have indeed not disappointed me. Since the Heavenly Extermination Union opened the trial of the ancient desolate tower, you are the second person to reach the 8th floor." Xiao Chen said politely, "Many thanks to Elder Shi and the Heavenly Extermination Union for giving me this opportunity." As Xiao Chen spoke, Xia Xian, Zuermo, Jiang Zimo, and the others all came over to congratulate Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen performed cupped fist salutes in return. At this moment, Shi Hailong appeared to be in high spirits, even more pleased than Xiao Chen. He gathered everyone together and said, "I hereby announce that this trial of the ancient desolate tower has come to an end. I hope that everyone will not disappoint us 2 years from now and achieve even better results in the 5-nation youth competition." A bunch of trash. "Do you really think that you are not trash after passing the ancient desolate tower? Xiao Chen, scram out here. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Just at this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Everyone looked up and saw Xie Ziwen and his master breaking through the Heavenly Extermination Union's blockade and forcefully arriving before the crowd. Shi Hailong's face sank. He looked at the old man behind Xie Ziwen and said, "Gong Hao Yu. No matter how much your evil moon pavilion calls the shots in the great Jin nation, don't forget that this is the ancient desolate land. The Heavenly Extermination Union has the final say here." Shi Hailong was extremely frustrated. Xiao Chen had just broken through to the 8th floor. This was a rare event that happened only once in 1,000 years. Unexpectedly, the two people that he did not want to see the most appeared before him. Gong Haoyu said coldly, "I am not here today to cause trouble. It is just a conflict between the younger generation. Don't use the Heavenly Extermination Union to pressure me. Even if your union chief is here, I will still be in the right." Shi Hailong frowned slightly and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Gong Haoyu looked coldly at Xiao Chun and said, "This brat caused my evil moon pavilion to lose the chance to compete for the ancient desolate tower. No matter what, I have to give him an explanation today." Xie Ziwen looked at Xiao Chun, who stood tall in the crowd. Hatred filled his eyes. If he had not been careless and lost to Xiao Chun, he would be the one enjoying such treatment now. "Xiao Chun, do you dare to fight me again?" Xie Ziwen shouted expressionlessly. Chapter 490. When Shi Hailong heard this, he was stunned. He immediately sent a voice projection to Xiao Chun. "Don't fall for his provocation. Your strength is about the same. He clearly knows that you became much stronger after entering the ancient desolate tower, yet he still challenged you. He must have some secret technique to increase his strength temporarily. The most important thing is that you just came out of the ancient desolate tower. You are blessed with great luck. If you lose, he will snatch away all the luck you accumulated in the ancient desolate tower. Don't fall for his provocation. In the future, when you grow stronger, you will be able to destroy him with just a flick of your finger." Shi Hailong's tone was very anxious. He said a lot in one breath, listing the pros and cons. He did his best to dissuade Xiao Chun from accepting the other party's challenge. However, Shi Hailong had no choice but to be cautious. If Xiao Chun lost, the Heavenly Extermination Union's luck would be damaged. If that happened, all his efforts would go to waste. The others, Xia Xian and Jiang Zimo, also advised, "Xiao Chun, don't accept him. This fellow definitely came prepared. He is just waiting for you to jump in." When Xie Ziwen saw the silent Xiao Chun, he mocked, "That is all the courage you have, to think that you dare to compete with the Thunder Emperor. Xiao Chun, you disappoint me." Xiao Chun took 2 steps forward and carefully sized up Xie Ziwen. Then he said, "As you wish. Get on the arena." Xie Ziwen laughed loudly and floated to the largest arena in the Tianwu Plaza. He put on an expression as though he already had Xiao Chun in the bag. He said, "Good. I was waiting for you to say that." When Shi Hailong heard this, he said anxiously, "Xiao Chun, don't be rash." Xiao Chun waved his hand and said, "Senior Shi, don't worry. I know what to do." Shi Hailong shook his head and sighed, not saying anything more. Xiao Chen's battle was very important. He wanted to stop Xiao Chun, but he could not do anything about it since Xiao Chun insisted on fighting. The trial of the ancient desolate tower was a major event in the entire ancient desolate land. Countless people had already gathered outside the Tianwu Plaza. However, the people of the Heavenly Extermination Union kept them outside. Now that the trial was over, in addition to the Evil Moon Pavilion's interference, the order of the place became chaotic. Crowds of martial artists swarmed into the plaza. Xiao Chun stomped hard on the ground and his figure flashed, landing on the arena in an instant. "Is that person in white the one who reached the 8th level this year? Why is he only a medial grade martial king? Are you sure? That should be right. I saw him floating out from the outside." Cultivation is not the only thing that determines a cultivator. However, the Xie Ziwen is really vicious. The other party just came out of the ancient desolate tower. If he defeats this person, he will snatch away all of this person's luck. If he didn't have the confidence, he would never dare to challenge Xiao Chun at this time. This is going to be interesting. The crowd below discussed with each other. Some of the more discerning cultivators guessed Xie Ziwen's purpose in challenging Xiao Chun. The sun hung high in the sky, and the sunlight shone down. Up in the arena, Xie Ziwen looked at Xiao Chun and smiled coldly. "You really dare to come up? Those who hurt my Xie Ziwen's people have never had a good ending. I, Xie Ziwen, will be taking your luck today." Xiao! Right after Xie Ziwen spoke, he brought out his state of fire to its limits. This time, he would not be careless. He would not hold anything back. Xiao Chun sent out a palm strike, and a fierce sea of fire spread around him. It rose and fell like waves, layering over each other. The heat wave spread into the surroundings, and the temperature instantly soared. Shi Hailong's expression changed. He said, "This fellow indeed came prepared. He has comprehended his state of fire to its limits." Kasie. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He placed his right hand on the hilt of the lunar shadow saber and drew it at lightning speed. Boom! Boom! Thunder roared as Xiao Chun leaped into the air. A purple saber light appeared, and he hacked down. This was the saber strike that Emperor Wu Bai Shuehe executed back then. As Xie Ziwen flew, he saw Xiao Chen's saber strike. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. You are full of openings, and you are not embarrassed to call yourself the white-robed bladesman. Get down here. Boom! A sea of fire surged around Xie Ziwen's body, and his palm gave off a bright red light. A huge flame rippled and formed a jade-like palm. As the flame surged, a huge flaming palm formed and pressed towards Xiao Chen's open chest. Xiao Chun recalled the charm of Bai Shuehe's saber strike. He tilted his body slightly, and the huge flaming palm brushed past his shoulder. Xiao Chun twisted his wrist, and the saber moved from top to bottom, naturally thrusting forward. Pu Ci. Xiao Chun landed on the ground, and the tip of his saber stabbed in by 1 centimeter. It happened to be stuck in Xie Ziwen's chest, and blood immediately spurted out. Everything was going according to plan. There were no deviations. Xiao Chun looked at Xie Ziwen calmly and said, "You have lost." The disdainful smile on Xie Ziwen's face did not even have time to disappear. Just as he sent out a palm strike, Xiao Chun stabbed into his chest, a vital spot. As long as Xiao Chun used a little more force, Xie Ziwen would die. What's going on? How did I lose? That move was clearly full of openings. At most, the saber light was a little strange. How did he manage to stab me? Xie Ziwen showed a stunned expression. He could not understand what was going on no matter how he thought about it. Xie Ziwen was not the only one who could not understand. The thousands of cultivators watching felt it was strange as well. Only one move, and Xiao Chun actually defeated Xie Ziwen. Everyone still remembered the fight between Xiao Chun and Xie Ziwen 7 days ago. Xie Ziwen had only managed to defeat Xiao Chun after 100 moves because of his carelessness. However, 7 days later, Xiao Chun used only 1 move to defeat Xie Ziwen. The entire place fell silent. Everyone stared at Xiao Chun in shock. Zhou Mo revealed a contemplative expression. He said indifferently, "That saber strike has its own uses." Ding Fengqiu said softly, "I can only tell now. It seems to be full of openings, but in reality, there are no openings at all. However, there are still some flaws in the transitions as it is a move that he just learned." Jiang Zimo said with some envy, "I really wonder what benefits he obtained in the upper floors for him to have such strength." Shi Hailong was slightly stunned before he reacted. He smiled and said, "No wonder this fellow is so confident. I was overthinking things. I did not lose. It is impossible for me to lose." Suddenly, something strange happened. Xie Ziwen grabbed Xiao Chen's saber and retreated at lightning speed. Then, he took out a medicinal pill and popped it into his mouth. Boom! The medicinal pill melted in his mouth, and Xie Ziwen's aura suddenly soared. His clothes and hair fluttered without any wind, and a strong wind howled behind him. Bang! Xie Ziwen ignored the injury on his chest and sent out another palm strike. A huge flaming palm the size of a small mountain pressed towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, he felt a dangerous aura from this huge flaming palm. Xiao Chun did not block blindly. He pushed off the ground and retreated. Pa! As the giant flaming palm fell, a deep pit formed by the palm print immediately appeared on the arena. Countless stone slabs exploded and shot in all directions. Shi Hailong said sullenly, "Half-step martial monarch, what kind of medicinal pill is that? How did Xie Ziwen become a half-step martial monarch in such a short time?" The situation suddenly changed. Xie Ziwen, who had consumed a mysterious medicinal pill, suddenly became a half-step martial monarch. When Xie Ziwen waved his palm, a berserk essence poured out. He launched a chain of attacks without pause, beating down on Xiao Chun until he could not retaliate. Bang! 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 Explosions rang out incessantly. Under Xie Ziwen's berserk attacks, the sturdy arena shattered, turning it into rubble. He is very strong. However, he forcefully advanced to half-step martial monarch. His aura is not stable. While his energy looks berserk, it is not very condensed. Let's wait for a while, Xiao Chun analyzed calmly. Then, his figure flashed and flew towards another arena. Hu Qi. Xie Ziwen quickly followed, not letting up. The two's figures flashed and flew to another arena. Xie Ziwen laughed and said, Xiao Chun, aren't you very powerful? Why aren't you attacking? Let's see where you can run to. 1,000 flaming palms. Xie Ziwen took a deep breath and released a resplendent red light from his right palm. It was as bright as day, like a small sun. Boom! Xie Ziwen spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and shouted. Then he sent out a palm as bright as the sun. Suddenly, a flaming palm shot out like a meteor shower at Xiao Chun. With such a large area of effect attack, there was no chance for Xiao Chun to dodge. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked at the flaming rain falling from the sky. He muttered, It is time to end this. A half-step martial monarch is only SOSO. The purple qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's body spun quickly. A surging, pure lightning-attributed essence circulated in his meridians and poured into his saber. Xiao Chun condensed the surging energy to its limits and infused it into his saber, not letting any of it leak out. The pitch-black saber immediately flickered with a purple light. It looked very simple and plain. It was a stark contrast to Xie Ziwen's berserk energy. Break! Xiao Chen's expression suddenly turned grave. He shouted and swung his saber forward. The flaming palms flying at him immediately shattered into countless sparks. Break! 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 Facing the raining flaming palms, Xiao Chun did not move at all. It was like his feet were rooted to the ground as he stabbed his saber at the flaming palms flying at him. Without exception, all the flaming palms that Xiao Chun stabbed shattered into countless sparks and disappeared into the air. Xiao Chun seemed relaxed and did not feel any pressure. It was like the flaming palms were not filled with berserk essence attacks but just tiles. Bang! 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 When the other flaming palms landed on the ground, they blasted the arena into smithereens. Dust filled the air and flew everywhere. This made it clear that while these flaming palms looked small and messy, their might was not weak at all. They were definitely not tiles. However, the white-robed bladesman with a calm expression easily shattered the flaming palms flying at him amid the flaming light filling the sky. Such a huge contrast was hard to believe. Were these flaming palms really that strong? It was somewhat contradictory. When Shi Hailong saw this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief. Given this, Xiao Chun had at least a 50% chance of victory. Xie Ziwen's chest tightened. He had consumed the rank 7 blood essence pill, which could raise his cultivation by 50% for the time it takes for a joss stick to burn. Chapter 491. The so-called half-step martial monarch referred to cultivating essence to the limit of a martial king. Comprehending states to the limit of a martial king. Cultivating cultivation techniques to the limit of a martial king. Cultivating martial techniques to the limit of a martial king. After reaching the limit in all aspects, there would be a qualitative change. There would be a huge difference from a martial king. After that, once one's mental energy cultivation reached a certain level, they would be able to successfully advance to martial monarch. Xie Ziwen's talent was outstanding. His comprehension of states, cultivation techniques, and martial techniques could be said to have reached the limit of a martial king. Only his cultivation was slightly weaker. However, after Xie Ziwen consumed the blood essence pill, he made up for this difference. Within the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he could be considered a true half-step martial monarch. Xie Ziwen had not expected Xiao Chun to be able to break his attack so easily. He did not feel any pressure at all. Aside from the 1-meter radius of Xiao Chen's feet, the arena was already in tatters. The rest of the arena was already filled with holes. It was a complete mess. 1,000 flaming flames, gather, Xie Ziwen shouted, and the countless flaming palms in the air merged together. They formed an incredibly huge flaming palm with clear lines and a beautiful luster. The palm was like a tall wall, fell down at an incredible speed. The shadow instantly covered Xiao Chen. I don't believe that I cannot suppress you to death. Xie Ziwen formed hand seals continuously. A sea of fire surged around him. The might of the descending flaming palm continued to increase. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning, like a spear, pierced through his palm and shot out. At the end of the lightning, at the end of the electric light was an ethereal figure holding a long saber. He was dressed in white with a blue bandana on his head. He had a delicate face and a delicate face. Bang! His palm landed solidly on the ground. Without any pause, the arena silently sank more than 10 meters into the ground. The might of the palm was so great that it flabbergasted everyone. The surrounding crowd found it hard to imagine how the white figure in the air managed to break the palm with just one saber strike. Xiao! Xiao Chun pointed his saber at the sky. The sharpness in his heart that had never faded surged out from his saber and into the clouds. Dang! 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 The 6-foot-long saber trembled continuously as an extremely sharp saber intent spread throughout the entire Tianwu Plaza. Among the thousands of spectating cultivators, the weapons of some bladesmen could not help but shake intensely, as if they would fall out of their hands at any moment. When Jiang Zimo, Zuoremo, Ding Fengqiu, and the other cultivators of the same generation as Xiao Chun saw the scene, they exchanged glances with each other with strange expressions. After a while, Zuoremo said with some uncertainty, "It should be saber intent. Ding Fengqiu, you say it. You are a swordsman and have comprehended sword intent. You have more say than us." As Ding Fengqiu looked at the white figure in the sky, he felt very bitter in his heart. From today onwards, Ding Fengqiu, would have to look at this person forever. Ding Fengqiu sighed softly and nodded heavily. "Stop guessing. That is saber intent. Actually, I should have thought of it long ago." After he cleared the hurdle of desire, his mental state reached consummation. It is only natural for the qi in his heart to turn into saber intent. Although Ding Fengqiu said that he had not expected Xiao Chun to comprehend saber intent so early. Based on his estimations, Xiao Chun would need at least 2 years to comprehend saber intent. When the others received Ding Fengqiu's confirmation, they all remained silent. Saber intent was different from sword intent. It was harder to comprehend. If one could comprehend saber intent before the age of 30, one could become a powerful bladesman. Xiao Chun had comprehended saber intent before the age of 20. He was already comparable to the ancient geniuses of the saber Dao. The gap between them had widened once again. Shi Hailong's mouth gaped open for a long time before he closed it again. All the worry on his aged face vanished like smoke. He beamed with joy and said, "Ha ha ha! Gong Haoyu, you are seeking your own humiliation this time. Let's see how you are going to account to your pavilion master when you return." Xie Ziwen's second martial uncle, Gong Haoyu, had a sullen expression. He struggled to say, "Don't laugh too early. It is just saber intent. It is not sufficient for a half-step martial monarch." Xiao! The qi in Xiao Chen's heart surged out. His entire body felt very carefree. With the completion of saber intent, the sharpness in my heart will never be extinguished. From this moment on, Xiao Chun could truly be called a bladesman. Xie Ziwen's expression changed unpredictably. As he looked at Xiao Chun, whose white robes fluttered in the air and whose saber intent dominated the entire place, despair welled up in his heart. It can't be. It can't be. After I became famous, aside from the peak people of the great Jin nation, no one can defeat me. Xiao Chun is just a cultivator from the great Qin nation. It is impossible for him to defeat me. I want to win. I want to win. I want to snatch away his luck and become a peak genius of the great Jin nation. Xie Ziwen roared ferociously, and veins bulged on his forehead. He shouted, "Dance of 10,000 flames!" Xie Ziwen formed hand seals, and the sea of fire around him surged up into the sky. The temperature of the entire plaza soared. The scorching air forced everyone to circulate their cultivation energies to disperse the heat wave. "Rise!" Xie Ziwen pointed at Xiao Chen. Sweat dripped down his face. This move had overdrawn all his essence, causing his face to pale. If he had not consumed the blood essence pill, he would not have been able to execute this move with his essence. Chi! 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 Thousands of arm-thick flame ribbons surrounded Xiao Chun from the sea of fire, trying to trap him. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. It was as sharp as a saber. He grasped his saber tightly with his right hand and swung it gently. With the support of the sharp saber intent, the saber light became extremely resplendent. Dang! 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 The bladesmen in the plaza could no longer hold on to their weapons. They all flew into the air. Eternal saber intent, inextinguishable sharpness. Using the saber intense sharpness, Xiao Chun did not advance. Instead, he retreated. This was the first time he brought out his full strength after advancing to peak medial grade Martial King. Ka-sie. As the saber gleam swept past, the flame ribbons were sliced apart like noodles by the saber gleam. As the flame ribbons flew through the air, they gave off a dazzling red light. They looked very beautiful. Xiao Chun continued to descend like a hot knife through butter. Soon, he arrived before Xie Ziwen. Xiao Chun chopped all the flame ribbons into pieces. This upgraded version of the Dance of 1,000 Flames, which had given Xiao Chen a lot of trouble in the past, was broken like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Xiao! A sharp saber intent trembled in the arena. The mysterious phenomenon of flames that Xie Ziwen created using his state instantly scattered. Xie Ziwen's final move was only executed halfway before it was destroyed by such a tyrannical move. You lost. As the saber rested on Xie Ziwen's neck, Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he repeated what he said earlier. You lost. Xiao Chen's voice was as calm as ever. There were no fluctuations at all. The saber rested on Xie Ziwen's neck. With just one move, he could end Xie Ziwen's life. The entire place fell silent. No one said anything. As they looked at Xiao Chun, no one believed that he had relied on luck to clear the 8th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Xiao Chun tyrannically ended the mysterious phenomenon of the Sea of Flames. Xie Ziwen's pale face, which had overdrawn on his essence, became even paler. Pu Xie. Xie Ziwen vomited a large mouthful of blood. His overwhelming aura deflated like a balloon. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn was up, the medicinal energy of the blood essence pill completely dissipated. At this moment, the side effects of the blood essence pill appeared. Xie Ziwen's eyes were listless. He felt completely drained of energy. His cultivation fell until he was a medial grade Martial King. It would be impossible for Xie Ziwen to recover to his peak state within 3 months. This was the cruel side effect of the blood essence pill. Xiao! The evil moon pavilion's Gong Haoyu rushed over at lightning speed and grabbed Xie Ziwen. He looked coldly and emotionlessly at Xiao Chun and said, "Very good. You have thoroughly offended the evil moon pavilion. I hope you will never step into the great Jin nation again. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you." After Gong Haoyu said this, he grabbed Xie Ziwen with one hand and soared into the sky, heading for the exit of the Tianwu Plaza. Boom! However, just as Gong Haoyu took a step into the air, he discovered an extremely sharp saber chi heading for his head at lightning speed. The saber chi contained an inextinguishable sharp saber intent. With the support of that saber intent, the might of the state of thunder in the saber chi more than doubled. Gong Haoyu's expression turned cold as he smashed his palm against the saber chi. Electricity flickered and exploded in the air. The saber light turned into a resplendent martial technique, illuminating the sky. The saber chi forced Gong Haoyu to descend. Xiao Chun, what are you trying to do? Gong Haoyu shouted angrily after he landed. Xiao Chun pointed his saber at Gong Haoyu. His calm face did not change as he said indifferently, "Did I say you could leave?" The 6-meter-long saber trembled continuously. A sharp saber intent spread out continuously. The saber intent pulled the weapons up into the air, causing them to tremble rapidly. When the thousands of cultivators in the Tianwu Plaza heard Xiao Chen's words, their brains short-circuited. What was Xiao Chun trying to do? Gong Haoyu was an outer sect elder of the Evil Moon Pavilion. He had already become a half-step martial monarch many years ago. Although Gong Haoyu's talent was limited and he would never be able to advance to martial monarch, he was still a bona fide half-step martial monarch. Gong Haoyu was not like Xie Ziwen, who relied on medicinal pills to forcefully advance to half-step martial monarch. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Although Xiao Chen's victory over Xie Ziwen was shocking, it was not impossible for a genius who had cleared the 8th floor. However, Xiao Chun was too crazy to make a move against Gong Haoyu. After all, Xiao Chen was still too young. He had not matured yet. There was still a gap between him and the experts of the older generation. Gong Haoyu remained expressionless as he gently tossed Xie Ziwen's body off the platform. Then, Xie Ziwen slowly landed on the ground. It looks like I am really getting old. Youths are already so arrogant. Today you attacked me first. Even if I kill you, the Heavenly Extermination Union will not be able to say anything. Xiao Chun smiled coldly to himself. This person is really shameless. If he had not threatened me, why would I make a move against him? Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no need to drag this grudge to the great Jin nation to settle. Xiao Chun was not a person who waited 10 years for revenge. If there was an opportunity, Xiao Chun would deal with the other party now. There was no need to wait until they reached the other party's territory. Chapter 492. When Xiao Chun fought Xie Ziwen, he had only used 60% of his strength. There were strong half-step martial monarchs and weak half-step martial monarchs. This Gong Haoyu was one of the weaker half-step martial monarchs. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he had at least a 50% chance of victory. Why not give it a try? Elder Shi, should we make a move to stop him? A Heavenly Extermination Union elder beside Shi Hailong asked worriedly. Shi Hailong thought for a while and remembered what Xiao Chun said to him before he went up. He said, "Let's wait and see. Xiao Chun should be free to make his own decisions. He will not fight a battle he is not confident of winning." Die! Gong Haoyu shouted, and the aura of a half-step martial monarch spread out. His clothes and hair fluttered without any wind. He took 7 steps in the air and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. This palm strike was not fancy at all. It relied on the advantage of his cultivation. He wanted to clash head-on with Xiao Chun, giving him a show of strength from the start. Xiao Chun switched from holding his saber with one hand to holding it with both hands. When he faced the palm strike filled with surging essence, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and welcomed it head-on. Bang! The palm wind and the saber light clashed in the air, giving off a startling explosion. Ripples appeared in space and spread out in all directions. Gong Haoyu took 5 steps back. Xiao Chun was slightly weaker, taking 7 steps back. Such an outcome was far from what Gong Haoyu had hoped for. Gong Haoyu originally thought that this palm strike would be sufficient to suppress Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chen's powerful counterattack told him that this was impossible. 5 peaks soaring. Gong Haoyu's expression turned grave. He no longer dared to underestimate Xiao Chen. So, he executed the martial technique he was most proficient in. Gong Haoyu soared into the air and 5 mountains of different styles appeared. When they linked together, they formed a meandering mountain range pressing down on Xiao Chun. Wuxia shakes the heavens. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chun chose to clash head-on. The divine Wuxia tree appeared and carried a strong electric force as it smashed into the 5 lone peaks flying at him. Boom! The lone peak broke apart and lightning bolts raged in the sky. In the face of this powerful attack, the world immediately lost its color. War-turning mysterious peak. Gong Haoyu roared furiously. As he waved his palms, the shattered 5 mountains and rivers suddenly gathered together, forming a strange mountain peak. The mountain turned upside down, and its sharp tip pierced towards Xiao Chun like a sharp blade. Wuxia breaks the heavens. Xiao Chen's figure spun a few times in the air, dissipating the force of the earlier strike. Then he pointed his saber forward. Lightning flashed in the sky, and a bright beam of light quickly elongated on the blade. The top of the beam of light instantly broke through the mountainside of the strange peak. Wuxia shakes. The entire mountain peak was immediately split into 2 halves, turning into countless mountain rocks that fell to the ground with a crashing sound. This phenomenon was condensed from the peak of the concept of Earth. It was like a real mountain. After the mountain shattered, it fell to the ground, creating deep pits in the Tianwu Plaza. When the spectating cultivators saw the falling rubble, they quickly made their moves to dodge it. The two people in the air did not have any intention of stopping. Gong Haoyu continuously sent out killing moves, one after another. The two people in the air did not have any intention of stopping. Gong Haoyu continuously used killer moves, one after another. However, Xiao Qin dealt with the attacks as they came. He would break one move after another. If he could not break it, he would do his best to block. He did not fear clashing head-on. The crowd was astonished. Originally, they thought it would be a one-sided battle. Who knew that it would be so intense? Xiao Qin did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Everyone was astonished. Originally, they thought that it would be a one-sided battle. Who knew that it would be so intense? Xiao Qin was not at a disadvantage at all. The two exchanged another move. Xiao Qin relied on the support of his saber intent to force back Gong Haoyu's overwhelming aura. The two exchanged another move. Xiao Qin relied on the support of his saber intent to force back Gong Haoyu's overwhelming aura. Xiao Qin stood in the air. His white robes fluttered in the wind as he looked at Gong Haoyu coldly. His saber flickered with an electric light. Gong Haoyu was astonished. He had not expected Xiao Qin to be so difficult to deal with. He had used all his killing moves, not holding back at all. However, he still could not do anything to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin's originally imposing morale slowly declined, no longer as sharp as it was at the start. Xiao Qin tore off the blue strip of cloth on his forehead, and the red mark on his forehead started to flicker. He unleashed the state of massacre and merged it with the state of thunder. The saber started to flicker with a strange, alternating purple and red light. After the blue strip of cloth was removed, Xiao Qin's originally delicate face gained a strange air. Kasie. The saber light flashed, and an intense state of massacre surged out. The berserk lightning contained a sharp killing intent, easily breaking Gong Haoyu's palm wind. Xiao Qin turned into a beam of purple light, no longer defending passively. Instead, he launched a sharp attack at Gong Haoyu. Taking advantage of the fact that Gong Haoyu's aura was exhausted, Xiao Qin launched a frenzied counterattack. Boom! 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 After merging the state of massacre, Xiao Qin brought out all his strength. Purple and red lights filled the air, forcing Gong Haoyu to retreat step by step. Retreat! 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 Gong Haoyu clenched his teeth, and his gaze turned sharp. He tried to rally his aura and charge back several times. However, Xiao Qin retaliated with even more ferocious attacks. Gong Haoyu retreated again and again in the air. His aura was completely exhausted, and he showed signs of defeat. Little bastard! Go to hell! Gong Haoyu shouted. He no longer had the air of an expert as he launched a frenzied counterattack. Unfortunately, I won't die, Xiao Qin replied calmly. Then, he executed listening to the sword and communicating with it. His saber turned into a heaven-ranked spirit weapon again. Xiao Qin's counterattack increased in might once again. It swept out and knocked Gong Haoyu back, causing him to vomit blood. Then, he crashed into the Tianwu Emperor statue. Pu Ci. The Tianwu Emperor statue had a strange power protecting it. The rebound caused the severely injured Gong Haoyu to vomit another mouthful of blood. His figure was now in a sorry state. Kasie. In the air, Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and tied the blue strip of cloth back to his forehead. The state of massacre immediately vanished, and his charming face regained its elegance. He glanced coldly at the severely injured Gong Haoyu before ignoring him. Hualala! Whoosh! 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 The weapons that Xiao Qin's saber intent had pulled into the air fell to the ground as he withdrew his hand. When the severely injured Gong Haoyu saw Xiao Qin sheath his saber, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He pushed off the Tianwu Emperor's statue, and his figure flashed as he launched a sneak attack at Xiao Qin. You are seeking death. Xiao Qin snorted coldly. The blue dragon tattoo on his right hand moved quickly. He instantly executed the dragon claw fist, forming a claw with his right hand. Roar! A resonant dragon roar resounded. A huge azure dragon claw appeared on Xiao Chen's right claw. The dragon claw opened into a palm and smashed down ferociously. Pa! This palm pressed the sneak-attacking Gong Haoyu to the ground. He could not resist at all. His face was on the ground, and his body was deeply embedded in it. The two from the Evil Moon Pavilion charged over in a tyrannical manner. Xieziwen's extremely arrogant voice seemed to echo in everyone's ears. Xiao Chen? Get out here. However, in less than 2 hours, this old man and young man were both defeated by Xiao Chen's saber. One was beaten into a weakened state, and his cultivation regressed. The other was in an even more miserable state. He was directly embedded in the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The two came in a domineering manner, yet they ended up in such a state. This made everyone sigh. As the crowd looked at the white figure slowly descending and saw his calm expression, they all thought of one word: tyrannical. Although Xiao Chun did not say any domineering words, nor did he have that kind of tyrannical aura, his actions truly made people feel a domineering aura that came from his bones. This fellow is really like the Thunder King of the past. If you are not as good as me, then don't threaten me. Who cares if you are a half-step martial monarch or have a super sect behind you? I will just fight you first. The 4 nations might have really produced a person who can rival the peak geniuses of the Great Gene Nation. I really look forward to the next 5-nation youth competition. I wonder how far he can go. It looks like the reputation of the white-robed bladesman is well-deserved. This is really the era of the young. The experts of the older generation need to recognize their current situation. If they still try to put on airs and flaunt their seniority, they will not have a good time. Indeed, now is the budding age of geniuses. It is best to be careful and not become a whetstone for those geniuses. Discussions broke out. Some people praised Xiao Chen's strength. There were also people of the older generation who sighed softly. When they saw Gong Haoyu's predicament, they felt sorrowful. There would always be geniuses in every generation. Each wave would be higher than the one before. However, this wave had arrived too quickly. In an unremarkable corner of the crowd, there was a person wearing a black cloak and a hood. There was a sinister scar on his face under the shadow. His entire person exuded an uncomfortable aura, and the surrounding people unconsciously distanced themselves from him. He was a cultivator with sharp eyes. A cultivator with sharp eyes recognized this person as someone from the dark church and took a few steps back, not wanting to form any sort of connection with him. The scarred man muttered in a soft voice, "I never found an opportunity to make a move. Now he has actually grown to such a level. However, his cultivation is still lacking." After the scarred man spoke, he gave Xiao Chun another deep look before leaving quietly. Xiao Chun walked over to Shi Hailong and performed a cupped fist salute. He said apologetically, "Sorry, Senior Shi. I have caused trouble for the Heavenly Extermination Union." Shi Hailong had a wide smile on his face. He looked like he was bathed in the spring breeze. He waved his hand and said, "What are you saying? Just remember what I told you in the past. The Evil Moon Pavilion will not be able to cause any trouble in the ancient desolate land. Work hard and don't waste your luck. In the future, you will know how strong the luck of the ancient desolate tower is." Xiao Chen thanked Shi Hailong softly. Just as he was about to take his leave, a few strong auras quickly flew towards the Tianwu Plaza. Who? When these people arrived, a strong aura spread out. The air was compressed above everyone's heads and started spinning. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This aura was the same as the martial monarchs he had seen before. Furthermore, they were all locked onto him. Oh no! The Evil Moon Pavilion's hidden pawns in Desolate City have all appeared. The expression of an elder beside Shi Hailong changed. On the surface, the Heavenly Extermination Union did not allow any of the Great Gene Nation's powers to enter Desolate City. However, as one of the 2 centers of the Tianwu continent, it was impossible for those super sects to not have any pawns. Otherwise, they would not know if something big happened.